It's not just any Halo Major. It is the OpTic Halo Major. Our home crowd in front of the green wall, putting on a show deserving of the venue that we will host it in. OpTic's first Halo Major, June 30th to July 2nd.
Good morning, Arlington, Texas, and welcome to Day 3 of the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming. It is Championship Sunday, and the stage is looking beautiful, as always, at Esports Stadium, Arlington. And with the desk looking just as good as my analysts are out in fine form for this momentous day, I am so excited about Day 3 here of this major. I've got Clutch, I've got Tony on the desk, fellas. Good to see you, good morning. I am so excited about the Halo we're going to be witnessing today, because if Day 1 and 2 are anything to go by, we're in for a ride here, Clutch.
Yeah, it's been such a long weekend with so much good Halo so far. So you know Championship Sunday is going to bring just the next level of competition, right? We got 4 teams left, and all 4 of these teams have a good reason to believe that they can take this trophy home. And I can't wait to get the action underway. I'm just stoked to see what player steps up and wins this team a championship today.
Me too. And I'll tell you what, Sheriff T, you're looking great today. You've stepped it up, certainly, especially in the wardrobe department. You're looking great. I see the bling, I see the jacket, I see the hat as well. Looking fantastic.
And you're looking great as always. And Wes, you're here. You know, you're present.
And you're lucky you're here.
It honestly is amazing to be here, and I can't wait. Championship Sunday, this is what this whole weekend was about.
It certainly was indeed. Look, we're getting spicy on the desk. It's going to get spicy in this room, I can tell you that much. But we have so much to talk about, because Day 2 was nuts. I mean, some of the things that were honestly happening on our screens, I am in disbelief at. I mean, Clutch, you got to cast a game on the desk. It was wild. Shopify Rebellion not getting it done when they needed to. Complexity coming out of the woodworks. Cloud9 looking so good. It's getting me really excited, actually, for the next part of our season, because these teams are where they need to be.
I mean, not only did we see a ton of Game 5s yesterday that decided so many pivotal series to have teams end up where they did throughout our bracket, but I mean, the way these Game 5s went, 50-49s, 50-48s, one player stepping up, making a play, another one making a play. That Pit Slayer versus Cloud9 versus Shopify was absolutely insane. I had never seen something like that in Halo Infinite's history. The equipment use was unbelievable. Mental popping off against Quadrant in Game 1. That overkill was absolutely disgusting, but then Quadrant go on the run that they did, and we all know how that day ended up.
Yeah, we certainly do. They knocked out the green wall from their own major, and Tony, Quadrant making history for Europe. They were so proud at the end of that series on the desk. It actually made me start to well up, because you could see how much it meant to those boys. What did you make of that series? It was wild.
It really was, and I had the luxury to be able to commentate that, and to be able to see their faces when the cameras panned over to them. Obviously, the work wasn't done yesterday, but they understood what was on the line. They understood what they just did. To go at OpTic, who are 3-time back-to-back land champions. You're talking about world champions as well. To come out with the win, get their revenge from Dallas, and like you said, make history. The work wasn't done yesterday, but you can tell they were happy, and I love to see them celebrate.
One thing we haven't talked about yet is this man on screen and the work that he did in the winter semifinals, putting OpTic in a blender basically by himself. Stellar looked like the most impressive player I have seen all weekend, in the biggest moment that he's had an opportunity to shine. And when Stellar is playing like this, it is going to be very difficult to beat a team like SSG.
It certainly will indeed. I mean, Spacestation haven't really taken their foot off the gas. They've looked so good from the Global Invitational. Of course, not being able to get it across the line, it still speaks volumes to what they're still able to do. They were very, very confident even after the loss. They knew what they needed to do to get things done. They can turn it around at this major. Tony, how are you feeling about SSG at this point?
I mean, Spacestation Gaming continuing to impress me. You know, tournament after tournament, they have gotten so clean over the last about month, maybe month and a half. And up until this point right now, SSG, they've only dropped one map so far. It's actually incredible to see SSG doing their work and looking as clean as they are. It's that teamwork, it's that coordination, it's the aggression that they come with. SSG are such a well-balanced team, and it's probably one of the reasons why they're one of my favorite teams to watch.
Indeed, on the other side of things, they're going to be meeting FaZe, who are also looking pretty clean in their bracket as well. And FaZe versus Space Station, this is a matchup we know very, very well. We have seen it multiple times now, coming off the back of Charlotte, then the Global Invitational. So far, so good for FaZe, but this is a different Space Station, I think, today. On Championship Sunday, Space Station know that second place is not good enough for them. They want to go on into that grand final, and they want to seal the deal right here, right now. How are you feeling about our winners final matchup, Clutch?
That's going to be the best series we have all day, I think, and the most important series we have all day, because the winner of that has that massive advantage going into that grand final series. Not only that, but you get that confidence boost too. These two teams playing as hot as they are in their respected sides of the bracket finally meet up, and every single time these two clash, it really is a battle of superstars stepping up to the plate and knocking the ball right out the park. So I can't wait to see that specific winners finals, and honestly, which one of those 8 players is going to be the one that steps up and says, no, this is my championship bracket, this is my tournament to win, because any 8 of those guys can do it.
It's funny because I'm right there with you. I can't wait to watch these two go at it. It reflects not only in the gameplay, but just look at the scoreboard every single time. Going to Game 5 of that winners bracket finals back at Dallas. Going to a Game 7 in the grand finals. Every single time FaZe and Space Station match up, it is one to watch. Nobody's want to miss that.
Nobody wants to miss that, indeed. And nobody wants to miss our elimination rounds as well, because we have those to come. Quadrant versus Sentinels is our first semi-final in the elimination bracket. And again, a heartbreaker, a tearjerker, both teams working so hard to get to this point in time.
Honestly, so proud of both of these teams for the bracket that they have come. Look at this. They're both in elimination bracket round 1. The winners bracket, it was so tough for Sentinels. I think it was against SSG. And then on the other side, Quadrant actually third in their pool because of how tough Pool A was. You have 3 teams from Pool A all the way advanced to the top 4 now. So we were calling it the pool of death for a reason. 3 in your top 4 at the end of the tournament still alive to compete. Now one of them is going to have to knock each other out. These two teams have played in that pool play match in Pool A, and Sentinels did get the better of Quadrant, but this looks like a Quadrant with a lot of momentum, and this is going to be a different Sentinels, even though they had that same momentum. I mean, they got 2 3-0s back-to-back, so Sentinels must be doing something right. It's good to see those boys back where they belong on Championship Sunday.
Indeed. I've got to ask you, Tony, looking at the 2 here, obviously one of them will go forward into the elimination final, and inevitably will meet either Space Station or FaZe. That's a whole different level of Halo that you have to play going into one of those 2. Who do you feel could actually handle that better?
Well, I mean, I can't question the fact that Sentinels did beat Quadrant in that Game 5 back at pool play like you mentioned, but I will say I'm proud of Cloud9 making it up to this far, by the way, off of Open. I'm proud of Native Red doing their thing with the substitute, but that's not the same level of competition as beating OpTic Gaming. So when you're asking between the 2 teams of Quadrant versus Sentinels, who's poised to go at whether it's SSG or FaZe that dropped down, you just took down OpTic in a Game 5 last night. I think you're ready to go even further. Give me Quadrant, baby.
If you're either one of those teams, that question you don't want to hear right now. You need to be worried about the team right in front of you. You will worry about that series when it is determined that you are in that series. Right now, they need to take it one game at a time, as they have been doing all tournament, because that's going to be a very, very tough elimination bracket match, one the likes that they have not had yet. I think even Sentinels today will step up and play at the level of what an OpTic Gaming was at yesterday.
I think they've also learned so much about themselves throughout this major. I think as a team, 3 weeks only does so much online for you in terms of scrims. There was no online qualifiers for them either, so they hadn't really had a level of competition yet. They have learned a lot about this team in this amount of time. In 2 days, having to go back to back to back, the fact that they're now getting 3-0s, they seem to feel pretty comfortable. That tells me a lot, that they know how they want to play, something is being established, and Quadrant need to watch out. Honestly, they really do need to watch out for the Sentinels roster. They're heating up, but I am excited about Europe's gold. I'm excited about the Kings of Europe to see what they are going to bring going into day 3. Celebrations out the window, it's on to the next series. And talking about that, let's have a look at what's coming our way today. We have our schedule for you guys. Coming up first, we got our All-Star Showdown. This is going to be special, people. We have 4 incredible Slayers poised 1v1 on the main stage, going head-to-head, toe-to-toe, and it's going to be phenomenal. Up after that, we've got the Elimination Semifinal, Quadrant versus Sentinels. Winners final shortly after, FaZe versus Spacestation. Our Elimination final, we'll find out who is going to be in that one. And then finally, to end off your day, beginning your evening, the Grand Finals, where we will crown a champion of this OpTic Major. It's going to be brilliant. Look at that day, Clutch. Look at it. Doesn't that look great to you in terms of the matches, what we have coming up? I mean, gosh.
A little bit of taste with the All-Star Showdown, and then every single one of these matches are going to be lights out. How good teams had to play to still be in this bracket up to this point will only set the table for what this meal is about to be for Halo fans today. And I can't wait to see a lot of these series go deep into the map pool of each one of these series, because, I mean, every single time these teams are pushing themselves to the limits, and I don't see it stopping now with the amount of talent that's out there.
Me either. That is a full meal if I've ever seen one, but the appetizer, folks, is that All-Star Showdown. And we do have 4 absolute legends, excuse the pun, on the screen. We got Renegade, Bound, Lucid, and Legend from Quadrant, all going head-to-head. We've got Renegade versus Bound, Lucid versus Legend. It is going to be incredible. These guys are very flashy. They like to show exactly what they can do in terms of their skills on Halo Infinite. And I honestly guarantee some crazy clips coming out of this one, Tony.
Well, I mean, I love 1v1s. I love me some plaza action, but what I love more than that is storylines. And that's what I see here when I'm looking at this lineup. You know, the Renegade and the Bound, if they match up and they're going at each other, that's splitting up one of the best, if not the best 2v2 duos that I've seen in Halo. Then on top of that, you see Lucid, who... He's gonna tell you this is nothing special. This is just for fun. But you gotta think, going against Legend, the face of the team that knocked you out of the tournament. You gotta be going in for that revenge. So I love me some storylines. I love me some 1v1s, and I'm going to love this All-Star Showdown.
Which, funny enough, actually, yesterday it kind of was a back and forth battle between those two, especially on Argyle with the snipers. You saw Legend and Lucid both popping off with the snipers, and it almost felt like we were watching 1v1 at certain points in time, and who could rip off the most heads in how little time. It was pretty amazing, but we're getting to see that one set in stone on the main stage very shortly. Folks at home, though, you guys have things to look forward to, not just the action, but of course our Twitch drops, what you guys can get your hands on right now just by watching today. Twitch.tv/Halo. Get the Covenant Frontline Twitch drops. Absolutely gorgeous. You can get your hands on that. Make sure you are watching with all tabs open. We also do have unique Twitch drops as well with our co-streamers. Check out all of these people who are going to be streaming all day long. They are taking the time to watch and tune in with you guys, talk to you about what's happening, and give their honest and very quite frank opinions on all of the Halo Infinite action. So make sure you pick up those Twitch drops as well. Also, just a little bit of main stuff to let you guys know about the information happening this season. We do have our tickets also on sale as well for our next major. If you have enjoyed the major so far here at Arlington, you will love Fort Worth as well in September. Make sure you guys are watching out for those tickets. They're on sale. Make sure you pick those up as well. Really exciting stuff. I absolutely love our Halo Infinite season. Really, we're in the mix of it now. We're not right at the beginning. We are pretty much in the middle of it. And this is where we're seeing a lot of stories unfold. This is where we see the exciting things happen. And by goodness, a lot of stories have been coming out of this major, Clutch. There has been so many histories already been made. We've had our home team knocked out. What more could you ask for? I mean, Championship Sunday, surely it's about to get even crazier.
Yeah, I think it's an exciting time for Halo fans, right? Because of how much competition there really is. It's not, we always talk about the big three as the essential favorites coming into every tournament, but something we've learned this weekend has got to be, there's about 12 teams here that can upset just about anybody when they catch hot. Look at Cloud9, look at what Complexity was able to do in their pools. Everybody needs to bring their A game, because you take one series off, all of a sudden, you are not where you think you are as far as world ranking stands.
Very, very true words. I'll tell you what though, folks, we're going to head to a quick break while we get the stage set up for our 1v1s. We have our all-star showdown, but those boys on the stage have their eyes on that trophy. It's going to be glaring at them as they go head-to-head versus one another on Solitude, a map we all know and love with a new look. We'll catch you guys right after the break.
Bounce in the game, and Bounce pick it up and overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
Even trippy right now. They call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there. He gets two. He gets three. Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all. It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Bigwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
favorite part of my day.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Halo Championship Series, and it's Championship Sunday, and what a day it's gonna be, because it's time to give out that big cash in the grand finals. But before, we got that 1v1 showdown, and we got some exciting matchups on the stage. Y'all ready to get this started? We got some awesome players coming. Help me welcome Renegade, Bound, Legend, and Lucid! Yeah! Let's come on over here down the line as we got our first matchup of the day right here. It's Lucid versus Legend, and it's a rematch of the last one from last night. Now, Lucid, you ready to get some revenge today?
Looking forward to it. Should be a good time.
It should be a good time, right? You know, I think I seen Legend over here warming up, and he was locked in. But, Legend, I got one question for you. Where does the best player in the world live at?
In France, of course.
Ooh, okay. Now, you got a lot of respect for EU last night, getting the top place in ever. What you going to do, Lucid, today to make sure you keep that?
I mean, I'm playing against the best player in the world, in my opinion, so I'm just going to focus on try to win this one.
All right, Lucid, you ready to get this one started? Anything you want to say here?
Let's get it going.
Good luck, have fun on this one. Now, that's our rematch from yesterday, but let's go on over here as we get the setup to a duo going at each other's throats here. It's Renegade versus Bound. Renegade, you know, this is the guy who took over your spot on your last squad here, you know, but also a good friend. What you gonna do to him on the stage today?
I mean, it's a 1v1, me versus him, and you know how this goes.
Ooh, I do know how this goes a little bit. Now, Bound, he says we know how this goes, but do you?
I mean, I guess we'll find out. I don't know. I think you're shit, so we'll see.
Yeah. Now, I was talking to Bound earlier. I said, you know, I heard you had some big shoes to fill in that old squad, and he said they wasn't even that big. He bust through them, okay? What you got to say to all of that?
I mean, he still hasn't got a win yet, so it's still not big enough.
Well, we'll see if he can get his first win up here today, but regardless of what happens with this matchup, we'll see it once again in the winners finals, okay? So that's gonna be spicy, and I think we're ready to go here. Are you guys ready to get this one started? Yeah! And I know you're ready to go at home. It's spicy up here, Lottie. Let's break all of this down. Players, let's get set up.
God damn.
I was glued to the television, sorry.
Yeah, all three of us were just looking over. My goodness me. Hey, couldn't ask for anything better to start the day off with a little bit of trash talk, getting us going, getting it literally at one side of the stage, all fun and games, friends. I love you so much. Like, you're the best.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So much respect given.
So much respect. And then the other side couldn't be more the opposite.
So much disrespect.
Couldn't be more the opposite. But I think we're going to see two very different halves here of our All-Star Showdown. Tony, what did you make of the trash talk, the way that our two duos are composed?
You know we wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, these two know how to trash talk. They also know how to back it up on the battlefield. So it's going to be very interesting watching Renegade's aggressive play style going up against Bound's movement. It's going to be exciting to watch these two go at it.
I do indeed think that this is going to be very, very good. We have four incredible players who know exactly how to put on a show when it comes to the sandbox, when it comes to the skill level, the nerdy stuff that's going to be happening. They are incredible. Guys, it's going to be 8 minutes on Solitude. It's first to 10 kills. Solitude being, of course, that new look, the map that's been remade as Plaza as well. So really exciting stuff because these guys know exactly how Plaza worked in H5. They should know exactly what to do when it comes to Solitude here. But the one difference is, of course, the equipment.
Yeah, I think the equipment is what's going to tell the story here in Halo Infinite, at least changing the meta in the 1v1 part of it, right? You have thrust, you have repulse, and you have the quantum translocator top mid, and that's gonna give a lot of opportunity for mobility to have an advantage for whichever player is able to contain some of that equipment. So I'll be very interested in seeing how that quickly starts to dictate how some of these matches go, especially between the two of Renegade and Bound, who not are only both very known for their movement, but also known for their use of utility and their 1v1 history on Plaza.
I'm right there with you. I'm actually excited to see what happens with the equipment and how it's going to evolve the gameplay here on Solitude. But I'm also interested to find out, is it older spawns in the 1v1s? Because there was this nice little spawn trap. If you sit over toward the top dip, you can control the spawns over toward that bottom lift side. And if a player gets caught there in that spawn trap, it is going to be bad. So I'm also interested to find out how those spawns are going to be influenced in 1v1 gameplay.
I'm very interested to find that out too, and we will do just that. We're going to head on over to our casters. We got Gaskin and Sherzy on the mics for these. Fellas, it's getting spicy on that stage. Can we also replicate that same amount of spice in the gameplay?
It's getting spicy indeed. Dan, it's barely 12 o'clock and the watershed's already been broken.
Yeah, it's 10 p.m. somewhere, so it's absolutely fine in my books, but I love it. I love that the players are going to be going at each other's throats, and I cannot wait to see this 1v1 action. I mean, we've already got the OpTic versus Quadrant rivalry again, which I think is going to continue throughout this season, to be honest. But 1v1s have a little bit of extra skill level that just some players are built different, and they're built ready for moments like this.
And for nearly all four of these players, this is where their roots were. They got started playing 2v2s, playing 1v1s against each other, sharpening their tools, making a name for themselves.
Yeah, and Lucid versus Legend, I mean, two incredibly individually skilled. You heard what Legend had to say on the stage. He thinks like he's going against one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. And it's going to be the last chance that really the Green Wall get to cheer on the Green Wall at this event in this All-Star Showdown. So they've got to get behind Lucid here, and it's a chance for him to show why he is one of the best players on this game.
Lucid versus Legend. L&L in a 1v1 on Solitude here. Some of the call-outs will be Plaza, if you don't forgive me. As Lucid drops down towards Prius, uses the translocator straight away. Legend takes the lead.
As a reminder, first to 10, or, of course, if the timer runs out at 8 minutes, whoever is leading will take the victory. It's going to be single elimination in a bracket of 4 players. And Legend has the lead and has the sniper rifle. And I'm really excited to see the Quantum Translocator in action. The first real competitive environment we're going to see it in. But Legend just needs to make sure he stays alive here.
I've seen this jump from S2 to S3 many times before. These two players very comfortable on this map. Legend gets back down.
Big nade.
Nade. Down to a sliver of shield, sliver of HP here. And Lucid's gotten himself top middle. Sniper rifle still in the hands of Legend. He's in big trouble, has to back away. Legend's in hot pursuit. You can hear him tiptoeing above him. Goes for the chow. Did he land the body? Answers no. Legend's still in trouble, still surviving though, still managing to dipsy doodle his way down bottom middle.
So frustrating for Lucid because he knows as soon as any of these shots hit, he's going to be toast, and there we go. There's the body shot he was looking for, but now Legend has to try and finish it off. Lucid, gets the big dub, and that's going to be huge for him because not only does he get the kill, he gets a reward of 1 sniper bullet, and I tell you what, Lucid, sometimes that's all he needs.
He might get 2 kills in this 1 bullet. Body shot lands. Legend backing him down all the while. Legend spawns over towards S1. Lucid comes through. Barrels and indeed light rifle as it was known in the past. Legend will back him down. Lucid again back to that familiar spot.
Here he goes.
Gets into the clouds. Legend dropping down, gets the kill, 2-1 to the European, to the Frenchman.
And of course we talk about the Quantum Translocator, but Repulsor being on the map as well, massive to get that height advantage. Speaking of Quantum Translocator, it's coming up in 5 seconds. Lucid tried to pop it in right at the start of the game, but there is some nutty stuff you can do with this equipment. Legend was well aware it was coming up. No, he went for it. I tell you what, there was some confidence there out of Legend. He said, I'm more than happy to take this fight, but that gives an opening here now for Lucid to do whatever he will please with the Quantum Translocator.
Puts down 1 spawns point. In light rifle tunnel, Legend's in a 1v1 now. And he's spawned away. Oh, he tried to get too tricky with it. Legend shuts him down, retakes the lead.
Now, of course, as the Quantum Translocator works, you can see where that end portal is. So Legend, as soon as he saw the player disappear in front of his very eyes, he knew exactly where he was going to be. And it's a 3-2 lead, 5 minutes remaining. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually go to the timer between these two guys with how elongated some of these fights have been.
Of course, Translocator replacing camouflage or overshield from the former map, and Legend knows he smells the sniper rifle now almost out of the oven. He's got intentions of going that way, as does Lucid. We might get a throw down here.
What does a sniper rifle smell like?
Murder, death.
That's terrifying. Okay, Legend, just make sure you got to get in position with the bandit rifle. So difficult to hit that last shot at times, and that's why I'm very excited if we were to ever see the bandit rifle come into competitive play as a starting weapon. I can only imagine the skill gap difference we would have to see. It's now a 2-kill gap, as Lucid's just trying to maraud his way around the map, trying to get an angle on Legend, but also avoid, of course, those angles that would have been used so many times in Plaza games.
Oh!
And Legend rips his face off.
And if you're wondering, what does the winner get for all of this? Well, it's the right and the privilege to carry Tony to Onyx.
To carry Tony to Onyx?
Yeah.
I don't even think they could achieve that. That's too difficult to do, to be honest, but another chance at a snipe here for Legend. And he's more than happy to play this game, because not only is he just staying away from Lucid, but also he's delaying on the clock. Quantum Translocator is going to be coming up. Eyes trained once more, and it's a good body tag. And Legend now is really taking a lead, and it's going to be his first opportunity to get the Quantum Translocator down in a position that he chooses.
Pops it down S2. As a get out of jail free card if he needs it. Over towards Dip. Into Cafe here. Lucid throws in a couple of grenades. And Legend runs straight at him, no fear.
If you've not seen the Quantum Translocator used yet, if you haven't played in matchmaking, that bar at the top is how long you've got left until it dissipates. So Legend maybe got one last push before he can then regain his position over towards Snipe. Tags Lucid up. And this should be an easy cleanup from this point, but Lucid is doing his best just to be a nuisance.
Lucid skips away, slips. Bottom middle.
He's greased up.
Over towards Garbage. He's got some butter on that skin. He's slipping and sliding. Lucid again against the bandit rifle this time. Beautiful shots from Lucid. And is this the road back into this game?
I mean, I'm all for both of them just using the bandit rifle if they want, and I'm happy to see these engagements. Two players who thrived in the Halo 5 environment with a single-shot precision weapon. I'm sure they're loving the fact that there's one added into the game here again in Halo Infinite.
Here comes Legend, trying to pick up off some of that damage.
Oh!
Good God. Lucid, 5 of the freshest shots connect. I've seen that movie play out before.
Legend more than happy to take that fight. Even slides out again. The bravery of this man.
Manages to lift up. S2. Lucid over the top of the garbage truck. A couple of grenades go down. Legend aware the pressure is on. He lifts up and down, trying to give him a wiggle, but again, Lucid starting to find his feet here. Lucid starting to cook.
Just a taster of the bandit and what he can do in the right hands. And Lucid, of course, a little bit of a chip on his shoulder after yesterday. Would love to get a little bit of revenge here against Legend. Still finds himself 2 kills down, though. Quantum Translocator's come up, manages to do a lot of damage, and then the BR should be able to finish off, but Legend is quite intelligently just avoiding fire.
Legend survives down on Loop, jumps up on Soda.
Uh-oh.
Lucid doesn't seem to connect the first, does with the second, though.
Game on!
1 kill game here, folks.
And that clock really is going to come into the equation here. 1 minute 35. The crowd starting to get behind Lucid now, as it's a game of hide and seek. Legend more than happy just to cower away for now, eat away at that clock and try and catch Lucid off guard.
Lucid open field. A lot of sniper rifle ammo to play with. Still has a spawn point over towards top gold if he chooses to use it. Looks as though Legend might have been aware of that. So he waited over towards Tram Loop. Now the hunt is on. Legend can play this extremely passively. Challenges glass! Lucid, you filthy animal. All tied up. 7-7.
Challenge as you might. There is one thing you do not want to run into, and it is Lucid with a sniper rifle.
Oh!
Unbelievable! 34 seconds, and now Legend knows he has to up the ante. He has to start pushing aggressively here. Lucid could just cower away if he wanted to.
6 kills without reply from Lucid. With 4 bullets still to play with. Down to 1 shot grenade, and the player gets sent backwards. 10 seconds to play, and Lucid can take the fight if he wants. with some style points. Maybe a fadeaway, no scope, body shot goes down. Legend hits the ground, and Lucid will be victorious.
What a reply. 7 kills unanswered. Unbelievable from the OpTic man. And that was one of my favorite 1v1s that I've seen, because it looked like Legend was in so much control, but Lucid just rips his head time after time. And it all started from those bandit rifle reversals. That was unbelievable from Lucid. So he'll now progress into the final here of the All-Star Showdown, and he will face off against the winner of Renegade and Bound.
Lucid just switched his chair. Just another day at the office. What a performance. Unbelievable. What a comeback dance. Down 7-2.
Nasty.
Blaze, you've got someone down there to chit-chat with. Take it away.
Yeah, I got someone down here, and I just told him, I said, bro, you nasty, okay? I just kept it simple like that. Man, being in this 1v1, you know, we all watch Legend go up on a spree. It's 7-2. You're playing on a new map. It's Solitude. Talk to me about how do you find a winning strategy there to go 7 in a row. What's snapped right there?
I mean, I played enough Plaza 1s, at least. I mean, I'm not a grinder for it back in H5, but I played enough against Renegade, maybe a time or two against Bound, I don't know. But it's just the same stuff. It's the same win conditions as in a game. You got to get the power weapons. He had snipe. He was going on a spree, hitting some good shots, and then that's just when I found my opportunity. I made sure I didn't overstep and just use the snipe.
And just took your time with it, picked them apart one by one, and we saw a lot of sick plays right there. Absolutely nice. And really my next question is right there is just that, you know, how did you like the new map Solitude? You know, you get a chance to really play for it for the first time, big situation, 1v1. How do you like the remake?
Yeah, I mean, just from a one's perspective, it plays very similar to Plaza. So it still has that same feel. It's a different avenue. There's some different things in there, like the Quantum, which I feel like both of us didn't really get to use it that much, but it feels good. It felt pretty good.
Hey, well, hey, it looked good. You know, you look good up there, and I can't wait to play it, okay? Everybody, give it up one more time for Lucid. He still got one more match, and we got to get to Bound versus Renegade, so that's going to do it for us. Casters, take it away.
Thanks so much, Blaze. And it's Old Town rivals now as Lucid tiptoes his way into the finals. It's Bound versus Renegade, Dan, and they've been here a time or two before.
Yeah, and it was getting very spicy on the stage as well. I think there was some interesting words that were exchanged, but you got to remember, they're going to be playing each other in the winners' finals later on in this tournament. So I think it's good to try and get into the heads of your opponent, and what better way than winning a 1v1. And I think it was right what Lucid said. We didn't really see the Quantum Translocator used in its best ability, but I think that happens sometimes in 1v1s because you don't have as much time, or at some situations you have too much time and the Quantum Translocator just gets negated. But I think that both of these players on the stage are going to try and put on a show now. Renegade and Bound are some of the flashiest guys that you'll see in 1v1s. I would not be surprised if we see something nutty with the Quantum Translocator.
Yeah, make no mistake about it, folks. This is labeled as an exhibition. I promise you one thing. These two are coming to win just for bragging rights alone here.
Yeah, you want to be the number one. You want to win this All-Star Showdown, whether it's to carry Tony to Onyx later as a prize or a boys' weekend away with Tashi. I'm not really sure what the prize is, but it's all about just being number one.
Non-refundable?
Non-refundable. You just got to make sure you're there, have a good old weekend away. But Renegade versus Bound, I mean, this is a tale as old as time. This is something in Halo 5. These guys would have been scrimming against each other, essentially, in 1v1s. I love the fact that they started talking about filling shoes and the fact that Bound is taking over Renegade's spot. Renegade jumps over, but Bound hasn't got that win just yet. Well, maybe he can get a victory in this 1v1. What were your first initial thoughts of seeing the Plaza remake, then? What did you think of Solitude?
It was a throwback. I think that's where I got started, was commentating over Plaza, 1v1s, 2v2s. Back when I used to watch the likes of Legend grow up now to be from boy to man. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to come out on top, but the map looks really good, plays really well, and like you say, I'm interested to see how the Quantum Translocator will play in competitive scenes.
I think once you dump it in a certain location and you're very aware of where you're going to be coming out from that end of the portal, there are so many outplay possibilities that you can work with, and it wouldn't surprise me if both of these players try and do something a little bit finicky in this next matchup. Also very aware of how close Bound sits to his screen. My mother used to tell me my eyes would go square.
Cross-eyed, yeah.
Cross-eyed. No, square, not cross-eyed.
Maybe my eyes were already cross-eyed.
That's why you're cross-eyed, because you sit that close. But do you think it helps Bound?
Well, one thing I know is he's always hitting shots, so maybe I need to lean closer.
He is. Just like Lucid was. Honestly, the no-scopes that Lucid was hitting was unreal, and I think that Legend was more than happy to challenge. How many times do you see Legend just bravely challenge a 1v1, maybe expecting to win that engagement, but the bandit the out-bandit that we saw from Lucid.
LBT, what are we going to call that?
And we're going to have to come up with something.
Yeah,
something
clever.
Something witty.
Yeah.
But I did like that they were both using the bandits, and maybe we'll see something similar here from Renegade and Bound.
Well, Bound sitting close to the screen, and Fringe is out of the eyes, so he will be able to see perfectly fine. Renegade looks lasered, looks locked in.
Well, this one means business. He had Bound swearing at him on the main stage.
Right.
It's not something you're used to doing as a player.
Listen.
It is not something that you're going to expect on an early morning here at Sunday, but one way to reply perfectly is by swearing in-game with your battle rifle.
Or BT.
No.
No.
Stop trying to make it a thing. It's not going to be
It could be a thing. We just let it happen.
Maybe we'll let it try.
Renegade versus Bound then.
Here we go.
Throwbacks to Halo 5. Only thing that's different this time is nobody has to be worried about who gets the server.
Nope, playing on land, no excuses. As we're now locking and loading. Winner, of course, will play against Lucid. He can watch on. And I tell you what, it would be a nice touch if Lucid was able to win this entire thing, wouldn't it? As a final hurrah for the tournament at the OpTic Major.
You can see Bound, look, old habits die hard. Still pressing start back. That's Halo 5 in a nutshell.
I mean, the superstitions of these players in Halo Infinite is unreal. I've heard of many. We're underway then. 1v1 Bound versus Renegade in the All-Star Showdown. Remember, first to 10 kills, or of course, when that timer depletes.
Rocking and rolling. It's bandit rifle in hand.
It's meant to be an 8-minute timer, but shh, don't tell anyone.
Don't tell
we can
anybody.
just have
Well,
more
yeah.
action. It's fine.
Don't tell the referees. Everybody stay stum. We have a secret here. Back whack for Bound. He takes the lead, and that means he has the trick of the treat of the sniper rifle.
I think he was just having a look to see if he could find anything else on the floor as well. Quantum Translocator is still going to be up. Renegade actually grabs it. Bound may be aware of that. Does spot out a cheeky Renegade in the wild, hiding in, slithering in the grass. The Renegade escapes for now.
Oh! Body shot connects. Translocator's there if he needs to dip away. Renegade still down to no shields, but as is Bound now. Renegade continues to apply the pressure despite being down in the fight. Bound recognizes this, heads towards glass with his sniper rifle, with his toy. Can he find the face of Renegade? Will he peek out a little bit too far, the FaZe man? That must have connected. Oh, as he whipping away, off he goes.
Keeping Bound on his toes. Bound went for a little hike, found his way up a mountain. And Renegade just disappeared right in front of his very eyes, but now he hears his little tippy toes below him. And Renegade keeps getting that initial damage. Bound hasn't been able to connect with that no-scope, but we saw it in the previous 1v1. As soon as you do get with that body shot, it should be an easy cleanup.
This game of cat and mouse continues. Around and round we go. Renegade will lose his shields, but not before eliminating the SSG man. 1-1, we're all tied up.
2 bullets left in the sniper, so Bound got rid of most of them, but now Renegade's chance to put it to effect. Misses the first. He does have that bandit as a backup. Where's he gone? He's up in the air, and he's managed to take him down 2-1.
Oh. Raining men, no body disrespect. Hold on a second, Bound. Hold on. I have to talk to the commissioner whether that's allowed. Making sure he stayed dead.
Just in case he got back up. Quantum Translocator cannot pick you up from death though, don't worry. Oh, great grenade there from Renegade. He gets the Quantum Translocator and gets the beat down 2-2.
All tied up then. And Renegade immediately goes back to that ledge, top gold. Trying to influence the spawn down S1. Done so successfully. Tony was asking whether the spawns would stay the same. It appears as though they know a trick or two that's carried over here onto Solitude. Renegade top middle, Bound in that 1v1. Thruster pack goes down.
Teleport!
He hasn't got the TP anymore after picking up the thruster. That's the issue, and he goes down. Bound one to the good.
I bet he wished he still had it. Could have just got himself out of dodge. Bound takes the lead again. Sniper coming up in 10, so both the focus is going to be on that, and he catches Renegade a little bit unaware here. And Renegade not able to get away. And the Space Station man now gets a little bit of a cushion for his pushing.
Bandit and sniper rifle to play with. And will he continue to keep on pushing? Sitting on blue window. Renegade challenges along with the thruster pack, and just like that, your advantage is gone. Sniper rifle now changes hands once more. 1 kill game.
It's a very different environment, isn't it, 1v1s? It takes a certain kind of player to enjoy them. And both of these, they thrive in these kind of environments, as Bound just manages to escape Renegade's vision, but now he sees him, sees the little glare of the BR. Translocator up in 20, but again, neither player really has been able to benefit from it so far.
Bound down on garbage.
Hiya!
Renegade trying to pick him up and scoop him up and put him in the garbage truck. 4-4. Quantum Translocator up very shortly. Plasma Grenade goes down over towards glass. Bound in yellow.
Notice how Renegade every time is just going to repeating and picking up those plasma grenades time and time again. Just old habits, making sure he's always locked and loaded. Just keeping an eye on that thruster as well.
He also has one thrust to play with. Expect that to have an influence in the next fight. Bound playing it patiently. At the stage now, this next kill, this next passage of play could have a heavy influence on how the game shakes out.
Bound's just not really sure where to go at the moment. I'm not sure he even knows where Renegade is. He's checked a couple of locations. Renegade just trying to use the... Oh, it's gone! Trying to use the equipment as a little bit of a bait here. But Bound was able to sneak on in and grab that for himself.
They finally do spot one another. Warning shot from Renegade. Footsteps and a slide. You can hear Bound on his feature. Body shot connects as well. Both players down to one shot. Quantum Translocator was up for grabs. Bound spotted it out, read him like a book.
Confirmation the admins did notice. It will end at 4 minutes.
Who told them?
I know, someone did. Someone in the crowd, I see you. Man in the middle. Pink shirt. Terrible. We just wanted more Halo action. It will end at 4 minutes, so 2 minutes and 34 left. 5-4 at the moment. Unlikely we will get to 10 kills. But Bound has his chance to, again, increase this lead. 5-4. Sniper rifle in hand. Quantum Translocator is back up. Renegade is just making these jumps, and actually we could have 2 snipers on the map shortly.
4 bullets to play with. Bound recognizing the first shot. Went against them. Dips away. Over towards blue. Eyes on Quantum Translocator again. Both players leaving it there. Not interested in picking it up because the risk is too great.
Official 2-minute warning, everyone. Players can't hear me though. Oh, he manages to... No, he doesn't. I thought he got the tag.
He's in trouble here. He's being pushed back. Does get the tag. Oh, I'll tell you, that one was close. 5-5 all tied up and clock dwindling down.
Renegade just wanted to get over to that new sniper rifle ASAP, but Bound has also got his eyes trained on it. This is a sticky fight. Bound dancing around the pillar, more than happy to try and take the engagement. Just really wanted to stop Renegade from picking up that sniper freely.
Oh!
And Bound finds an angle out of nowhere.
Bound threads the needle. Renegade caught unaware. Sniper rifle scooped up, but this could be the beginning of the end. Game slows down once more. You can see Bound still trying to get information. Trying to spot out a pixel or two. An outline, something, anything. Renegade's going to face over towards glass. Does Bound recognize this? Still covering his angle.
1 minute warning.
Thanks for that, Dan. Scared the life out of me.
I wonder if Renegade knows. I hope the admin have been able to just whisper in his ear a little bit as well. You got to get a move on, get a groove on here.
Get a boogie on.
One more kill for Bound. You have to feel like it'll be him facing Lucid in the final. Renegade just hiding on that box in the moment. Bound decides to reposition. And Renegade has to go.
This one's very sweaty.
Almost too sweaty.
Renegade has to make the moves. Bound happy to sit S3. Tag a body when he challenges. Hits the toe. Hits the face. And that could be all she wrote. Time is well and truly against them, and Bound, for all the smack talk in the world, he backs up the beef.
He does back up the beef, and yeah, there's not going to be enough time if it ends at 4. It was an 8-minute limit that was set. And that means that Bound is going to be progressing 7-5, victorious and facing off against Lucid. It's going to be bad news for Renegade. Maybe he thought he had the extra minutes. We'll have to see, because look, Bound still thinks he's playing. But it is going to be...
Hey, let them cook.
Bound as the winner.
Let them cook, I said. Don't end this game on me. I'm enjoying this far too much. Both players still jostle it out, twisting and turning. The game will end 7-5. The SSG man progresses to face the old rival, the old enemy in OpTic Gaming's Lucid.
I mean, I heard what Bound had to say about Renegade. I'm curious what he has to say about Lucid. Honestly, it seems like he can get on the microphone more often. Or maybe he shouldn't, actually. Maybe it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Guy needs to be careful where he goes with that microphone, I will say.
Bound wins into the finals now. And again, reminder, the winner gets a boys' vacation, full expenses paid with Tashi. And also gets to carry Tony to Onyx. And anything else we can think up of. And we basically ruled then whatever we say has to be paid out.
We can just add whatever we want, really. I'm sure that Bravo will offer some sort of coaching lessons as well. Tough moment for Renegade, though, in his career.
He's going to take that one hard.
He will. I mean, it's going to be one he'll go back, stage, and think about for quite some time. As for Bound, he gets a final to look forward to now.
Blaze, ask the man a few questions for me, please.
Don't worry, Shurzy and Gaskin, I got you. Everybody give it up for Bound for winning his first round, as he's going to go up against Lucid next, and I'm going to keep it quick, because he can never say you didn't win anything again, okay? Because you definitely won that one against help.
I didn't even know the game ended, or at the time the game ended. I was like, what the hell? We were replaying or whatever. GG's, and ready to play Lucid. So.
All right, I'm going to let you get to that, and maybe we'll see a rematch against you guys online with a little full set later on. I'm pretty sure people will enjoy that content later. But let's get to the finals. It's Bound versus Lucid to take it all here in a 1v1 showdown. Shurzy, Gaskin, let's get it started.
He's only allowed to ask one question now to Bound.
Yeah.
We're on Bound watch.
And make sure you can't lead him in a direction where he can swear.
And keep the microphone just far enough away where you can whip it away just in case. You never know what's going to happen. But there's the man on your screens, Lucid. A chance to make the OpTic fans scream and shout once more here today at Sunday at the OpTic Major. And a chance to be the 1v1 All-Star Showdown victor on Solitude.
We're mincing no words, wasting no time. These two players are ready to lock horns here. In a 1v1 for the ages, it's been dubbed as. People are starting to say that now.
And set it to 8 minutes this time, admins. Come on. The players, they weren't even sure. They didn't know what was going on, but 10 kills or
8 minutes. Oh, it's back to 12 minutes. Oh, hold on. I've seen 12 minutes. Back in you go.
Honestly, I wouldn't really mind if it was 12 minutes as well. I'm happy to see 1v1s.
20 minutes.
Go. No, not that long.
Unlimited
That's a
kills.
bit too much. No, just...
Then we go to an octagon tiebreaker.
Octagon is very skillful, I will say. I'd love to see these guys go at it in Octagon. Who have you got your money on? Your fake money, your Monopoly money.
I'm willing to bet 5 schmeckles.
Yep.
Bound takes this.
Ooh. Shurzy's going for Bound. I guess I'll go for Lucid just so that we're going on either side. Is Bound blowing his nose with that? Who knows? But at least he's keeping himself warm.
Hand warmers engaged. Trying to stay away from the ice.
Someone bin that hand warmer after.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah.
That's unsanitary.
You never really know what's going to happen after it's been up there. All right, Translocator, I want to see something special this game. I want to see someone whip a Translocator, teleport, no scope, wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
That's a tall order you're asking for.
Do you think so? I think both of these can achieve it.
I think it's definitely achievable. I think the information and stuff that's required and the way 1v1s play out is going to be very difficult. Bound's got it all to do. Up against the world champion in Lucid, but different format here, 1v1, and he might be the favorite.
And who wants to put on more of a show as well? There definitely was elements in both of the 1v1s where players were trying to go for something a little bit spectacular. Yeah. When Lucid went for the repulsor into the no-scope against Legend, I was like, yes, that's my kind of man. But here we go, it's the final of the All-Star Showdown then. Green Wall, your last chance to get behind Lucid. Can he get a victory here?
Down and Lucid immediately get to it, wasting no time. And Lucid snaps onto the face. Quantum Translocator picked up the cutie. And he puts down a spot. Gets himself over towards garbage. Sniper rifle in hand.
Just call me a cutie.
Sure.
Okay.
Beauty and the Beast, is that where we are?
Yes. He's looking for him. He's always got the out now of the teleport back. But this is what I'm on about. With the 1v1, sometimes there's too much time. The Quantum Translocator is almost gone. And if you are playing against a QT, you maybe just want to waste that time. And there we go. Lucy gets the free out.
Oh, and he turned the tide in this fight immediately. Bound lost him. Didn't know where he's gone. As he tries to survive down dip. Again, tagged in the body just as Bound shields. Recharged. Bound desperately trying to make this a more difficult fight. Lucid, 2 to the good.
Lucid more than happy now just to try and get into one of these elevated positions again. Scout out of that angle towards bottom lift, the lift that Tony was talking about, the spawn that Tony was talking about. But where is Bound? There he is.
Almost like a horror movie. Jump scare. Bound gets the kill. Right back in this mix. 2-1 the score. Has a little look down dip for the sniper rifle. Eventually finds it top middle. One thrust to play with. Tries to line up Lucid with the shot. Two don't connect. It's a swing and a miss. And he'll back away. Take a different angle. Trying to anticipate where Lucid's gone. Still remains down a garbage truck and lines up the sniper rifle, but no pixel to aim at this time. And Lucid continues to put down little bits of damage just to turn the fight in his favor.
And the sniper has the OpTic skin on it, so Bound maybe just won't be able to hit shots with it. That's how it works, right?
I think so. Has to be.
Bound always tries to reposition in a way where he can get one of those long angles again with a sniper. But Lucid's so good and so aware that he's not really allowing Bound to get into a position where he can get a free snipe.
Game slows down again. It's all about getting information, getting the element of surprise. You can see Bound clearing all of his corners.
He's not there.
Not there.
Yeah, he's over there.
You got him. You seen him.
Oh.
Oh, little grenade. Comes out of the pocket. Lobbed over the top. Bound down the half shield. Lucid doing a really good job here of baiting out snipe shots and doing damage at the same time.
All of this delay, though, is good for Lucid. Still has the lead at the moment. Bound, though, trying to tie it all up 2-2. Lucid's one shot. Grenade's not going to do the damage. Lucid also gets the quantum translocator, but he's not going to get a chance to use it. Bound sends one into Lucid's spine.
2-2. Fresh snipe.
He can get the right skin on it this time. There we go.
Doesn't seem to matter what skin I put on it. I'm firing blanks.
There's a lot of ways I could read into that, but now there's a chance for Bound to try and get some shots. They're so confident with these no-scopes, and they're more than happy to take them, but it's how you take one shot, then you avoid play, wait for your shields to come back, and you re-engage. You could cut the tension with a knife.
What kind of knife?
A butter knife. Oh!
Not a tension knife.
Do they exist?
Sure. 2-2 the score remains then. Lucid over towards dip. Bound just about skips over towards the light rifle spawn of old. Lucid challenging from dip. Not afraid to get in the mixer. Body shot will connect. Bound had the advantage, but only for a moment as Lucid recognized that and dipped away towards blue. Quantum translocator popped. One spot to disengage if he needs to. He's going to use it. Back to top middle. Oh, and Lucid just about the beneficiary of timing there. Bound to be kicking himself. He didn't fire that shot, didn't hold the scope a little bit longer.
I don't even think Bound knows where he is right now. Back and forth as he goes. Just trying to find Lucid again. Now he'll see him. Where am I?
Is he on truth?
3 minutes and 25 on the clock. Still 2-2. The slowest game we've had so far. No scope misses. And every single time Lucid tries to get close to Bound, Bound's more than happy just to back away at the moment and keep this sniper rifle to himself.
Oh!
And that's why.
Oh. Couple of body shots as well. No love lost between these two. Body shot, bandit rifle will fire. Lucid continued the challenge and paid the price with his life. 2 kills for Bound. Lucid has a long road back here.
I am surprised he continued to challenge there, but maybe he's starting to look at that clock at the bottom of the screen and says, I need to start getting a little wiggle on. Bound just repositioning to try and get an angle once more, but Lucid might have been able to pick up some of those nades. No sniper bullets left from member 4, Bound. So at least Lucid has that freedom to push up a little bit closer.
Just under 2:30 on the clock now.
Whoop.
Plasma grenade goes through the window, top yellow. And Lucid's going to challenge here. Trying to spot out Bound. Gets the wiggles. Again, continues to challenge and recognizing he needs to put some damage down. And he has done, and Lucid turns the tide on that fight. Sniper rifle pops up as well. This could be perfect.
Yeah, massive fight to win because the timing's perfect for the snipe.
Crowd starting to get behind Lucid now. He needs one more kill to tie us up. Lands the body shot onto Bound. Bound isolate all alone in dip. Lucid comes. Whoa!
Where'd he go? No!
Where's he gone?
Oh!
Lands the body. Oh! He broke ankles at Bound. 2 kills now. And Bound back in the ascendancy.
One minute 20 left on the clock. Lucid getting aggressive now. Knows he needs to get 1 kill on the board quickly and regain his hands onto that sniper. Bound misses the no-scope once more. Lucid trying to get aggressive. Bound more than happy to try and delay here. No shields, has to get away, but Lucid has to chase.
Lucid in hot pursuit. Down on garbage, body shot connects,
That's
and
it.
Bound puts him in the ground.
He's dead. He's
It's
already
already
dead.
over. There's some words of encouragement being used from the crowd. We won't repeat them though, Dan.
3 kills in 40 seconds. I've seen Stranger Things.
Good show, actually.
Great series,
Yeah,
great series, one of the best, but not sure that there's going to be enough time now, especially if Bound just keeps dipsy-doodling like he is. He's more than happy to play cat and mouse.
Bound has been playing like a bit of a demigorgon, you might say. Lucid goes to the challenge. It's all for pride now and wins that one. But only 15 seconds remain. There just simply isn't the time.
Yeah, the acceptance there from the Lucid, the little teabag as he realizes that this one is done. It's dusted. It's going to be Bound as our champion of the All-Star Showdown. It's been great to see Solitude in a competitive environment. It's been great to see the Quantum Translocator, especially seeing Bound get a kill with it as well. Huge congratulations to Bound for winning our All-Star Showdown, and hats off to Lucid for putting on a show once more here at Championship Sunday.
Bound is the 1v1 champion of the Universe, Galaxy, Milky Way, all combined into one. What a performance from him. And like you say, really, really happy to see some of those new sandbox additions.
Does he get a belt for it? You know how like Golden Boy won the big team battle bonanza and he got a big old belt? Can we get an All-Star Showdown 1v1 belt?
We could probably promise him a belt. Will it look good or will it just hold up his jeans? I'm not too sure.
It'll be some form of belt. But yeah, it was great to watch, and I love that we actually got the Quantum Translocator getting a kill. It was an amazing time between all 4 players. Thank you so much for them giving us their time to put on a show.
Thank you for lending us your time, but I implore you to lend us just a little bit more, because Blaze has an interview with our champion.
Shurzy and Gaskin, thank you for all the laughs and great cast. Everybody give it up for Bound, your 1v1 Showdown champion. And what a show that was, Bound. How does it feel coming out on top and beating 2 great players individually like that?
1v1s have been my shit forever. Whenever I play them, I'm just mad confident. I think I'm the best player in the game, so yeah.
And you showed it today here against 3 other talented people, and you're going to hold that trophy for right now.
Stellar's better than me at 1v1, so I'll take second best, but yeah.
Okay, hey, that's a great teammate right there, all right? And lastly, anything you want to say to your fans out there supporting SSG on their runs to becoming champions today?
We're not done yet. Confident, but we'll see what happens.
All right, there you go. One more time for Bound. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some serious words of encouragement there from Bound on the main stage. And I got to say, that's going to be a scary Spacestation Gaming later on, especially with the confidence coming in from Bound after winning the 1v1 Showdown. Clutch, what did you make of the whole thing? There were some epic moments. We did get to see the Translocator creep up on Lucid there. That was absolutely incredible. It was cool to see them play with all the toys on Solitude.
Yeah, no surprise. Bound, a ton of individual skills, super 1v1 eccentric player. He comes out on top. But I think that what stuck out to me the most was the use of the Bandit and how these guys really prefer it in those 1v1 situations. Expect to see more of that as time goes on, because this Bandit is super strong, especially if you can close the distance on some of these players. I mean, it pretty much dictated how a lot of these 3 games went.
It did indeed, and I've got to say, it really does come down to those power weapons, right? And using the sandbox in your favor. The second someone had a sniper, someone had the Bandit, it really was very difficult for the Fresh Spawner to get any type of damage going. It is so difficult. You're relying on them making a mistake and having to capitalize on that mistake in such a small margin and such small timing. It does go back and forth, but we do tend to see snowballs here, Tony. And snowballs are exactly what happened with Bound here for Lucid in this final of the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, Bound's movement is incredible. The shot there to match. And one thing I noticed is he was so comfortable on Solitude and so comfortable with that QT. So that tells me that he's been practicing with it. He's been preparing for the next tournament, because I promise you, you're going to see the Quantum Translocator a lot more. And Bound, he's ready to use it.
He certainly is indeed. I got to say, though, from the casters up there, Tony, you were catching a few strays out here.
I was, but I got one thing to say. I'm just saying, the last time I met Dan and his little partner, by the way, Double Negative, is in matchmaking in a 4-stack. I was solo queuing, and by the way, I was also streaming, so I was paying attention to the chat most of the time. I'm just saying, the last time I met you guys was in that 4-stack, and there was a player that came out with the winner, and it definitely wasn't them up there.
My dog. I saw it firsthand. I was in their Discord. I can vouch that they were playing, hey, just to let you know.
And they were sweating.
Actually, Mark and Andy were in the game as well. So everybody catching Tony's hands. You wouldn't catch me dead in that, Diamond 5 lobby?
Oh my goodness. I just when I thought you guys were being friendly and you were, making
I'm proud of my guy. I had a big smile on my face when I heard that he had won the game.
There you go. We love it. Tony, we're a Tony stand up here. Don't worry about the trash talk and the roasts. We won't let that happen down here. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. I hope you enjoyed our 1v1 Showdown show match. It was absolutely incredible. GG's to Bound for taking that one ahead of his game a little bit later on. Coming up after the break, though, we have our USMC event commendations. 4 players are standing out above the rest. They're going to get their medals. You'll want to stick around, and we'll see you right after this.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Bounce in the game, and Bounce picking up an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
They've been trippy right now. They call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets 2! He gets 3! Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all! non-stop. Miquin with the triple kill. Making it a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
All right, Halo fans, how y'all doing today? I know y'all doing good after that showdown, and I hope you all are having a fantastic time at home as well. But now, this is the part of the show where we highlight our best players throughout the tournament. It is time for our event commendations. And to help me do that, I'm gonna bring my Irish brothers to the stage. Shurs, come on out. And everybody give Shurs a round of applause, please. Now, these four players have shown through slaying, objective work, support, and coaching that they have been the best throughout the weekend. Everybody, help me give a warm welcome to Renegade, Chick, Eco, and Elamite, your finalists for the accommodations. Now, coming up first is for Best Slayer with a 1.3 KD throughout the tournament, leading in all 5 game modes with a positive KD. Give it up for Best Slayer is Snakebite. Now followed up for Best Objective, this player had the most defensive kills in King of the Hill, the most defensive kills in Strongholds, the most outball time. Give it up for Chick. Coming up for Best Support, this player is leading with the most assists in the tournament, only to be followed up by his teammates. Everybody, give it up to Eco for Best Support. And last but definitely not least, looking to take his team to the moon with his legendary coaching, give it up for Elamite for the best coach representing SSG. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give it up for your event commendation winners. That's going to do it for us on the stage. And when we come back, it's time to get this tournament back started. One more time, give it up for them, everybody.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Ambush! Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
And now, of course, comes my favorite part of my day.
Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
Even tricky right now. They call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets two! He gets three! Prioritized everything! He's gonna get them all! It's an overkill for Royal 2! This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in and it's an overkill.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello Halo fans and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming, and this is where the good stuff begins in the Major. We do have Championship Sunday on the cards for you guys. Welcome to day number 3. Wes is clapping because he knows that it's about to get good. It's going to be some killer matchups. We have so much to look forward to. In fact, let's actually take a quick peek at the schedule. Why not? Because we do have a lot coming your way. We just saw the 1v1 showdown, and we have plenty more action along that one as well. So Elimination Semifinals coming up next. Quadrant versus Sentinels. This is going to be a big matchup for both of these teams. Then our winners finals, a very big match. We've seen this one before many, many times. FaZe Clan versus Space Station. Our elimination final after that will be set, and then our grand finals. The trophy will be in the hands of one of the teams by the end of this evening. Clutch, Gaskin, lovely to have you joining me on the desk. We have a full bracket as well that has been filled out, and I want to get your thoughts on this and the journey. Gaskin, looking at the winners bracket side of things here, there has been some journeys that have been going on. We obviously can see the obvious, right, in the uppers and lowers, but what has been the biggest story for you coming out of this one?
I think, unfortunately, the biggest story is OpTic at top 6. I think we are now seeing a little bit of a downward trend from the OpTic roster that were world champions, and they really are going to have to pick themselves up as they move into the next couple of events. Onto that, it's Quadrant being the ones who were able to knock them out of the tournament, achieve European history, get into the top 4. And for me, Sentinels, this new roster, lethal back in the top 4. Back with a roster that can really compete with the very best, and of course you've got FaZe and Space Station looking dominant at the top.
You certainly do indeed. I've got to say also, looking at Cloud9 here, I want to get your kind of thoughts on this one, Clutch. Cloud9 looking really good yesterday, and a crazy game 5 situation versus Rebellion, taking also a map off FaZe Clan and keeping it fairly close at certain times, and then they meet Sentinels and just couldn't get it done. They couldn't even take a map off you. What does that tell you about Cloud9 at this moment? Or does it tell you more about Sentinels?
I think it tells us more about Sentinels, to be honest. I think Cloud9 is going to be a solid team that finds themselves anywhere between top 6 and top 12 for the rest of the year. I do think that they were riding a lot of momentum through the open bracket and how they got into this place. But for Sentinels to beat them the way they did, and for FaZe to beat Cloud9 the way they did, that tells me Cloud9's not there yet to hang with the really big dogs that we have in the HCS. And for Sentinels to be on the run that they're on, 3-0ing Native Red, 3-0ing Cloud9, 3-0ing Native White earlier on. I mean, I know Native White has the coach. Native Red is a consistent top 6, top 4 team in this HCS league. And right now, Sentinels being able to make slight work of multiple teams in a row, they are riding a lot of momentum, and they're going to need that momentum because Quadrant and the belief and the passion that is behind that roster right now, the entire world has their eyes set on this team that is going to be a hard train to try and slow down.
They certainly do indeed. That is going to be our first matchup of the day, folks. It will be Sentinels versus Quadrant on the main stage. The stage will be getting set up very shortly. And like you said, Clutch, a lot of emotion riding behind, honestly, both of these teams. One team really looking to make it work, making big changes, coming across the board and hoping that something clicks. And it has been so far. Quadrant, the emotion of an entire nation behind them. They have France watching. They have the whole of Europe watching. There is so much on the line for both of these two teams. I think it's time we meet them. Well, there you have it, the two teams ready and waiting to go on the main stage. This is going to be a serious battle. I want to start with Quadrant over on the green side, the guys who took down the green wall yesterday. That was not an easy feat. They are out for blood, and I cannot wait to see what they're going to do. Waking up this morning knowing that they had one goal, and that was to basically reach it, which they did yesterday, but that goal has to get stretched further now, Gaskin. This is everything for these guys. If they can not only just do what they had set out to do and stretch that further and get even better as we go through this major, that would mean so much to them.
They've beaten the world champions. I think that's what they're going to have in their heads. That means they believe they can beat anyone at this point. And I think that the reset and the night's rest is probably going to do them some good. Even though playing off the back of momentum is great, they would have been at such a high there that if they had gone into another game, who knows what would have happened. I think that for them to have calmed down now, had a real think about how they want to approach today, look back at what went wrong against Sentinels during pool play, and have that time to analyze, it's really going to help this roster. But that can go both ways, because Sentinels have also been able to do the same thing.
They certainly have indeed. I've got to ask you, Clutch, as well, you know, in terms of the strengths coming across from Quadrant, we obviously know the 12 map streak on Strongholds is looking pretty good, especially with Strongholds as map 3 in this series. But CTF is actually where I'm a little bit worried. That is map number 1. Clutch, they actually haven't been doing so well on CTF in terms of actually putting that flag in the base where it needs to get. Their percentage is pretty low. It's around the 30% mark. Are you worried about having a slow start, not being able to get that first game underway?
I am, and I think they may want to have this series start strong for them, because, I mean, even though you have that game 3 in Strongholds, I mean, what the success that they've been typically having throughout this weekend has predominantly been in the Slayers. So finding a way to make this series quickly over is something I would want if I'm Quadrant. That OpTic series was absolutely wild. You want to stay out of those kind of series as much as possible. And Sentinels have proven that if they take it to a Game 5, they've already beaten Quadrant back in pool play in that Game 5. So Quadrant, if you truly believe you're the better team, you want to stay away from this series being extended any further than what you need. And I think that Game 1 is going to be a pivotal one, because Game 3 you can almost guarantee is going to go in their favor. Finding a way to make this series as quick as possible will do a lot of good for the rest of their day.
Yeah, Quadrant want to avoid these Slayers because we're going up against Sentinels who have looked incredible on Slayers in general. Quadrant already know they've lost Slayers, close Slayers, which they probably should have beaten Sentinels on as well. Remember on live fire last time, they were up by 4, they threw it away, and Sentinels took full advantage.
Yeah, they certainly did, and I've got to say, you're right, the Slayers have been huge for them. 6-2 in the major as well, 1 and 2 on live fire, so not as strong of a map, but still, you know, not too bad, fairly even there as well. That CTF game, I am looking forward to watching Sentinels on. They are 3-2 in the major, but they're 2-0 in Argyle. 2-0. They, even though they have flag steals, they do not allow their opponents to get that flag in the base. A hot start for Sentinels could be exactly what this team needs, especially with a Slayer around the corner.
With the way Spartan the Dog has been playing, a map like Argyle CTF is exactly what you want to see with Game 1. Why? Because there's 2 S7s on it, and he has been lighting up the highlight reel with those snipes so far this weekend. You want to get that opportunity early on in a series to kind of establish some dominance, build some confidence, because this team, although they're on the run they're on, they are running into the freight train that is Quadrant. And you know the world all has eyes and hopes for what Quadrant can yet to achieve today. I mean, it didn't even hit me until I got on Twitter yesterday how much this meant to not just people from France, not just our fans over in Europe, but you saw Australians starting to like say, hell yeah, guys, keep going, keep going. Like the entire world outside of North America has never had representation the way that they now have it inside of our top 4. And that's a lot to try and kind of combat. I mean, we talk about how strong it is to play against a green wall. Well, now you're playing against a much larger wall that is the world.
You certainly are indeed. I've got to say, we did speak to Quadrant yesterday after their match, and they were actually really looking forward to playing Sentinels. They want a rematch. This, of course, is a match that did happen in pool play on Friday, and a 3-2 for Sentinels' favor there. Quadrant want to rewrite that score right here, right now, on the main stage and keep this crazy run going for the rest of the world as well. We are at that time where we head on over to our casters to get this one underway. And folks, we got a lovely looking duo here. Onset Bravo Championship Sunday fits are on, and it's pretty fitting on the stage because they're looking good too.
They certainly are indeed. Thank you so much, Lot. And you've built the game perfectly. It's time to get things going here on Championship Sunday. And there is such a special feel about this first match we have on the main stage. It's an elimination semi-final, excuse me. One of the teams, unfortunately, this will be the end of the tournament. But coming into this tournament for both Sentinels and Quadrant, the target has been met. We were saying top 6 for various reasons. For both rosters was what they wanted to achieve. They've gone one step further. It's top 4 now, but where does that road end?
That's the question, right? Quadrant's already achieved history as we take a look at the series layout. You heard a little bit about the game types on the desk. Question is, where does Quadrant go from here? And for the Sentinels players, it really is a return to expectation. You might have seen Boo Boo's tweet last night saying, feels good to be back in a Championship Sunday. But as we talked about all year long, top 8, top 12 was never going to be good enough for Sentinels, and we knew a team change was going to come. Finally, the results at DreamHack Dallas broke that roster, and they pick up the veteran half of G1. Now look where they are. Championship Sunday, Elimination Semifinal, and everything to play for here.
And of course, not the first time we've seen these two teams match up. They were in the same pool. Boy, was that a tough pool to try and fight the way out of. It went all the way down to a Game 5. And with the way these two teams have been playing coming into Championship Sunday, Andy, it wouldn't surprise me if we're going to go long again.
That's right, we're back in here, back into the bracket play. Championship Sunday at the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming. It's been an unbelievable tournament so far, and you can bet the Champ Sunday is going to be no exception here. Sentinels versus Quadrant. Game 1 is Argyle CTF.
Game 1's underway, and SLG already hitting some nice shots with that sniper rifle. Now let's talk a little bit about this game type, because this is one looking at it statistically that certainly favors Sentinels. The standout stat for me, they have yet to concede a flag cap on this map and mode combined. That's pretty ridiculous.
Really, really ridiculous. You talk about just how solid the Sentinels team has been on this game type, and as we also mentioned, they're 2-0, Quadrant's 1-2 in the game type with less flag efficiency, to say the very least. Sentinels is going to look to take this game, but you know Quadrant's showing up in a big way on Championship Sunday.
I mean, we saw some of the shots yesterday that SLG was hitting with the S7. We also see some of the shots that Boo Boo was hitting too. So everybody on this game, on this map right now, in this elimination semi-finals, knows how to use the long stick, and that's the difference maker a lot of the times, of course, alongside that camo.
2 kills come in right away. Look at the feed. Spartan and Falcon to pick them up. That's 2 dead here, and with perfectly timed kills like that, maybe a third on Chingus. All 4 dead at the same time. Sentinels starting off with a bang.
And I tell you what, this game type is built for Sentinels. Legend trying to challenge, but Boo Boo knows that he just has to survive here. If he just buys a few extra seconds, it clears the way now for Falcated to put the first flag in. Spartan still doing things with the sniper. It's 1-0 hit to Sen.
As we said, there's a reason they're yet to concede a flag on this game type. Also 2-0 on this game type at the Major. It's already showing in the first minute and 40 of play as that flag comes in very clean. You can always say, a map like Argyle CTF, it's a timing game. When you get a double kill on the opponent's flag as you're pulling, it is almost a guarantee. It set them up perfectly for that cap.
And now the worry for Quadrant, we go back to that stat we were talking about, right? It's 1-0 to Sentinels. You're going to have to break a record so far, and that is getting a flag cap on the board here in Argyle. So Quadrant with it all to do as the camo pops up. Sniper in the hands of Sparty. Now he's going to go invisible too.
And how wild has Spartan been this event, huh? Just absolutely popping off, and he's a player that we always know. Ooh, SLG picks up another one there. Take down the camo play. That's going to be a big one for SLG to keep things close. 2 dead for each side, but Spartan always a player that can pop off, but my God, has he ever been doing it in a huge way here in Arlington.
Yeah, it just looks comfortable on the roster again, right? He knows what his role is, he knows what he's expected to do, and he knows how his teammates are going to work around the map as well. Of course, 3/4 of this roster, they've won a championship before. They know how to get this done, and for SLG and Co on Quadrant, they know they got to shut him down. One way to do that is hitting that headshot, especially when he had that camo snipe.
One question we of course have for Quadrant, let's not forget, this is the first ever Championship Sunday appearance from an all-international side ever in history. Snipes through cracks from SLG as he picks up another one. That'll be 2 dead for the moment, but you have to wonder with this squad, now that they've achieved this top 4, do they slow down at all, right? Is it in the back of their minds that they're wondering, we did what we came to do? You have to wonder just how much inertia, how much momentum do they have to keep going in the bracket?
Yeah, certainly an interesting question, right? Is this Quadrant being like, okay, this is kind of just a bit of fun now, you know, we've done what we needed to do? Well, I can give you a little indication on how they're feeling, because I spoke to SLG, I sent him a little message this morning, and all he replied with is, I just want to play. I just want to play. That was all we got from him, and that just shows that they are locked in and they are focused here in Arlington to take down Sentinels.
I think that tells you a lot. Like you said, he just wants to be on the main stage and One thing I wondered yesterday, during Sika's interview, you might have heard him. He kind of said, last event we got top 6, this event we got top 4. And now it might have been lost in translation, admittedly. But to say something like that already, right, is a little bit of a definitive statement that was maybe indicative that they're happy with what they've done. They need to show the hunger here. They need to bring everything they've got in this series.
Good shots from SLG. Smart going to challenge and will get the trade. It's 2v2 on the map right now, but once again, Sentinels showing how difficult it is to just penetrate into their base. They really are doing a great job of just holding that line. And at the moment, Quadrant can't really get anywhere near that flag as the camo comes up once more.
Nice kill here from Spartan. Gonna let Falcon maybe grab that snipe, but instead gonna just grapple it back and waste no time. Now anchoring here with the sniper rifle. It was 1 dead for each side, and now with 7:40 left, things slow down, and you gotta think Sentinels is really happy with that first cap, right? Getting that first cap changes the entire way that an Argyle CTF will play.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just comfort now for Spartan. He knows his job is just to anchor. He's just going to hold down these lines of sight. Every single body shot, every single headshot that he can get is going to slow down Quadrant's push across the map. And the 50-yard line is kind of no man's land for Quadrant. He doesn't want to see anyone there, but Legend, he sneaks behind, but Boo Boo immediately trades it out. Oh my goodness, Boo Boo. There's a nice double kill to warm things up. There's a triple as well.
Look at Boo Boo with the coverage here and now with all 4 dead. Let's get to a listening with Sentinels.
He's challenging absolute.
Talk to me, like.
There's two there. They're both fire spotting. One is trench. One is
No, I didn't go check.
One is gonna go trench.
The window.
Yeah,
our long.
Yeah, live. One shot bottom mid Legend. He's with their trench. And their window, guys. Weak. Sicka.
They're gonna have a sector cuts.
Yeah, pushing me our front base.
Yeah, 2 bottom.
Yeah, on me. I'm
here, TJ. He's a bottom pistol. TJ, Tyler. One shot.
Okay.
And their trench.
Yep.
Our pistol was 1, Tyler.
Weak trench still. Weak trench. Yep.
Tyler.
Dude, there's a sniper down there. He's still here. He's literally just hiding.
I hear that.
He's literally hiding.
The pistol ran for me. Trying to look at you, Jesse.
Yo, bottom mid, my bottom.
Our grab. On me, right lights. Left lights, like 2 of them. One's our PCs. PCs putting our caution.
Watch out, left lights.
Our glass. We got glass.
Nice. The guy was our fucking disruptor.
Yeah, he's on me.
He's on me, our disruptor.
Okay.
Nice.
Alright. Our grapple's gonna be up. Okay. And camo and 20.
Yeah,
should play for our grapple. Yeah, should play for it and get camo with it. Yeah, I'm their vent, guys.
One was their name.
Yeah, they're frags. 2 of them. And one's their PC, or their pistol, you mean? 15 for 1 shot, dude.
I'm here, TJ.
Yep. I'm going pistol. I gotta beat down. Nice. There was 2 right side.
Watch out their caution.
Alright. Yep. 7 seconds grapple. 7
Right lights, Jesse.
Jesse's getting camo. He's trying to get camo.
Okay.
Yeah, one shot.
2 red lights on me. 2 red lights.
Yeah, 1.
Okay.
And one's their window.
One's their snipe.
Legend's their window. I've
shot
shot.
in their window.
Yep.
Their snipe dead.
Nice, 2 dead. Weak their left side window, guys.
Like I'm dropping with you.
He's cuts.
Gun alone.
Nice, 3 dead.
I have
my spawn back flag. My spawn back.
They're caution now.
On their side, one weak. On their side, weak. Grabbing it.
Yeah, they're back right flag.
One to the side. One to the side.
I got a melee left side.
They're snipe sniping.
Trade it.
Shut their flag.
Still their snipe going their long.
Nice.
No, snipe to like caution or glass. I don't know.
Alright, grapple and 20.
Their vent. Weak.
Yeah, above mic.
I needed their vent.
What's their snipe their glass? Snipe their glass, right?
Alright. Their glass weak sniping. One shot. Their glass sniping. I one shot. I died from their long. One shot in the. Use their trench.
One shot. They're under their vent.
They're long or their trench.
Yeah, Pico our left lights.
Pico bottom mid, bro.
Our grapple's up when you spawn.
Could be our front base.
Yeah, they're
nades
not him.
sniping. They're nades.
Pico's our front base.
One shot count.
Nice.
I think one's in our base. Check.
Yep.
Missing check.
Alright, our grapple's up.
Mike, he might be in our base.
I don't see him.
That's one snipe side.
Yeah, just holler if you spawn.
Yo,
he's right lights, Legend, with sniper. That's not check.
Type shots. He's on me, weak. Teach.
Try, Tyler.
In their coil and a guy there long. Try to live.
Sicka's one shot.
There's gonna be 2.
Netting your push, TJ. I'm netting you back up.
Okay.
Our flag, Mike. Our flag.
Nice, Teach.
Our flag.
I'm looking.
He's our back flag. Back flag to basement, I think.
Good lift for our grapple, it's up.
Really, he might lift. Or he's on the right side of the flag.
Yeah, and Armeno, one shot left lights to you, Sicka. Yeah, I can't look at left. And right lights, I died with sniper. They're plasma, they're plasmas. That's it.
They're plasmas.
I had a sniper, yeah, top right lights.
Their plasma's weak.
Right lights, sniping.
Plasma's weak.
I spawned.
I'm left with you.
Like I'm going.
25 for camo, 25 for
Yo, they're weak sniping. There's a ramp dead.
Nice. Right lights?
You both their sniping.
20 camo, guys. I don't have a grapple time.
Keep him under control. Keep him under control for camo.
At our caution. He's at our flag. I have shots on SLG. Weak our window. Counting me.
Your side, Mikey. Yo, our vendor weak.
Yeah. One shot our flag. Gonna pull it.
He's our caution.
Okay.
I'm getting sniped from our pistol.
Right, camo's up right now.
He's trying to go forward.
Okay.
He's our flag now. He might pull it.
I have camo. I spawn here.
They're vent.
He's repulse or cuts.
I have camo.
My guy's repulse. Yeah.
My guy's one.
Nice.
Armando. Armando dead.
And left lights. Yep.
He's Tyler, throw from base. I'll grapple it.
I hear that.
He's their vent door. He's their vent. I'm getting their re. Yeah, spawned at their snipe. Vent, guys. Okay. One shot their snipe SLG.
The front base might shooting me.
Yeah, bottom mid.
I died. I have a flag.
Hey, bottom mid. 3. I flag. Don't touch it.
Oh my god. 4 dead. Going for that grab bar from base. Where are they throwing?
Watch out their snipe.
Yep. Yeah, low cuts. I'll try to get to you. Jesse and I are gonna try to get to you.
He's one. Dead!
Two dead. Yeah, and window to snipe.
On you, Tyler.
I died.
Pistol ramp, guys. One shot.
Snipe. I'm launching him.
Pistol ramp, one shot, guys.
Yeah, I'm here. Got him.
Nice.
Nice job.
I'm grabbing
Yo, they're PCs. I have shots. That's LG.
I'm still there.
He's
Yeah,
have shields.
he's
Yeah.
Mando stairs.
He's gonna be R3, I think. Yeah, they're Mando. Top right.
Pistol ramp.
Sitting in Mando.
Pistol ramp.
Trying to help you.
Well, as soon as we went into the comms, it's been the Sentinels takeover, and this man on your screen has been doing some nasty things with that sniper rifle.
Nasty things, just holding down top middle. Talk about the discipline coming out. It will be 3 dead momentarily. Lethal, your last player alive. Sika's trying to change that if he can. Here comes the push from both Chick and Sika together. Eventually, Legend will help with a 3v1 to take that down. However, 2-0 with 2:41 left on the clock. The time is ticking down.
It's ticking, but Boo Boo's last alive here, and he's got players flying into the base.
Man.
Legend needs to try and get around that corner, but Boo Boo will shut it down for just a few more moments. Can he buy the time, though, for Sentinels to get back on this map? But the story really has been of the holds of the map from Sentinels. Complete map control you felt at all times.
Let's see what Spartan can do here for the stop. He actually gets baited out with some good shots coming in. The team fire coming in from Quadrant. To be honest, you can't let Boo Boo hit that clean 4 on your flag runner. That was really a big delay in the run here for Quadrant. However, still 2 dead.
2 dead. Chick needs to get around this corner. Chick does! And now, all of a sudden, Quadrant have a little bit of life here. Camo coming up as well. The flag still moving. Sika taking this challenge. Survives. Buys the time. Legend gets another kill. Sika jumps back out. And this might just be thinking about a closer game than we were thinking a few seconds ago.
Look at that. First flag goes in.
Sika double cap.
Sika goes full Heisenberg. Gets that win on the engine as well. And now that second flag is being ran. And how quickly things can change.
One thing you can't do against Quadrant is ever count them out of the game. Sentinels, for the first time in the game, on the back foot. They find themselves losing a flag cap, and now they find themselves trying to chase shadows again. And one of those shadows is going to be Sika, who has the camo.
This is a big battle here. Ooh, Sika needs to stay alive with this camo at all costs. Make sure they get the right pick. You know, they do get the first pick.
Chick got a really important kill, though. Chick got a really important kill and might be able to keep this flag moving. However, trades across the board means this is a standoff situation. But Chick, he gets 2 out of nowhere, keeps the flag moving, and Quadrant have the flag going back towards their base.
What can Legend do here? Needs to suppress that angle. The snipe does not come through. This flag should go in right here. Wait for the flag toss. Now has enough help. Should have the angle. This one should go. There's 2 of them there. Yes, we are tied 2-2. And just like that, in 1 minute 30 of play, all it took was a single Quadrant push. You can't even call that 2 pushes. They get the back-to-back cap. The second one's a bit delayed, but just like that, they shock the Sentinels. 48 seconds left, tied 2-2.
They're shocking the system right now. That's what they've done all weekend long, Quadrant. You cannot count them out. They will go until the final bullet is fired. And with 35 seconds left on the clock, they're still picking up kills. And Chick off the back of it, he's found himself a sniper rifle.
Not over yet, still with a man advantage as well. As you said, Chick now one of the... After we've seen that clip a few hundred times, one of the most famous snipers in the league, you could say, and he's looking to put it to use. 23 seconds on the clock.
And what's changed? What's the difference? Sentinels haven't had control of this weapon, haven't had control of the sniper rifle. They haven't been able to hold Quadrant off from a distance. As soon as it's become BR versus BR, and a couple of bullets being used by the sniper of Quadrant, the game has completely changed here.
What does Chick do here? He's got 3 players, all trap snipe side. They need to play this carefully. They've already lost SLG.
We're into overtime here. That flag is still away. We'll have to see if we're going to go to the reset, or maybe Chick is going to say, hey, I'm going to keep this one going. He goes desperately for that touch to see if he can do something magic. But Legend, he gets the touch, and now he has the 1v1 against Boo Boo 2.
With 2 dead, only Falcon. He gets 1. Can they get to the touch here? SLG is not in position. I think it will end. No, not able to put the pieces together. For just a second, you thought they might be able to do it. But instead, we will head to overtime off of what was a game controlled 80% by Sentinels and only the final 20% controlled by Quadrant, but they made it count.
You're being generous. I think it's 90% of the game completely controlled by Sentinels. In the last couple of minutes, Quadrant took over. It was almost a back-to-back cap from them, the double cap coming in, and I need to see it back from Chick's POV, by the way, because 2 pivotal fights he won for that second cap. It was all down to him.
Unbelievable. Now we'll have 5 minutes of overtime. Of course, first flag will win, but how fascinating to be in that Sentinels listen-in for about 3.5 minutes of time. One of our extended listen-ins, one of the longest ones we've done this event, and it was just all Sentinels all day. Spartans up top controlling everything. No gaps in the armor, and then all of a sudden, Quadrant out of nowhere. 2 big flags on the board to send us to OT.
1 flag to win. Spartan spots out the camo, my goodness! Whatever prescription he's got in those glasses, I want some of those ones.
The stone cold eagle eye from Spartan. You may be invisible with active camo, but Spartan's going to body you with that sniper. What a play from him. That could have been dangerous. I think you and I were thinking the same thing. That was a potential opportunity for a big flag run there when you have camo on your opponent's snipe like that.
I mean, SLG re-challenges, he gets the body, but it gets cleaned up, and now Sentinels are comfortable again. They've got control of the sniper rifle, they're pushing onto the base. Lethal is running that flag, but Legend stops him in his tracks.
Legend with it, looks like finishes it with Chick there from the elbow. Really big play to get that stop, and reminiscent of Boo stop in the last game as well.
Spartan's not missing at the moment, honestly. Every single time his reticle placement is perfect. Playing off the information being relayed by his teammates where he can expect pushes to come in. It's going to be another one for him here. He's adding them all up, but this is kills on the side of the map of Sentinels. Quadrant now in their base, and Spartan has the chance here to hit some more impactful shots that are going to create an opening for Sentinels to move forward.
They had a momentary man advantage. Spartan right back at home, as we said before, loves to be top middle. This is where he can deal the most damage. Also has to be said right now, Sentinels is outslaying 79 to 69. However, all tied up here in OT.
Camo coming up. This could be the camo that changes the game. SLG going to be challenging, and I'm pretty sure it was grappled away, but what side of the stage has that camo gone to? Is it going to be in the hands of Quadrant? Have Sentinels played this one perfectly? Lethal picks up a kill onto SLG, but where has that camo gone?
That's the question here. Spartan's still going to control top middle, and we'll have to see if the camo may have been burned in the end based on the kill. No! It's going to be in the hands of Chick.
Ooh, and he's trying to avoid all sorts of frag grenades and manages to do so as well. And now, Chick, who played the last situation, the pressure situation he was in perfectly, has to survive for now, and will do so. The repulse keeps him alive for the extra half a second he needed.
Shout out to these BenQ monitors, because everybody's getting eagle-eyed with that camo. You cannot get away with that camo. It has not been that big of a force here in this game just yet. One dead for each side.
Look at this sneaky play coming in from Chick now. He avoided the line of sight from the player that was stuck in the vents. Maybe he didn't have the information he was there. Maybe he was thinking, I'm just going to try and avoid him. If he can win this fight against Lethal, there might be a chance to get a flag moving here for Quadrant.
He needs to stay alive. Oh, look how much health he's got here. He might get spotted out. Yes, not easy to do to lift up like that.
SLG's got the sniper though, and you can see that Spartan might be a little bit trapped here on the snipe side of Argyle. You can see his teammates are trying to rotate into the flag. Make sure they can clear that one out, but Quadrant have control of the 50-yard line, but SLG just gets caught out for a second there. Does SLG get the stick? No, he doesn't, so Spartan comes away with the kill.
Very un-SLG-like. You give him 2 plasmas. Chances are he usually hits one of them, but Chick is still holding down the vent. And with 135 left, it's been a big tug of war, and you thought for a moment that Sentinels before was going to get that run. How big was that nade combination from Chick and Legend on the flag stop? That flag might have gone home and might have ended it. Instead, we are here now in OT. Another flag comes around the corner.
Gets around the corner. Quadrant find themselves 2 dead, make it 3 dead, and Lethal will be able to continue this run in just a few seconds' time. But there's Chick again! There's Chick again with a double kill!
Unbelievable plays from Chick. Your last player alive in the glass somehow picks up both of those kills, and now they start a run of their own.
And now he's in position maybe to help his teammate out. As you say, Legend gets taken down though, so now the priorities change ever so slightly here for Quadrant. It's about kills. Pick a couple up and Chick can be a problem in the back of that base. He gets the kill as well! Chick, it's 2 dead here for Sen.
Oh my goodness, it just flies right in. It's a bold play from Chick, and then he wins an isolated 1v1 at the bottom of the base that certainly Lethal would have expected would have been a trade. He needs to stay alive at all costs, but finally gets taken down. It's great awareness from Spartan.
It's great awareness, but how much time did he just buy for the rest of Quadrant to get on the map? I mean, Chick is playing some outstanding Halo. 30 seconds left in overtime here. We will go to a reset, but 25 seconds is enough in this game if Spartan can locate the cranium of any of these players from Quadrant.
How crazy would this be? Hits the first one on Legend. He's tagged up now. Man advantage. Can they convert?
And he knows, and Quadrant know, that he's in a position here to do some damage. One shot, and this could be the opening that Sentinels are desperate to find. SLG wins the fight, but it gets traded out. Chick gonna be challenging again, and I mean, it feels like in this game, you've got to go through Chick if you want to win this game.
There we go. In the end, it's gonna tie. No flag comes off the stand. The game will end in a 2-2 tie. It's a well-fought battle. I'm surprised to see Lethal on the elbow there, getting taken down. Of course, you know he tried to fly in, was not able to pull the flag with the squad in the end. Sentinels outslays 96 to 84. A 12-kill difference, however, will end in what was a 17 minutes of CTF total after the OT period, and we will now go into a replay of our game 1.
I mean, we need to talk about Chick, right? How many big plays did he make in that game? Not just, I mean, every single one was a game-saving or winning play, basically. The second flag, he got in behind enemy lines. He picks up 1 kill, gets that flag moving, and then he has a 1v1 to keep that flag alive and keep it progressing across the map. He wins that one as well. And then the double kill that he gets. He must have been last player alive up in those vents, drops down. Sentinels lose track of him for just a second. And it's one thing to lose track of a player. It's a second one to find yourself in a 1v1 for a flag being run home, and Chick wins it.
Yeah, you saw Chick there. I think he was also for a second, he was around E2 and Needles, and he doubles back to mid-map. And it looked like, based on the observer view that we had, that he was going to get spotted out, right? Because they had presence in vents, they had presence around their own pillars, and it looked like Chick was in trouble. Instead, Chick somehow doubles back to top mid perfectly to win a 1v2 as your last player alive while the flag is coming back. It can very safely be said that that would have been a game-winning run for Sentinels. In the end, though, he gets the stop. Big numbers from him, and we will continue on in Argyle CTF.
I mean, he's such a big piece of how Quadrant work as well. If you watch his POV for entire games, he's so good with his decisions making, so deliberate in what he wants to achieve and what his objective is in the next 10 seconds or so. And you put the shot that he's got alongside of it, you can see why he's such an important piece of this puzzle for Quadrant's success. On the other side, though, for Sentinels, that's a game type we expected them to be very comfortable on. And you have to say, before the overtime that we went into, for 90% of the game, that showed, right? Complete control of the map, complete control of the sniper rifles. But it was just that last little moment they took their foot off the gas as we head into our replay.
Without a doubt. It was so surprising to see how fast things can change. As we said, after that listen-in, you never would have guessed that 2 flags were about to pop up for Quadrant, but that's exactly what they did. And they have really changed the scope. Let's not forget, right? They had never been capped on Sentinels. And that changed very quickly here. Their undefeated streak of no caps being received on Argyle CTF is all but over. We go back into Argyle CTF.
Ooh, Lethal gets away as well after picking up that kill with the camo. First one goes into the hands of Sentinels as Lethal tries to escape with that grapple and manages to do so successfully. Only Legend in the death screen on the map at the moment as Boo Boo will put him down, but traded out immediately. Now, Lethal, how does he play this? Does he want to go for kills? Does he want to try and get behind enemy lines? Well, maybe he's just going to do both.
That was 3 dead. Who gets spotted out there? We have a very crafty angle. Let's see if he can get a pull still off the stand. He shouldn't be able to, no. Did not have enough time nor enough shields. That flag will not go, but so dangerous, as you say. All it takes is 1 camo. Let's not forget, this is still sudden death overtime. First flag will win.
Yeah, Legend gets taken down by Boo Boo as well. Some great shots from him. Seeker's trying to move into a position to clean it up, but look at this map awareness from Boo Boo, just using those walls beautifully to avoid the chase and the trade. And now he pops back up and says, hello, Seeker. It's time for us to re-engage. He wins that one, but his teammates have fallen, which means this should be a return coming in for Quadrant.
Really good damage there from Seeker. Lethal's your last player alive all of a sudden here on top glass. But battles like that where Seeker gets the extra 2 bursts of the BR really keep things close for Quadrant. That's never going to show up on the stats, but you really can't say enough about moments like that. Seeker does it again off the back of the spawn.
Yeah, this time it's with a bandit in his hand, and El Bandito starting to get involved here in Argyle as well. Spartan still in the vents doing his best die-hard impression. For now, though, Seeker has to try and work his way through the basement, through the stairs, to the lights, to try and force an opening here. And this is what he does best. Finds a way through setups, finds that opening kill that the rest of Quadrant can try and capitalize on.
Finally gets taken down here. 1v1 happening in mid-map. This is going to be a big one. It's actually going to be 1, actually traded out in the end. 4 dead for the side of Sentinels. Quadrant with a 2-man advantage here as the Sen player spawn.
Didn't quite have the time and certainly did not have the luck on their side. Spartan, he only needed a pixel to hit, and boy, did he hit it.
God, is that ever visceral? You felt like that one kind of hit all of us.
Yeah.
In a really uncomfortable way. It really just ka-chunk right to the face, and you thought maybe you were going to visit the base when you had a 2-man advantage, and Spartan says, not so fast. I'm going to take out this sniper, make it a shotgun. And he just resets things a bit and returns to his home at top mid.
I mean, what a war this is. What a battle it is between these two teams. And this is only map number 1. Some more fantastic damage coming in from Spartan, though. And now he just retreats back to the position which he's made home for the entire time. That 50-yard line has been patrolled by him. And when he's been hitting shots like this is where Sentinels have started to look like they can progress and get inside of that base.
Also love what I'm seeing. Argyle CTF affords him the opportunity. You saw just now, he actually hits the body shot, and he had a player that had an angle, and he just full screen watches for a few seconds, right? This map really affords you the opportunity to get so much info from your teammates' screens, especially when you have a little hideout like the vent. 8:49 left on the clock, and like you said, an absolute battle between these two. It's a great game 1. And a way to start off this series and our championship Sunday. 3 dead for Sentinels at the moment.
SOG jumps up, gets that beat down after hitting the body. Now SOG has a chance to really show what he's made of. Norman hits some of the most ridiculous snipes. Quick scopes, no scopes. He can take over games from this position. And look how aggressive he's being as well. He's out in the open. He's saying, run that flag. I'll hit the shot. Spartan, he gets taken down to no shields. Lethal trying to support his teammates and keep Quadrant at bay. But it looks like Seeker has managed to get the kill inside of the base. The flag is moving here as well. Legend gets another. It's 4 dead for Sentinels.
Look at the patience there. Chick somehow stays alive after the initial pull on the plasmas. That was absolutely huge. It's still 4 dead. Here comes the flag.
And everybody's coming back from Quadrant because they know this cap will win them the game. Quadrant, they keep the momentum from Saturday. They bring it into Sunday. And they will be your winners here in map number 1.
Talk about digging deep, finding the late game composure. As we said, in regulation time, it was all Sentinels the whole way. It looked like a foregone conclusion that would have been a Sentinels win, especially with their undefeated record, and Quadrant with a losing record on that game type. Instead, all it took was a few plays put together to get them back in the game. They fight off an entire overtime period, and then 5 additional minutes of OT to get the kills they needed to get that run. How about keeping Chick alive on the plasmas? As you said, SLG with the snipe top mid, just knowing exactly what he needed to do, the shots he needed to hit, and the angles they needed to play. Sika picks up kills as well. We're taking a look at highlights from the entirety of the game, but man, that cap was quite a performance and quite a way to end the game from Quadrant.
One thing I love about this Quadrant lineup is you can see in the way they play, there's no fear, right? SLG, a lot of players maybe play against the wall a little bit there, try and take some angles, make sure they can retreat. SLG stands out in the open, out on the plat, and says, just run the flag. I will hit the shots. I will do what I have to do. Trust me. And, you know, Sika said it yesterday, right? They have so much trust in each other's ability. It's to back the call that is made. And SLG hits the shot, hits a second body, comes back out to help his teammates out. And it's just fantastic play coming in from Quadrant. And just remembering that game as well. They were 2-0 down. 2-0 down, staring down the barrel of a loss, and 2 back-to-back flag caps in the last few minutes, and then they take it in overtime.
2 down on Argyle against a team that has not conceded a cap this whole weekend with only 2.5 minutes left in the game. Like you said, really unbelievable scenario with their backs completely against the walls. Instead, they will somehow eke out a win after minutes and minutes of overtime, a second sudden death overtime period required even to get there, and they will put game 1 on the board, and now the pressure really is on for Sentinels.
And what a game this is, right? Live Fire Slayer is going to be our game number 2. We've already seen this between these two teams in pool play, and it was 50-49 in the favor of Sentinels. Now, the story develops even more, right? Because you look at that last game, you could argue maybe the Sentinels feel like they threw that one away.
Totally.
Only a couple of minutes left, 2 flags up. Is that a game you should be losing? Well, Quadrant were probably thinking that in the Slayer. They were up by 48-43, I think it was, in those final moments, and let that one slip. So that the margins between these two teams are so tight that at any point in this game, you can never count anybody out.
I am so glad we get a rematch on this exact game type in game number 2. As you said, an unbelievable comeback win, a game that you could argue Quadrant threw away. But Sentinels now comes in with an overall record of 1-2 on this game type. So things really could not be more of a toss-up here. Can Sentinels bounce back? Can they tie the series up 1-1? Or will Quadrant find themselves up 2-0 and only 1 game away from closing it out?
And the crazy thing is, right, if Quadrant do close this out, then all of a sudden we move into the Quadrant favored game types after this. So this is a massive map for Sentinels. They need to win this, tie up at 1-1, and send us into those games with a little bit of confusion about who's on top.
Yeah, let's see how this opening rush plays out. Sika and Lethal will be the first to fall, and Spartan makes sure to grab that next kill on Sandbags as well as we get ready for this overshield popping up in just a second. This should be Sentinel's grab.
Yeah, it should be a pretty comfortable grab. They have the Shroud screen and also complete and utter control of the tower. So they're going to have lines of sight. They're going to have the height. And hey, surprise, surprise, Boo Boo. He's got himself a gold coat and he's looking pretty good. As Spartan is in the kill feed as well.
Picks up another one here. This is probably going to be 3 dead. Chick's not going to be able to take down this overshield, especially not in the hands of a man like Boo Boo Doo-Boo. 3 players trapped here. Green and Nest, already 2 of them down.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit worrying here for Quadrant. They are trapped. They are looking a little bit like they're falling apart at the start of this game, but just remember, this has been a big power swing in the side of Sentinels as well. They had the heat wave, they had the overshield, they won that opening battle. So for Quadrant, they've got to keep that in mind. Even though this is a significant lead and Sentinels have started so hot here, they can get back into this. It's all about slowing that game down, staggering those deaths, and seeing if you can do what they just did to you.
And you have to think, maybe that game 1, a big wake-up call for Sentinels. As we've said, these 4 players, no strangers to the main stage nor Championship Sunday. 3 fall. Sika's your last player alive for Quadrant here. He will try to retreat back into house. He has a little bit of health now, though, so that's a dangerous play for Spartan. As the spawners have come back, and he said, I got to go back and grab my friends. They come back hand in hand and they get another kill on the board, but feels like a wake-up call for Sen that game 1, right? That means a huge start for them now, up 12-5.
12-5, perfect start from Sentinels, and I think just a perfect start to reset what would have been going through their heads after that loss, right? Get out to a hot start, really put the pressure back onto our opponents, but these peak shots coming in from SLG are causing Falcate all sorts of problems. Seeker will be taken down, but 14-7, some good kills being picked up here by Quadrant, but the lead still incredibly significant here for Sentinels.
Nice little two-shot there from SLG. He knew he couldn't over-challenge, and because he was so disciplined with how he peeked there into dummies, he can then win that battle back tower. Really, really well calculated there. That keeps the game within 7.
Keeps it within 7, however, you can see the Sentinels, they come out on top with the overshield battle once more. Booby should pick up another one, and Sentinels still completely taking over this game. Quadrant really struggling to find any kind of a foothold.
Boo just strong sides out and then repulses back up. A very nice getaway from him, and here comes the 3-man push checking out Nest Bridge. And like you said, just as quickly as it felt like Quadrant was maybe clawing back, they still find themselves down by 9 here with 9.5 left.
Great start in this game again from Spartans at 7-4 in this game. Falcade having a really good start as well. He's positive too. The assist coming in from Boo and Lethal. Everything adding up perfectly here for Sentinels. 21-10. They're almost at the halfway mark here with the sniper rifle popping.
Lethal already 5 assists to his name. Keep in mind, he's got as many assists as half of the opponent's team kills. Involved in quite a few battles here. And at this stage, even though the snipe does come in the end 3 dead here, Lethal in a momentary 1v2 needs a Shroud to maybe try to get away. Will be able to do so. Still teammates falling around him, so he manages to stay alive back tower.
I mean, Lethal staying alive here is massive. It's just bought all the time for Sentinels to get into a position to help him. You saw the kill came in from Falcated to keep him alive. Chick now, he's in a 1v1. There's the help again from Falcated. And this is the thing that doesn't show on the stats. We keep preaching about how stats aren't everything in this game. Lethal staying alive for 2, 3, 4 seconds there means Sentinels, but back-to-back kills. It's brilliance from Lethal.
This is a masterclass. What you're seeing here is unbelievable. What must be happening on the side of the Quadrant stage is what's going on back tower? How is he still alive? And to be honest, it's unacceptable from Quadrant, and it's a fantastic play from Lethal. This game was just a 9-kill game. Now it's 31-15, all because Lethal stays alive back tower and has baited in essentially 8 straight kills.
It's going to be another overshield as well. Everyone from Quadrant is spawning up back green. They have no access to the OS side of the map, and Spartan says, hey, it's pretty quiet over here, and I'm luckily dressed to impress, and it's time for me to go in and find a few more kills to take us towards that finish line. SLG gets taken down as well. Another kill for Lethal in the kill feed. This has been complete and utter dominance coming in from Sentinels.
Not gonna lie, what you're seeing here is just a complete outplaying and outsmarting of the side of Quadrant there. There's no reason the Quadrant should have forfeited all those kills. Picks up another, maybe 3.
Legend and Chick almost fall victim to Spartan as well. Boomer should be able to move in and pick up at least one of these kills. Seeker will trade it out, but at the moment, Sentinels, they're probably just thinking about, hey, guys, what's map number 3? Because we're looking pretty good in this one.
It was 19-10, and now it's 37-19. Unbelievable run from Sentinels. Like we said, just absolutely taking advantage of the position that they had on the map, even in a 1v4. Like you said, we're already looking towards the next game type.
I did say at the start of this game, though, never count anyone out.
You want to go there?
Maybe not. Maybe not in this circumstance. 38-22 is a significant difference. Just got slightly better, however. Sentinels find themselves 2 dead. SLG trying to rally the troops here, trying to refocus. And one player who was absolutely superb in the first game for Quadrant, I said how vital a piece of the machine he is for them, but he's struggling here. Chick is 2-11 in this game.
Yeah, tough scenes here. Like we said, just really better game management coming in from Sentinels. Is probably the gentlest and most respectful way that I can say it. 3 dead for Sentinels here as it's 40-27. Maybe an opportunity for Quadrant to avoid the stake, but that'll probably be all they're going to get from this game.
Yeah, Overshield is going to be probably the thing that might put the exclamation point on this game number 2 coming in for Sentinels. They have been nothing short of almost perfect, to be honest, in this game. They are collapsing beautifully. They're holding the line, and Lethal now, he's on the flank. He's going to grab another one here, and Lethal is 11-4 in this game number 2. He is showing us just what he's made of.
Take this game, frame it, copy it, paste it, watch it. This has been a masterclass from Lethal. I absolutely love what I'm seeing. And the entire Sentinel side has been playing off of those plays. Boo Boo with a little fake out, look away. 45-28, they may not avoid the stake yet.
Every single overshield's been picked up by Sentinels. No surprise when Quadrant have spent most of their time in the death screen in game number 2. And Boo Boo's just patrolling, looking to see if he can help a teammate find a target. And kind of love this from Sentinels as well. Not getting carried away with the situation. They only need 5 kills. very unlikely to throw this one away, but they say to Falcated, hey, let's set up around the map. Let's let you do what you do best, Mike.
Spartan also, must be said, 16-10 in this game. As you'd imagine with a score line like this, it's unbelievable numbers now. Kills come in again, 47-28. And another disciplined late game run, even when they don't need to, from Sentinels. They're 3 kills away from closing it out.
3 kills to go. Falcated might think a flashy one might be nice to put a little bit of a punctuation on this game.
Of course he trades.
Gets the trade in that situation somehow. A little bit of help coming in from a teammate makes it a little bit more simple for him to do, but Spartan now looking for number 18.
Oh no,
and
he did it, he did it.
Oh, he doesn't have the armband.
Oh
no. He goes for a swim. And Sentinels rise to the top of the surface here. It's a pretty comfortable win. It's a dominant win in game number 2. Tied up at 1-1, and Sentinels are saying, hey, we're here to play.
I don't even know where to begin. It was 40-27, let's not forget. And that's when I said, oh, they're probably going to avoid a steak dinner here. The game ends 50-29. They go on a 10-2 streak to close it out with unbelievably disciplined late game when they could have essentially just all held forward and probably closed out the game. Like you said, Sentinels is here to play, and what a treat that was to watch. I think the first place my head goes, Mark, is you and I were talking about the series layout here, and simply the fact that, guess what, Sentinels would have watched these exact game types when they played Quadrant on Friday. And I think that game is the clearest indicator that they took the time. They watched the VODs, and they knew exactly what they needed to do to completely dismantle Quadrant.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it, that we got 2 game types that we did see in that series, and the next one's coming up, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to be Street Strongholds.
That's right.
Now, Strongholds, we know the ridiculous streak at the moment the Quadrant are on. 12 games in a row. They have not lost. They have won every single one. But what an opportunity here for Sentinels, having played the game type, having seen how Quadrant approach it, to adjust, to make those subtle changes, to make this a game maybe that isn't as clear-cut as a lot of people may think.
Couldn't agree more. If that game 2 was any indicator, Sentinels has gone to the lab over the weekend. They've watched every moment of their games against Quadrant on Friday, and they know exactly what they need to do to completely turn the tides and make it a very, very different landscape for them. They win that game, as you see, 50-29 in the end. Spartan, 18-10. Lethal, 11-4. And of course, Fal and Boo also rounding out the stats with some beautiful numbers as well. Now we shift our attention, as you mentioned, to Stronghold Streets. Quadrant took this 250-104. However, it's worth noting that this is the only winning game type, with a winning record for Quadrant in the entirety of the series layout. So they obviously need this one, but Sentinels will have spent time watching what Quadrant does on Strongholds. Can they end the Quadrant win streak?
Well, it would be a perfect time to do it. And then that really is pressure back onto Quadrant to push forward and see if they can keep creating history here in Arlington. But I mean, for Quadrant, it's one of those games where I think it's almost like it was so quick that it's kind of like...
Stings less.
Yeah, it stings less. It's like a 50-49 probably hurts more than a 50-20-odd, whatever it was in the end there. And I mean, if they can just think about it, hey, that didn't go well, they played really well, let's look forward onto the next map, right? For Sentinels, it's the perfect bounce back as well. We'll take a look at some of the Stronghold stats here, and you can see that Sentinels, the record is never going to be as good as Quadrant's at this point. It's 2-2 for them. And the score margin is the thing that stands out to me, Andy, because, I mean, 106 points is what Quadrant usually win Strongholds by. Now, that's not close.
That's an average, by the way.
It's not close.
That's an average, which is wild to see. Not close at all. Keep in mind, OpTic Gaming last night had a chance to end that Strongholds win streak. They were unable to do so. That means that Quadrant is now on a 12-game Strongholds LAN win streak. We'll see if they can keep it up here in game number 3. They need it to take the series lead.
But what would this mean to Sentinels to not only end that streak, the pressure it would put on Quadrant, knowing this is the game type they've relied on in series to have success. If Sentinels can take this one away, you worry for how Quadrant are going to react. Sentinels will smell that. They will sense that. And they will know how important this game is for them. If they take this away, that could be the dagger here for Quadrant.
It really could. This is the big test for Sentinels, right? How much work have they done? They've had about 48 or so hours to watch exactly what Quadrant did to them in that dismantling in Stronghold Streets only a few days ago. This exact matchup taking place. Quadrant, the victors there. We'll see if Sentinels can shut them down.
Well, it's a good start here from Chick. He gets the rockets. He's going to pick up the first kill. And 1 kill on the board when you just had a game where you barely got one is certainly just a little bit of a confidence restorer. But you can see that kills are being shared at the moment. Seeker will be taken down. A little bit of teamwork coming in as B and C will be flipped. And Quadrant will be the team to score first. However, you can see that Spartan moving towards Falcated. They're going to try and play the ends of the map here. Boo and Lethal are going to be in responsibility of A, whereas Spartan and Falcated, they're going to try and hold down C.
See what Legend does back A here. That's pretty important. If he's able to stay alive and especially eke out a kill, that would be a big deal.
Does they get that kill as well? Chick now going to be challenging bottom middle, and Chick gets the kill onto Spartan. It's 3 dead. And oh no, Sentinels, this is not what you want to be in. This situation is something that Quadrant love. Falcated last alive, but he's just watching the points tick by because Quadrant have a triple cap.
Talk about the resilience, talk about the bounce back. Not easy to do when you just got defeated 50-29 in a rough game number 2, but they're right back in it now with a 30-point lead.
Val does a really good job though of staying alive. Booby picks up another, and now you can see Seeker gets taken down, and this is all due to Falcated not getting spotted out as that last player alive. Now having the Stalker and Shotgun as well, he knew he could probably eke out a kill in that situation, and Quadrant, although they're already crossing that 50-point margin, they have been slowed down slightly.
Just like you say, a really great play from Fal. Without that play, there's no way they bounce back with this map control. Now here they come. Chick gets ripped off of Heaven. Still 2 dead. He still has 1 spike to play with, as well as the Bulldog.
Seeker picks up a kill onto Spartan though. You can see that SLG and the rest of Quadrant now are going to be trying to challenge onto A. It does get flipped, and Seeker going to reach out, but unfortunately for Falcated, who was doing so much damage with his Stalker rifle, he's just got no more ammo to play with.
Has to now pull out the Bandit. Really every single toy in the sandbox is at his disposal, and just great shots as well. Lethal's going to help and clean that one up, but just like that, it was a pretty good run from Quadrant during that trip, and then the dub cap, they're up 65-28. Sentinels scoring yet again, 4 dead for Quadrant. Seeker is your first spawner.
Well, Seeker's first spawner, and you can see there was an explosion inside of the Shroud screen. It was Lethal who comes away with the Rockets. SLG will bait one out and doesn't go down. So Rockets now a non-factor on the map, but complete map control of A and C is in the favor here of Sentinels, and they are starting to chase down Quadrant.
It's a classic, the arcade fade away from SLG. It pays off, but it doesn't really change the scoring on the map.
Oh my goodness, Lethal.
Nice shots from Lethal. And now, just like that, they're less than 10 points down with a continued AC hold.
You can see that C may be the focus of attention here momentarily for Quadrant. That's what they want to try and take back. Legend and Seeker are flying in, but Boo Boo is there alongside his teammates. Legend now left on his own. He gets taken down as well, and this is just fantastic play. Legend actually escapes, excuse me. Lethal's chasing him down. But Sentinels sense where that push came in, and they collapse beautifully.
Love this collapse from Lethal. Flies right through Tram, gets the reset, keeps going through Commando, who's just clearing everything, and you could tell the entire time he'll be communicating exactly that all those areas were clear. That's how they knew that Legend was on driveway. Eventually he's taken down. There's 2 dead, an opportunity for Quadrant to come back, but Sentinels with a very impressive 50-point run to now take the lead.
I mean, this Stalker rifle control has been instrumental for Sentinels as well. The way that they're just able to hold the end, just poking in and out of Cafe, going back in towards Tram, poking towards Arcade. 2 shots in, we always say, strips the shields and stops the push, and that's exactly what they have done so well, Sentinels. Boo Boo now with that responsibility himself, just holding down the Cafe.
Let's see where these kills go. It's all PD and B spawns that are coming in from Quadrant. The next few kills will determine if Sentinels continue scoring here.
Oh, Boo Boo does get the kill onto SLG as well. That Stalker rifle, the game changer, 7% left in the ammo, so only a few shots really, but they're going to be effective enough to really cause problems. It's 4 dead here for Quadrant again, and I tell you what, Sentinels might be thinking, hey, that triple cap's not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. Love what we just saw from Sentinels as well as the Rockets do pop. Lots of presence bottom middle. Lethal's going to run him to the L. Maybe doesn't get one off. Chick tries to get away. Double kill comes in for Boo Boo, a killing spree as well. He's going to opt for the Rockets, a wise decision.
So smart. So smart. Could have challenged for the triple. Just gives up A, gets the Rockets, and thinks, hey, I quite fancy the battle for A with 2 Rockets in my hand. So Boo Boo making the right decisions at the right time. SLG's going to find that out as he gets taken down, and Sentinels now in a commanding lead here.
Loving what I'm seeing from Sentinels, and it feels like it's just been spawn trap after spawn trap. Perfect game management, really, since they had the B and the PD spawns forced. They have continued scoring. Now they're up 141-65. Trip for a moment.
3 dead hit for Sentinels though. Boo Boo last alive. Does have a rocket though, and might be able to just slow this push down onto B. Legend, oh, he's gonna fit the needle. He manages to do so, which is going to stagger the push onto B. And now you can see hesitancy. They don't know if he's got 1 rocket left, if he had 2 rockets left. And Quadrant, they're a little bit indecisive in whether they want to try and convert B. Sentinels take advantage, they reset it, and they will continue scoring.
Love the heads-up play from Boo Boo right away. He saw the drop wall. He's like, ooh, there's some splash damage eking through on that right wall. Takes advantage of that and completely neutralizes the drop wall. And now, just like that, they're up by over 100 points.
Well, where's that Stalker rifle? It's now in the hands of Quadrant. Can they make as good a use of it as Sentinels have up until this point? Quadrant have made the move onto B. They are scoring again now with this BC hold. The next moments in this game could be so important to the final result.
And what a great setup. The best Strongholds team in the world, down by about 90 points or so. Can they bring the game back? continuing with the BC hold, but the first 2 kills come in for Sentinels.
Yeah, they really do a good job of picking up those kills, and now they can move towards B. The play callers come in. Rockets coming up as well. Quadrant 3 in the death screen once more. Coming off of respawn, they might have a line of sight on the Rockets, but they certainly don't have it onto B. And I tell you what, at the moment, Sentinels might be feeling a little bit like the Brock Lesnar to the Undertaker as far as his stronghold streaks is concerned.
Chick sneaks through, though. That means 2 dead here for Sentinels. This should also be a rocket grab, as you see in your screen here. This should be a Quadrant grab. It is. Chick brings him over, and he's got off the rack against Spartan, so a momentary 3 dead. 2 spawners on caution. Another double. Lethal's your last player in courtyard, and maybe, just maybe, a start of momentum here for Quadrant.
Yeah, it might just well be. You can see the Lethal does get a trade to slow down the push onto C, but now you have the Stalker back in the hands of Quadrant. That play from Chick has opened the map up, and now he might be able to sneak behind enemy lines. No idea that he's here. Boo Boo, he should be taken down. Another challenge comes in. The Shroud goes down, and Chick will escape.
Nice
reset on A, though. The reset on A at the last second from Sentinels means that Quadrant won't be scoring.
They'll finally get the kill they needed. Sika gets that on Lethal to start A once again. And Chick honestly could have been a bit cleaner in the back commando, right? He took extra time to kill Boo Boo. It meant he couldn't wrap the corner to get both kills. Finally, they'll flip A. It takes a little extra time now. Might be even more kills if they can kill Val. They're 2 dead now. Still a man advantage. Double kill killing spree for Chick.
Yeah, last 2 players alive here from Sentinels, trapped in the back of the base, but Lethal picks up a vital double kill. And with spawns coming in at Red Room, now they can move towards B to try and take back control. They might be able to cross the 200-point line. Not many teams have done that in recent history.
Certainly not against Quadrant, and my goodness, we might look back at that moment from Lethal as a defining moment if they continue on and take the game from this point, because a double kill up against Quadrant when they were about to go on a trip cap run is a decisive moment in the game.
It's a 3-man push on B from Quadrant, though. They're picking up the kills alongside it as well. Sentinels find themselves 2 dead. All of a sudden, it feels like Quadrant have put their foot on the accelerator a little bit here. They know that maybe they've been a bit slow, maybe they've been a bit sloppy in this game, and they want to try and put the pace and the pressure back onto Sentinels. 124 and rising, 209 on the board, though, for Sentinels means Quadrant don't have many mistakes left.
Not a lot of room for error, but El Bandito from Chick. A perfect kill. Hits the shots, not easy to do up against the microwave on pillars. And maybe that's the boost that they needed. Another kill here would be huge on the B stairs. He gets the killing spree as well. Now the game, just like that, is within 60.
Rockets, though, great little bit of picture-in-picture for us here. They will be collected by SLG. Now we've seen what he can do with a sniper rifle. We know how he can do things with these power weapons. Ooh. And you know the info that he's got as well.
Does not fire there. Wants to make sure that they get the kills at the perfect timing. Not even a splash on Boo Boo.
Sentinels playing this so well. They're trying to bait out these rockets. In the meantime, Quadrant have decided, hey, let's make a play on C. Falcate's going to fly back in. Legend gets the double kill. Wow. And now SLG's like, hey, remember me? Well, say hello to my little friend. There's a battle rifle. Spawn gets taken down as well. And Quadrant are back into this.
Wow, what a response. Like you said, perfect timing there from Sentinels to bait out the rockets. But in the end, B will flip as well. That means Quadrant will continue scoring. And they answer back the counter perfectly. And the spawns come in on Cafe as well. Still 2 dead.
It's a triple cap for Quadrant. They are back into this game. Spartan now on his own, trying to survive. He gets the cap, but will he be able to survive here? No is the answer. Seeker comes in to help out SLG.
SLG gonna try to finish B if he can here. Just dodges around these grenades and his shields come back in time. Seeker's holding B rail as well. This is really good composure here. AB continues scoring for Quadrant.
Terrifying moments here for Sentinels as well. They know they need to slow this down, but Quadrant, as soon as they picked up that pace, have really force themselves back into this game. Boo Boo in a 1v1. SLG trying to buy all the time in the world. Boo Boo now gets free challenge. Anyone there to trade it out? The answer is no. And while all this is going down, Sentinels flip A2.
What a solo effort there for Boo Boo at B. It buys them a little bit of time. By the way, out of all this chaos, Quadrant is now leading in the Slay department, 54-50 as well. However, they still trail by 20.
Trades come in. Sentinels find themselves 2 dead. And look at the bottom of your screen. It's not just B. It's not just C. It's a triple cap again as Quadrant take over.
12-game undefeated streak, and now you're starting to see why. They had to mount a 100-plus point comeback, and they've done just that. Moments away from taking the lead.
Rockets get picked up by Chick. It's 2 dead, though, for Quadrant, and this is the opportunity. Legend needs to hit these shots. Legend hits these damn shots as Lethal challenges, but do they get the conversion on A?
He didn't finish A. Instead, he challenges there. They do get to clean up on Lethal, so they will get the A finish. They continue scoring. They're down by 6.
It's so close. It is so close between these 2 teams. But in these final moments, in the home straight, it's Quadrant who go into a lead.
Unbelievable here. SLG might get another one. It's a freebie, maybe. No, a weird trade in the back. However, they're still on A as well. Starting to flip A as Spartan.
They get the reset on A though. They get the reset on A, and now it's about the hold. It's about the steal. It's about keeping your nerve in these moments. Quadrant, if they hold B, they will win this game.
Look at Chick, just holding the angle.
Here comes the push. They fly in. It's not enough. The streak continues.
250 to 226 is your final score in a game that Quadrant trailed by over 100 points for the majority of the mid-game. And the Stronghold streak will go to 13 games unbeaten on land.
Wow, what a game of Strongholds that was. And boy, did Sentinels play their part in it as well. But I have to say, there's one moment that just sticks out in the memory for me.
Probably the same moment I'm thinking of.
A young Frenchman by the name of Legend with that Stalker rifle inside of A. That double kill, the snap for the second. It's game changing. It's game winning.
Unreal. Taking a look at this entire comeback here, and my goodness, did they have to work for it. It was 188 to 97. And slow and steady wins the race for Quadrant. Look at this battle, huh? Not he. Are you kidding me? Against the Sentinel beam on land, you hit those shots. Unbelievable. Here's the play from SLG. This was the second half of the Rocket play as well. And how about Sentinels turtling in Tram and Red Room? Look at this play, though. And also, the damage, because he knew he had the teammate here, he does challenge against Lethal because he knew he had the timing there. Even though he falls and doesn't finish A, how about the awareness and the communication to know, I'm going to get a 2-shot on Lethal. We have players in court. We will finish A. And my God. But back to the play where you saw Sentinels turtling in Red Room, Tram, and B, trying to bait the last rocket. How about Sika and Legend flying into Tram? You called it as you saw it. They said, we're not going to wait around for this. They fly into Tram. That lets SLG wrap all the way back to B stairs to get another double on caution, and now you have Lethal, your last player in Courtyard. It's a complete flip of the map from Quadrant, and from there on out, they did not look back.
Wow, I mean, this is a series that really is giving it all. A 13-game active Strongholds win streak. That's certainly going to go down the record books for quite some time, but forget about Strongholds because we've got a lot more gameplay in front of us now. It's time to reset for both teams. Sentinels find themselves now on the precipice of elimination from this tournament. Quadrant again find themselves on the edge of history. Live fire is where we go. King of the Hill is the game type. Tell me a little bit about this, Andy.
Tell you what, I mean, right now I think 8-1, now make it 9-1 is Quadrant in either King of the Hill and Strongholds combined here. They've lost one King game. Otherwise, when it comes to territory game types, these guys are incredible. How about Chick ending that game also with a killing spree and also going 26-14 in a game like that? Unbelievable stats. I was keeping an eye on the total slays throughout the entire game, and unsurprisingly, it was all Sentinels the entire game until the 200 mark, and in the end, Quadrant will also outslay them in that win. Now as we get ready for King of the Hill live fire, everything to play for Sentinels.
Yeah, this is a game type which I really feel between these two teams, play style wise, how the players interact with each other in battles, the decisions they make, kind of a 50-50, I have to say, especially with the pressure that's on the shoulders of all 8 players. But Quadrant again find themselves in a position to maybe close things out. For Sentinels, it's about remembering beating them in a game 5 and making sure they get there again.
And what a series this has been. An unforgettable, game of Strongholds that we just saw, and to be honest, what's already becoming a pretty unforgettable series. Quadrant now up 2-1, looking to make even more history this weekend.
One thing the Quadrant have to do a lot better on this map, though, is control those overshields. It was all Sentinels in the Slayer. Remember, Sentinels completely bopped Quadrant in that game number 2, but hey, look at that. Like clockwork, Seeker does get that first overshield here for Quadrant, but a lot of time already been put on the board here by Sentinels.
God, he gets a kill on Lethal, by the way. The assist comes in on caution as well. That will now be 2 dead. Really nice push from Sika, and he still has about 15% overshield.
And I think one of the things to keep your eyes on if you're watching this at home as well is the balance between hill time and overshield control. What plays are made, what play calls are made if we give up the time to get the overshield to then capitalize, or if we try and fight that OV, give it up, and hold down that hill.
Still 2 dead. Sika behind enemy lines. It's a great push from him. He's just chasing Boo Boo all the way down to the cuts. And these two just playing cat and mouse. And Sika will win that battle. Now it's all back tower here for Sen.
You can see he wants to find another one as well. 2 back tower info collected. As Sentinels do try and break. It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment, but look at that score at the bottom of your screen. Chick and Quadrant are moments away now from closing things out, and I tell you what, Chick is playing some phenomenal Halo right now. It's a double, making 3 Chick. Repulse, no! Bubu turns it on his head!
And you have to say it was a freebie. Actually, he gets team-nated in the end. So the kill's still gonna come in. It's a little bit of chaos here at the back of the base. 2 dead for Sen.
2 dead on either side. Legend trying to hold off the push now coming in. Overshield's coming up as well, and this is one of the decisions to make, Andy. It's so tough to make that call because Quadrant know if they don't win it, they might not even have time to contest this hill.
Look at this, all 8 players up, and that's the decision that has to be made. Sentinels is back in the hill. This first pick could be big.
Legend's there. Contest comes in now. Damage being taken by Legend, but where's the overshield? Where are Quadrant? I can tell you they're all dead, and Sentinels will steal away that first hill, and Spartan still has some overshield to play.
What a decisive win there. Sentinels not only wins the hill battle, they win the overshield battle, and they get 4 dead. That's everything going right for Sentinels, and everything going wrong for Quadrant. They need to establish some semblance of map control here.
Legend gets 2, though, through the Shroud screen. Spartan was on a flank momentarily, but pretty good job, you have to say, from Legend to turn that situation into 2. He gets another one as well, but while this is happening, on the point of view of Legend, you can see Sentinels already managed to get about 20% of that hill on the board.
So far, no top tower control yet. They're hoping their spawners will be able to take that, but now they're kind of exposing and leaving dummies open. They don't have angles on that just yet. However, looks like Sentinel's going to slow things down just a bit. That buys them some time.
Yeah, just a little bit here. You can see Lethal's trying to push up onto the nest to do some damage. Sniper's coming up as well, and Quadrant are able to control the hill. All of the players now from Sentinels over at green, so information will be collected. It's about waiting the nades out here for Quadrant. The last thing you want to do is give away a free death to grenades just being thrown in.
Wow, Sentinel's so patient there. They do not rush it. Kills exchange there on the plat. However, they really take their time and formulate a nest push, which took a little bit longer to put together. In the end, it pays off because it does give them a continued man advantage. However, SLG going to try to make something happen with a snipe.
Yeah, interesting play from SLG here. I think he tries to get away with the snipe and does so, but by doing so, maybe he wasn't in the best position to help his teammates hold when they were under pressure from the players coming in. However, there's an opening for you. Lethal pokes. Lethal learns a lesson very, very quickly, and SLG now, having got that power weapon and control, has to put it to use as Quadrant take the hill once more.
He knows exactly what they're doing. SLG tracking perfectly. Take a look at that from observer mode. SLG knew exactly where they might be going, wrapping around cuts, going bottom middle, going to right tunnel. He was aware of it the entire time.
Bubu going to be poking. SLG going to be responding. Overshield coming up as well. You can see that in your picture-in-picture where that overshield is going to be going. Legend is in position, and Legend will get it. So that's a 1-for-1 now. Excuse me, a 2-for-1 for Quadrant. They got that first one. They now have the second, but look at the awareness coming in from Sentinels. The spike grenades go down, but Legend, he's challenging. He wants to be the damage dealer.
Needs to stay alive here if he can. He had a doubled back tower. Quadrant only with 2 players alive. They need to make something happen, but with Chick weak, this is a very dangerous situation for them.
Yeah, everyone from Sentinels pushing back tower at the moment. Bubu's top middle. Chick needs to win this if he wants to keep his team in control of this tower. At the moment, he's slipping and sliding, but unfortunately, the only way he's going to go is into the death screen, and Sentinels now have complete control. Sentinels in position to put the second hill on the board. They will do so with 3 minutes left on the game clock.
So impressed with just the patience and the timing from Sentinels. They knew exactly how much time they had on both of those pushes, whether it was the long form nest push or whether it was just now just keeping Chick kind of weak in the back of tower, taking their time to push up together. In the end, they do. Legend with some nice shots against Bubu. 2 dead for Sen. Maybe an opportunity for them to bounce back, but so far it's been all Sentinels all the way.
It has, but 3 kills do get picked up. However, Lethal just kind of evens the numbers for a second. And one thing I think the Quadrant is just struggling with a little bit in this game type, it's just been on the same page. You've seen a couple of solo pushes, a couple of solo plays, a couple of players not shooting for each other. They need to tighten this up because Sentinels, like you say, they don't need to be asked twice to find that gap. They take it, they punch a hole, they break that setup.
Also now with a 2 hill cushion, you have to think Sentinels is going to be even stronger. They've already been putting together, as we said, such disciplined pushes. And now with a 2 hill cushion, that'll give them even more opportunity to do so.
Legend on the flank here. He's got an important role. Does he have the timing? That's the question. He'll find one. Spartan will take him down though, and Bubu will trade out that kill. Overshield going to be coming up pretty soon as well. But Sentinels have broken momentarily. Quadrant find themselves 2 dead. 1v1 bottom middle will be traded out as well. So Sentinels do a great job to trade. They have control of the heat wave. And most importantly, Bubu is a problem here because that overshield is coming up and he is patrolling all of bottom middle with this heat wave.
Might get pushed back though. This looks like good composure here and composition from Quadrant. This should be a grab for them. Yes, it is a comfortable one as well. Here comes the push.
Baiting Sentinels, like you say, trying to bait it out. I think if you're Quadrant here, you just have to accept that hill time. There's that heat wave. That's the overshield dealt with. Falcated gets one as well, and now Legend, having gone from having an overshield, finds himself just trying to survive. It's brilliant again from Sentinel. Spartan gets taken down, but you just felt for a second that Legend might be getting a little bit of an earlier haircut than he was wanting.
I'm not gonna lie, I started to feel it on my toes there. I was getting really worried we might see a little bit of deja vu from that Argyle game. Legend, though, lives to tell the tale. 2:12 left on the clock.
So Joe gets the kill, and the break comes in once more. Complete control of Garage now in the hands of Quadrant. Legend with the fadeaway BR shots. And that will be their first hill on the board. Now, next hill, vital for both sides. Sentinels, if they get this one locked down, it's so difficult to break. For Quadrant, though, sniper in the hands of Legend, he could take this game over.
Needs to stay alive right now. 2 players down, he needs to rotate back to window. It's a wise decision. Needs to start hitting some shots and some picks. He wants to take advantage of the sniper rifle opportunity. I don't know how Foul turns there. Maybe just thought he was going to have an extra second. And things stay interesting here on the overshield side of the map.
See Booby just being obnoxious inside that hill, though. He's using that cover so effectively. Finally, the kill does come in. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment. 1v1 here between Lethal and Legend, and Lethal teaches him a lesson.
Very big win there for Lethal. Needed to win that one. The nades are coming in as well. They're trying to clean him up, but look at Lethal, just gets away from the nades perfectly.
That 1v1 so important. Now complete control of this side of the map is in the hands of Sentinels. Look at that score at the bottom of your screen as well. It's domination on this hill. It's so hard to break, and with the overshield coming up in 10 seconds as well, it's now or never for Quadrant. Chick wins the important battle. All of a sudden, they're broken.
Oh boy, 3 dead. Where's Spartan? That's the question here. Where is Spartan, and how does he get the damage in the opener? Right now, going to sit C-Plat back tower. What a comeback they would need here, but it's certainly possible. And you have to think, in order to win this game and stand a chance, they need this hill.
Well, SOG got the overshield as well, so SOG is the name to keep an eye on. Actually, excuse me, it's Legend who has that overshield. He was waiting and baiting and trying to pick his moment to pop the Ovi.
Look at this play.
As Boo Boo tries to survive but won't.
Still 2 dead. They're going to do it. Let's see. One player on plat, 1 player on bags.
Falcated getting chased down. Spartan trying to help his teammate out. Legend gets both. SLG's there to help him with the second. And Quadrant now, having broken, having got the overshielder in control.
And not just 4 dead, but that's a very staggered 2 dead, meaning this is going to have to be a very fast and coordinated push coming in. Here comes the repulse. Heat wave. No! It's a double team there coming in from Sentinels. That's a huge kill.
Damage done, though. That's going to stagger the push coming in from Sentinels. They are so close, Quadrant. They are close enough to call it a hill. It's 2-2. We're all tied up.
Oh, my God. Name a better duo there. Territory-based comebacks in Quadrant. So far, they have been so impressive in this series, and despite the fact that they were so far down on that hill, they rally back, they tie the game, and as we said, they needed that hill, and they get it on the board. We're tied up with 1:30 left.
I mean, this is going down to the wire here. Legend's going to poke from the cut. Spartan just standing in the hill with the sniper rifle as well. That is all sorts of confidence. He hits one onto SLG, but SLG not only stays alive, but picks up a double kill himself. Boo Boo will clean it up. It's 2v2 on the map right now.
Quadrant gonna wrap around. Chick needs this kill on cuts. Good trade there coming in from both sides. Boo Boo's gonna get that one. 2 dead for each side.
Tower control, though, is all Quadrants at the moment. And this is where you need to be. This is the power position for this hill. However, the problem for Quadrant, Sentinels already over halfway capped it.
Overshield in 15. Very likely will decide the game.
Great grenade from Lethal. Backs Seeker down off that tower. Takes him out of the game for just a few moments, and Spartan's got his sniper rifle back. He's managed to pick up 2. Boo Boo's going to be there for the overshield as well. He might be able to grab this one. Boo Boo's going to pick it up, and Sentinels have made the plays when it matters.
Wow, what a play there. Sentinels with perfect timing. You didn't think Boo Boo was going to be there, but guess what? Here he is. Overshield in play. 2-man advantage, might be 3 if Legend gets taken down. And with staggered spawns, this is going to be dangerous. Chick not going to get out of this one, I have to think.
Desperation starting to come in from Quadrant. You can feel it because Sentinels will cap this hill. And with 55 seconds left, Quadrant find themselves 3 dead, and Lethal is already stood inside of that next hill.
This needs to be a perfect push here coming in from Quadrant. They've got really about 2 to 3 pushes max left if they want to stay in this game.
Oh, SLG with some great shots, though, to take Lethal out the hill. At least stops the scoring for a few moments. There is time in this game, I believe, for another overshield to come up as well. Will that be the difference maker? Falcated now on your screen. 15 and 15 for him at the moment. Damage dealer supreme. But can he deal the damage when it matters? Chick's just won a big piv inside of that hill. And it looks like Quadrant have a semblance of control here.
2 dead for them. Foul needs to stay alive. He knows this is dangerous territory. Maybe he keeps Lethal alive back. B as well. Seeker comes in with a wave.
Seeker's got the heat wave, as you say. Seeker on your screen right now is trying to hold Spartan back with that battle rifle. Doesn't matter what the weapon is, Seeker knows how to put it to use. And we are pretty much tied up on this hill. It is so close between these two teams, but Quadrant have to hold.
Everyone's starting to tee up here on the overshield side as well. 25 seconds on that. Ovi is an A push as well coming in from the side of Sentinels, but still 2 dead and still a man advantage here.
Sentinels have made the call. We want to try and break the hill. Falcated did make that play, but Legends here with a double kill. He's going to completely clear it out. And with 10 seconds or so left until that overshield comes up, Quadrant might be in position here to tie their game up. They will do it. It's 3-3.
And what a time to do it. 4 dead as well. Let's take a look at that overshield. Spartan's your nearest player.
Oh, Boo Boo.
Whoa, that's a big win from Boo Boo. Spartan's going to get the Ovi. He dances around, he dips, he dives, he dodges, and now this overshield could win them the game.
20 seconds left in the game. The question is, can they cap the hill in time? Will we go to OT once again between these two teams? And with the recipe we've had already in this series, it would not be a surprise.
Chick was alive back tower, and I love how Sentinels wastes no time. They prioritize the Chick kill, but SLG from deep. Back green, he gets the kill.
SLG causing problems here for Lethal, but Lethal answers it again with a massive 1v1 win. Boo Boo's collected that sniper rifle. Seeker inside of this hill. 10 seconds left in this game. We're still tied up at 3-3.
You have to think this one's going to go to OT with how scrappy it's been. A consistent hold here through the whole way would be unbelievable. Still a man advantage for Sen.
I mean, you have to say, Sentinels have a complete setup on the map, though. They have tower control. They got Lethal stood in the hill. You can't step out, though. That's the problem, and Legend knows this. He's trying to wait for help. He's trying to bide his time. Now the flank comes in from Chick. Forces Lethal out of the hill. It's going into overtime. Next point wins.
2 dead here for Quadrant. If Legend can stay alive back tower, this is going to be huge here. Needs to do so. Needs to wait for spawners.
He's under so much pressure, though. He's already being hunted down. He doesn't get it. Oh, didn't fake him out, though.
Hey. Oh! Bought him enough time, that's for sure.
When you need it most, you have to hit a shot like that. Boo Boo collects the sniper rifle, though. And Sentinels, they can taste it. They are so close. Quadrant, though, with a last-second desperation push, they break the hill, and Sentinels will have to wait once more.
Spartan and Lethal are your last 2 players alive. They're going to start a pillars push here. They're going to wait for spawners, presumably, and not go right away. 75% progress coming in already for Sen. Quadrant needs to have a comeback on this hill yet again.
Legend gets that first kill, though. Overshield's going to be coming up pretty soon as well. The difficulty now for Quadrant is, what do we do with the overshield, right? How do we fight for this? Because we know we can't give anything away. Chick gets the trade on the tower. 2 dead for Sen. Make it 3 dead. Quadrant are doing something again.
Where's Lethal? Lethal scoreboard. That's an overshield for Quadrant. That's an overshield for Quadrant with 4 dead for Sentinels. This is unbelievable here. 1 minute left. 25% to go before it's tied. And the Quadrant chant starts in the building.
You could be anywhere in France right now with the chant that is starting here in Arlington. Quadrant inside of the hill. Spartan taken down. Seeker and Chick get the kills. And we're tied up. Seeker is doing it all. Quadrant from the depths, from deep, make history once again.
Can you believe it? No European side has ever broken the top 4. And now here on Championship Sunday, they've broken the top 3 for the first time in history.
What is it going to take to stop this Quadrant train? The resilience, Andy, that they showed in those games. They will not be beaten.
And what if someone had told you that on Championship Sunday, the stage would be decked out in green, but the chants would be "Let's go Quadrant"? Unbelievable, historic scenes here for Quadrant as they will eliminate Sentinels from the tournament and guarantee themselves a top 3 podium finish.
Well, what's next for them? That's the question. I mean, the answer is, of course, the Elimination Bracket Finals. Seeker in those final moments, though. The 1v1 on the overshield, he wins it. He gets it. And then he goes to work inside the hill with that heat wave as well. Quadrant, I mean, they just make the ballsiest decisions sometimes, but in that series, most of the time they worked.
An absolutely unforgettable series. In that last game, by the way, those two teams tied 86 slays apiece. Could not have been closer, and an unforgettable series.
Unforgettable. Unforgettable. I think that's the story of this run so far from Quadrant. It's not a run that's like, you know, we won 3-1, we won 3-0. It's every game down to the wire. It's every series down to the wire. And I tell you what, I could talk all day about this. They've got a lot more work to do. I want to hear from SLG. He's down on our main stage now. The Quadrant man is with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Dallas, give it up for Quadrant as they make history once again on this stage. And SLG, this audience wanted a team in green to cheer for here on Championship Sunday, and you may have just won them over with this matchup.
Well, it was a really difficult matchup. I'm glad we came out on top. We made it really hard on ourselves, having to come back 3 games. I guess everyone could sense the nervousness in our playstyle and everything. So yeah, really proud of the team and everyone.
But even regardless of the nervousness in the playstyle right there, let's talk about the objective games, because you guys were down in a few of them and you still keep your strongholds record at 13 in a row. How do you guys keep making these amazing comebacks? I just gave your teammate a medal on the stage for best objective player. What's happening over there in the comms? What are you guys doing right there in objective?
Well, because of our record, we know this is a game type we can, trust ourselves, be really confident in it. So even if we're down by a lot, we know at any time we can win the game. We just need like one setup, and then we're good to go. So I guess that's helped us a lot to, to stay focused in the game and just manage to put it out.
Well, hey, you guys got a lot of ice in your veins, and y'all stay composed in here. What you want the fans to know as you guys get ready for your next matchup?
Just thanks everyone watching from home and like in the crowd. You guys are amazing. Really means a lot. We can hear you guys while we're playing, and it's definitely like hyping us up. Thanks a lot.
All right, that's gonna do it for me and SLG on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much to Blaze. Thank you, SLG. Thank you, Quadrant, for making history once again. I mean, I am not super shocked, to be perfectly honest, that we're at this moment with Quadrant. I think the trajectory that they were showing, basically at the start of Halo Infinite, their season, they have been so good. I feel like coming into year number 2, they got even better. They had the squad that they wanted, and the work has been put in for these lads, and my goodness me, is it paying off. I got to ask you about that series, because I do feel like at certain times Quadrant were on the back foot. It did feel like they were in almost like a defensive position, but would actually work it into their favor. They managed to turn the defense into offense quite often, although it did feel like Sentinels were almost in the driving seat most of the time. Talk to me about that balance and how Quadrant managed to pull this off without having to go to a game 5.
Yeah, it felt like throughout every single one of these objectives, Sentinels started on the right foot. They had map control, and it was Quadrant would find one opportunity, one moment throughout each of those 3 objectives where they flip the script, and when they take control, they have proven to us, even last event, like the game against OpTic on Aquarius CTF, when they get full control, they can take away any game and any lead that you had built previously. I think the most impressive was that Argyle CTF. I don't remember the last time I've seen a 2-0 deficit turn into a 2-2 game as quickly as it did, and for them to be able to do that and take away one of Sentinels' best game types, game 1 of the series, knowing that Strongholds was going to come around in game 3, that set them up for such a successful opportunity to get top 3.
Yeah, they certainly did. And looking at the strongholds here on our screens, I got to ask you about this, Gaskin. Not often that we saw actually from Quadrant going down in a stronghold series. They usually actually start off so well. Their starting strats are on point. They're super aggressive from the get-go. This time, they found themselves actually down by a significant amount. Talk to me about the turning point in that game.
Yeah, I think this is only the second time we've seen Quadrant drop more than 200 points against them in that 13 win streak that we've now seen. The turnaround was when I think Quadrant just believed that they were the better side, right? They were down by over 100 points. They finally got into that trip cap rotation, and they turned into a different team, and they just pinned Sentinels in, spawn after spawn. And I was just so impressed with how Quadrant came back in every single game. They did not give up, except the Slayer. They made sure they always believed that they could actually get back into them.
They really did indeed. And looking at the stats here, I mean,
got
the
outslayed.
stats, the stats actually are way better for Sentinels in terms of the slaying power here. But objectively, the efficiency coming forward from Quadrant is just outstanding. I want to also talk to you about that last King of the Hill game as well, because you mentioned moments. There are moments, especially in that King of the Hill, where they are game-changing moments. And I saw that in that final part there with Seeker, the overshield. That was the game-changing play. It could have gone either way, and I honestly believe whoever picked up that OV was going to win the game.
Well, the actual game-changing play, the one that led to any kind of opportunity for Quadrant, was Legend dancing around the pillar back snipe and just getting that one quickscope onto Lethal. The fact that he hit that unbelievable shot gave his team a chance to break the now 3-person setup, would have been 4-person setup of Sentinels, because they had about halfway of hill control on that final, 7th point, and Sentinels looked like they were primed and ready. And if Legend gives away his life easy, if he just challenges and misses the shot, then all of a sudden, I think we're looking at a Sentinels game 5.
Yeah.
But Legend hits the shot. And the superstar that Legend is, he was in a big moment under a lot of pressure, under a lot of bright lights for an opportunity to once again make history. He hits the shot, he gives his team a chance. And that's where the rest of Quadrant said, thank you, Legend, we'll take it from here. And they all started making plays as well. They played perfect from that point on.
They really did indeed. It just starts falling into place. It's so funny because it really can be as small as one kill, as one 1v1, winning your pivs, making sure that you're doing what you need to do for your team, having a man up in a situation where you know that if you stack a certain point and you have power positions, you're going to take the hill. That final hill was absolutely incredible. And what a clinic from Quadrant that was. Absolutely amazing. Gaskin, lastly, how proud are you right now?
Oh, extremely proud. I think the whole of Europe is proud. We've never seen anything like this since Halo 1, right? This has been a long time coming for a European team, an international team, to actually break into the North American scene and be able to compete with the very biggest, the very best teams in the world, and they're still going. There's still an elimination bracket final for them. They're going to be eager to match up against either team that drops down, and they probably believe they can win this tournament. That's how much confidence is on that stage right now.
There is a lot of confidence on that stage, and just to let you guys know, Quadrant reached top 3. This is the first time ever in history a team outside of North America has reached top 3. Incredible scenes here at the OpTic Major. But coming up next, we do have our winners finals for you guys. One of these teams is going into that grand final position, and one will fall to the elimination bracket for the first time this major. It's going to be Spacestation Gaming versus FaZe Clan coming up right after the break.
Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
comes my favorite part of my day.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
It's been trippy right now. They call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's
He
there.
gets two! He gets three! Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all! It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Big triple as he gets the snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. Joining me on the desk I have Onset and Bravo. Hello mate, that was a quick change. I thought you were gasking for 1 second.
No chance.
Oh my goodness me. Well hello, welcome. It's lovely to have you guys here joining me and we're getting into some real fun stuff here. We got our winners finals coming up on the main stage very shortly. Cannot wait to dive into that one with you guys because there's some very interesting stats, very interesting storylines emerging from both of these teams. Of course, having played one another so so many times before on so many different lands. But let's take a look at the schedule and see what we have coming your way for the rest of the day, including, of course, our first matchup that we do have for you guys on the winner's side of things. We've already had our elimination semi-final. Quadrant 3-1 Sentinels. Ooh. History has been made. They are top 3, a European team, top 3 for the first time. I have just a man to talk about that one on set.
Just
what
say it again.
Incredible.
Just say it again. Just say it one more time.
Quadrant, the first ever European roster, making top 3 at a LAN event.
Sounds
Not
so
just
good,
at a LAN event, at a major. Major.
We were saying today, probably the first time we can remember an EU team making it Championship Sunday to be involved in this in the championship bracket. So to go even one further from Quadrant, I mean, what a series, man. Like, what else is there to say about this lineup? Like, I'm sure I speak for the whole of Europe, which is a brave way to start a sentence at any point. But like, everyone is so proud of them. They just have to be. You know, it's been an incredible run from them. I think the resilience that they've shown is unbelievable. I think that their skill is like, no one can argue with how good these guys are, but there's also like a little bit of like, yeah, we're just enjoying ourselves as well. You hear like when you see Sika and SLG interviewed afterwards, they're like, you know, we're just happy we're doing it for everyone. You know, we want to prove something to everyone that Europe isn't just here to take part. Like, we want to take over. We want to win a tournament and kind of inspire the region to step up to the plate a little bit, and they've just been magnificent.
Honestly, inspiring it is. Truly, it is so inspiring. I mean, yesterday, thank God it was the end of the day and we were pretty much getting off air because I started getting all emotional. Shorzy was like, you better stop it right now. I thought
I was going to lose both of you.
I know.
I thought both of you were balling.
I couldn't hold it back. It was hard.
I was trying to keep the tears in. I was just screaming.
Let's actually have a look at the path for Quadrant because, of course, they have been going through our bracket. And I've got to say, it's funny to see them in this elimination bracket and looking so good doing so, obviously, with...
Just surreal to see.
I know, it is surreal. But what's interesting about this, I personally think, is that they were in the pool of death, right? They did get knocked down to the elimination bracket purely because Sentinels got the better of them before, and so did FaZe. Now, if they had managed to do this to Sentinels in pool play, I wonder what their run would have looked like on the winner's side of things. Would they be in this winner's final now? What would it be looking like? There's so many questions that I can't wait for them to potentially answer the next time we see them at a LAN. But still, they're in it to win it in the elimination final, and they will have their chance to rebound back up and head into that grand finals. The big question to answer right now is who is going to meet them. And as you can see, for FaZe Clan and Spacestation, the journey has been pretty good so far, right? They're actually doing pretty evenly in terms of their map counts. I think they're both honestly at like 15-2 or something like that. So very even across the board in terms of what they've been able to do in series. How are you feeling about it overall though on set? Because these two titans, they clash. Yeah. If there's one thing we know, they go head to head.
Yeah, these two teams probably know each other better than anyone in the Halo Championship Series. They have played so many countless series against each other. It's just a case of who comes out hot on the day. I really do feel like that. And the scary thing, I think, for both teams and the exciting thing for everyone who's watching at home right now is I think this is the best that both Spacestation and FaZe have looked so far, full stop, in Halo Infinite. We know that FaZe have just come off the back of the championship win at the last event. We know that SSG looked absolutely formidable when they played against OpTic Gaming. They just took them apart. So I think it's a recipe for another brilliant series, and it's going to be another series that comes down to one shot. You know, one person surviving for an extra second, one clutch moment. And it's just, if you're a Halo fan, if you love competitive esports, whatever, trust me, this is a series to watch right now, but I still think it's the most important one of the entire tournament for Spacestation.
It really is indeed. I've got to say, when you look at the two teams and this setup, FaZe versus Spacestation Bravo, there's a lot of history behind this match. There's a lot of history behind these players actually going up against one another. For new viewers, what is that history?
I mean, just, yeah, where do you even begin? I think you look at where the Renegade move, of course, is where I think we all think about, right? The fact that we see Renegade on the opposite side of the stage of these guys after such a long time together is an absolutely huge deal. And I think the rivalry has only heated up more. I think some people might think, oh, you know, after a team change, things slow down and they kind of balance out. I think that's been the opposite here. I think the tension is still there. And I think even most recently, if you look at what happened in our grand finals at DreamHack Dallas, we talked about yesterday, I think Spacestation largely thinks that they threw away the series, that they did not get beat in the end, that they threw away what would have been a full 4-game sweep. And I think that that's going to be in the back of their minds. They've had a lot of time to look at VOD. They've had a lot of time to prep, and now's the time to put it on display. Like Mark said, it's the biggest series for them. If they win this, they always run out of steam in a grand final. So if they win this here, they'll be set up for success.
They certainly will be set up, that is for sure, and it is my turn to set things up. FaZe versus Space Station. Our winners, finals, the stage is getting set. These teams are ready to go. They have been waiting for this matchup for quite some time now. Let's meet our teams. Kicking things off with the boys in red, FaZe. They have been improving on things as the weeks have gone on in between the Global Invitational. Of course, taking that title, gripping that trophy, hoping they can hold on to another one by the end of this major. The improvements have had to come forward because it was too close for comfort against Space Station the 2 times they did actually play in the Global Invitational. They've improved objectively for sure, because Slayers haven't seemed to be a problem for them. Again, not a problem coming into this major either. 4-1 currently on the weekend, but CTF has improved significantly. They have a clean record of 4-0 on CTF currently. What are you looking at for this roster to do in this series? What would convince you from the get-go that they are down to play, they're going to head into this grand final, and they are going to go and give it to whoever they meet up there?
I think the important thing that you highlight there is, I feel like FaZe kind of had to fall back on their Slayer success in the last time that we saw them play against Space Station, especially in that grand final when it was the objective game types where they were a little bit short. Now, if you're looking at a series and maybe even looking ahead to a grand final with a longer series, objective game types become more of an influence on how things are going to end up, who's going to come out as the victor. So you're completely right. I mean, you ask why are FaZe clans so good? There's obviously so much individual ability, so much history, experience. You can add all that together. But outside of the game, these guys work harder than anyone. They are sat in their hotel rooms reviewing VOD late at night. They are spending hours in between scrims. It's a full-time job for these guys, and they take it as such. It is every single day. It is almost like religious in the way that they wake up every day. They know what they want to achieve, and they know how they need to improve. And I think that something you highlighted there is they won the last event, and they want to win it by a further margin. That's what the level of brilliance is, the level of excellence that they expect from themselves, this FaZe roster. And when they're in that mood, when they are hungry, they are absolutely terrifying.
They certainly are indeed. On the other side of the stage, though, dressed in gold, looking pretty damn good right now, dripped out in all of their Space Station ice, are the Space Station Gaming boys. And I've got to say, in terms of improvements, they certainly have improved themselves. In terms of their Slayer, something that we did actually criticize them on last time, they went 6-5 at DreamHack Dallas, and then they turn out with a 5-0 here in the major. So improvements on both sides of the fence here for both teams. Objectively, now Slayer for Space Station. What are you looking at from Space Station Gaming in particular, whether it's individuals or their play style when they're going up against FaZe?
I mean, I think it's the continued excellence. The first thing that jumps out, is definitely what you said about the Slayers. I think Bound's tweet, the grand final game 7, and just the entire team's kind of demeanor just is a really big indicator that they take Slayers really serious now, and the record has really changed that, and it's indicative of that. Also, whatever they're doing to allow Stellar to go 42-19 against some of the best teams in the world, it just tells you that, yes, first of all, Stellar is putting up numbers that we haven't really seen this season. However, what his teammates are doing around the map to pave that with a way for that is unbelievable. And I think as long as they keep doing that, and I mean, of course, that comes down to the fundamentals, but the fundamentals executed in an unbelievable way in terms of knowing exactly when you need to stay alive, when you need to have opening damage, when you force a split spawn versus not forcing a split spawn, the way that you deal damage without taking, everything like that is going to come down. I think that's been the recipe for their success, and as you mentioned, they just look at a different level.
Yeah, I think one thing that's going to separate this series as well, we can talk about the fundamentals, but there are going to have to be moments of absolute brilliance from players, whether that's getting away with, you know, where you're falling away with no shields and you got to snipe and you headshot someone, it gives you an advantage. Whatever it might be, there has to be moments of brilliance, because that's the level we're at now in this tournament. It isn't just about doing your fundamentals well. That's not enough to win you a tournament, because you could do the fundamentals perfectly, but if you get no-scoped by someone, then what do you do in response to that? So it's a responsibility almost for the big names on these teams to be consistent when they have to be, but also when the pressure is on, to produce moments that win you tournaments.
Indeed, and a big name on the screen right now as well, Stellar. He has been phenomenal, and that's exactly why he's our USMC service record right here in this series. The numbers he was producing yesterday were fantastic, don't get me wrong, love the stats all day, but it's actually, for me, what those were doing for his team, how those were converting into moments and game-changing plays. They're not just numbers, they're not just stats, they are literally producing wins. The way that he's able to move around a map, the positions, the power positions he gets himself into and allows his team to get into are crucial for Space Station and the way that they are playing, and that is why it was so damn good and clean yesterday from Space Station Gaming.
I mean, I said it yesterday, it's a bold claim, I do like to make them occasionally, and I think it was one of the best individual performances in a series I've seen in quite some time, and it's a statement you can make because of the opposition they were up against as well. Against OpTic Gaming, it was, you know, the world champions, right? Yes, they might have had a bit of a downturn in form, but Stella just took them apart, and it was every single game as well. The odd ball in particular was fantastic. You saw in this game here as well, the pit game. I mean, just look at how confident he is moving around the map as well. That's a player who believes if you put a player in front of him and he has an advantage, he takes the fight and he wins it. He's never thinking about, I might lose this fight, I need to stay alive. It's, you are going to die, and I am going to be the person who puts you in the death screen.
I absolutely love how we just see an example there. He's just floating up the map. He goes up to that S2 and he puts a drop wall down. He's like, yeah, this is my base now. I mean, the confidence this guy has to be able to find the positions that he can, it's unbelievable. As you can see, the record speaks for itself. Stella is one of those players that you want to keep your eye on in this series. He is going to be crucial to the win for this one for Space Station. Absolutely incredible. I can't say enough incredible things about him, Brav. Got any more?
I do. His hair looks better and better every event. That's what I would say. It's been a while.
I like the half up, half down low. We don't often see that from Stella. It's usually a full bun.
There's a little bit of a different look this time.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit of a different look for this team. Maybe they will take a dub this time. Maybe that's what it is. They've got to change the hairstyles up to change the records across the board and hopefully lift a trophy with that new hairstyle. I'll tell you what though, folks, it is time to get into the series. We're going to head on over to our casters. We do have Clutch and Sheriff T on the mics. Boys, this is going to be an absolute banger. Winners final, Space Station versus FaZe. You guys are very lucky casters.
Thank you so much, Lottie. It's so good to be here in the winners bracket finals. FaZe versus Space Station Gaming. Arlington, are you with me?
Woo! I'm not supposed to be up here, but for some reason, I got lucky enough to be standing next to you, Tony, and I couldn't be more excited to be a part of this series, have the best seats in the house for this one. Because if we watch these two teams' last event show us anything, it's that these series typically go the distance, and I think they touched on it on the desk perfectly. There's a lot of big-name players that have plans on making big plays in this series.
Winners bracket finals, so important. Tournament after tournament. It's so hard to reset a bracket, but also so hard to win off of a reset. Normally the winner of the winners finals will take the tournament. This is the most important series of the weekend.
Kicking it off, it's going to be live fire strongholds, and this is going to be a tough one for FaZe Clan because Space Station specialize in pushing the limits on strongholds on live fire, so we'll see if they can weather the storm early. We're going to pay attention to Eco as we hop on board.
Double push quickly coming out of Space Station Gaming as they go right after the Charlie side of the map. World 2 almost able to hold down that tower side by himself, but looks like SSG, they want the seaside control. They also want to translate that quickly to the overshield.
I love the rotation. I love the rotation back to overshield. Power weapon, power up focus going to be so important to put those players in a position to make a play here throughout this series. So that's the big thing you need to pay attention to. Typically those big plays, they come from the overshield. They come from the snipe. but this overshield, it's starting to get melted. Bound is surrounded, taken down, and FaZe have weathered the storm first off.
I was just about to say, at least he has the heat wave to work with, but the back smack neutralized that immediately. Somehow, it's Stellar able to get away with the S7. He sees that nade coming out of nowhere, has to be careful. The last thing Stellar wants to do is change hands for this power weapon.
Make a play. You did it all day yesterday against OpTic. Can you hit some shots to take your series lead? The answer this time is no. A great job by Royal 2 and come to shut him down.
Quick 3 down for Space Station Gaming. FaZe take control, and they take the lead here. A double cap with the CB setup. That means that SSG are spawning over toward the A side. You see that long-range grenade going in, try to get any cheap damage that he can. Overshield in less than 20 seconds. That's going to pull both of these teams towards it.
So let's step back. FaZe Clan did not get an overshield or snipe at the start of the game. They have done a phenomenal job to somehow have the lead here with B and C controlled. Building that lead with Space Station getting all the early power bodes well for FaZe fans.
Forget making lemonade out of lemons. They're making margaritas.
I'll take one, maybe two.
That overshield finally coming up, and it looks like Stellar and Bound in perfect position to grab hold of it. That allows Eco to sit here over toward the tower side and make sure that FaZe can't get in position, does everything he can to play his life, buys enough time for Overshield to get into play, but it looks like Overshield ends up getting shredded, and FaZe once again dominate map control.
3 go down, and all of a sudden a 50-point lead for FaZe Clans, and Frosty doesn't even have a kill yet. Royal 2 in the lead, 7-1-2, starting this winner's bracket finals off the way Royal 2 normally does, dominant.
It looks like Renegade not too far behind them, and he's already pushing towards enemy lines right up to the sandbag side. Renegade back-to-back kills. That puts him in the lead now, and Royal 2 just doing what Royal 2 does best. He's just going to perch up onto the tower side and make sure that no SSG gets anything for free like Penguin thinks he's about to get.
Great patient play. He gets the kill, the reset, and makes it a difficult kill for Space Station. That is a phenomenal veteran patient play here in a big moment of this game 1.
Nades coming out of Renegade, waiting for that sniper to come up. They have to secure the C side, but there's 3 members of Space Station Gaming pushing up. The triple push will force Renegade out of position and ultimately to play his life. And now we see a little bit of rotation action. They don't need Charlie. They really need to hold Alpha and Bravo at the moment.
Tony, this is a 130-point lead, and Frosty just got his first few kills. It's actually a triple in the feed as Renegade gets the last one. 4 down goes Space Station, and a trip cap is inbound.
A clean sweep. FaZe putting SSG forward down and now manipulating those spawns, daring Penguin to cross the 50. It looks like he was about to make it over toward the C side, turns around, gets that communication. It's FaZe that have full C control. They're gonna have to make it toward the other side of the map.
Space Station Gaming struggling so hard to try and get out of the blender that they've been in for over about 4 minutes now. It's been a solid 2 points held, and Renegade continues to dominate this game, now up to 12-3-3, and he's got his eyes set on the next overshield.
And with overshield coming up, Snakebite puts his body on the line to make sure that Renegade doesn't get touched. Easy grab coming in, but it ends up being neutralized immediately. Heads up play by Icy Penguin.
A big play by Penguin. Now, what can you do with it? You got B and C now in the hands of Space Station. Finally, they get some points on the board in their favor, but you're down over 110 right now. Plays need to be made, and Penguin, your number's being called. You only have 3 bullets in the S7. What can you give us?
The same way we saw Royal 2 dominate the C side of the map with this tower side is now what Penguin is doing, just repositioned slightly to try to pick up some of the damage that's being created by his teammates here, but a CB setup being held. Now you're seeing 3 members of FaZe. They're addressing Bravo.
Snakebite's going to be on the left side of the map, but the pressure, the focus from FaZe is on to B. Right now, Penguin trying to rotate over there, is able to land a body shot onto Renegade. Frosty, however, still in the hill, able to capture it in his team's favor, and now Penguin was removed from that play the entire time. You got to figure out a way to be a little bit more impactful, especially when you're down over 100 points.
And now he has no more sniper ammo to work with either, so gonna have to use his BR. Gets into an individual fight with Frosty, not quite able to win that, but his teammates are following through. Here come FaZe, Renegade challenge. Eco, that's not gonna happen. 3 down for FaZe. SSG steal Bravo right away.
Numbers advantage for Space Station, but they have to continue this momentum for so long. Still down 90 points and counting. C under a lot of pressure from FaZe right now, and Eco tries to relocate top tower with the repulse, but he's got to get a couple of kills before he can jump in the stronghold.
Both Overshield and Sniper coming up at the exact same time, and Eco has that big brain flank that you want to see. Couple kill comes in. That's going to open up the rest of the map for SSG to try to take control of Overshield, but nobody home just yet. Frosty and Renegade might have been too much for Renegade. Pockets it just for a bit, and now going to get right back into the action. 3 members of SSG takes down one. Needler in the back pocket, the nade starts to push. Not quite able to take down Bound. Didn't Bound call him sugar, honey, iced tea?
Words we can't say as casters that they get to say as players because we like our job and they are better than us. So we'll keep it under wraps, use the bleeps where they're needed. But yeah, that's going to be something Renegade did not forget from earlier this morning. That is something that he wants to be able to say something about here as this series goes underway.
It definitely looks like he hasn't forgotten it. 14 kills, 7 assists to go along with it. Plus, he's only died 8 times for this FaZe roster, but it's Royal 2, the man of the hour, sniper in hands. They want to take over Bravo. They know they need that first pick. It looks like Renegade wasn't able to trade out his life with Eco, but Royal 2 chasing down a new challenger. Once again, SSG gained the advantage. They're not going to be taking Bravo.
Hold the phone, 3 go down. All of a sudden, just a 60-point game, what was once a 110-point lead, is starting to dwindle. I want to hop into a listen-in with Spacestation Gaming and see how they can amount this comeback.
You guys trying to go cement? Cement one. Hey, take our time. Take our time. Let's use it. I'm coming up. Could go vent. It's on small doors. Yo, can we start going right?
Yeah. Terminal closer.
We're trying to name me. I have here. Someone make a play for me.
Sniping training.
What's that tower, PJ? Top tower? Start pivoting.
Nice.
Top tower.
OB in 20, guys. OB in 20.
I'm going.
Fighting tower for you guys.
Yeah, John's mod right now.
Tower and T-Pot. I'm trying to live, guys.
I'm trying to kill John.
Yo,
OB in 50. Yo, drop it.
2 dummy door.
Come back.
Keep living, guys. Keep living.
Next one.
You're ramp, John.
Alright, OB in 5, guys. One shot C5.
Yo, elbow, man.
Can we play elbow?
Yeah, let's see.
We're not gonna get it west.
All good.
You can maybe 7 PJ.
Yeah, talk about what we want to do off spawn here.
Yo, I'm gonna hop B.
Get it?
Yeah, one about mid.
So another guy on west. Pillars. PJ, I'm here. I have your
Yeah,
bottom mid dummies.
A with Toby.
Yeah, bottom mid dummies.
Yeah, we need to see. Cut one.
And dummies.
Nice.
Cuts PJ, cuts half.
Yeah, one more.
I need help, guys.
Are
we got me, top mid?
I'm trying to get you, PJ.
Angle was on you. 2 dice, I'm gonna die. All good, boys. 2 dice.
Yeah, dice one shot.
Dice on B, S1.
One bottom mid is the west. Plenty of time.
Keep batting, let's go.
Dice.
Out of us.
Yo, bottom mid is all. I can't pay, guys.
PJ, behind us.
There's gonna be guys. There's gonna be other.
Yeah, 2 elbow, 2. Nice.
Oh my god, ace, man!
Yo, we're getting A.
Nice, right,
Yeah, I'm living.
50. Yo, guys.
John, do I go B? What do I do?
Let's go B with him. Go.
Sniper 10, guys. Sniper 10. And they probably tell concrete.
He's back B. Back B and some. Matt, back B half. I'm weak, bro. I can't.
Yeah, 2 This one day.
Yo, snipes up now, guys. Snipes up now as well.
One hit. One hit. Big door, and Matt's trying to kill guy B. There's a guy big door on you.
Hopping on board with FaZe. It seems a little chaotic in my opinion. Some nice mat comms were obviously due to Royal 2 making a play, but you're going to need to make another one if you're FaZe Clan right now, risking the trip cap now. Space Station had taken the lead.
Okay, that momentary trip cap can pay dividends here for Space Station, but that's until Renegade's able to get away with the sniper. They have to make a play right now. There's no time. You gotta hop in Alpha and Bravo at the same time here, and it looks like one gets stopped, and that might be all that was needed. SSG taking game 1.
What an unbelievable comeback we were able to witness. I know we were in the listen-in with FaZe, but it was really them on their back feet that entire time. And, I mean, taking a look at those stats, it was really Penguin that was able to stick out, leading the lobby in kills, and it was not looking pretty for them early on. They were down 110 points for Space Station to make that comeback, to build some momentum here very early on in this series. Going into game 2, what a massive performance from them.
Really tough over towards that end game too. You know, you saw Renegade obviously have the sniper, you saw a 3-man push, but they had to hop into Alpha and Bravo at the same time because of that powerful trip cap, and that's ultimately what got them the win there. And man, SSG, they're a tough team to deal with on strongholds. We all know how good FaZe are when it comes to Slayer.
And that was really the crux. They talked about it on the desk. a little bit about the previous time these two teams have matched up. Space Station needing to work on their Slayers in order to get over the hump, in order to maybe win the winner's bracket finals match and give themselves that advantage going into the next best of 7. This game too will show if Space Station was able to work on those Slayers so quickly in this series. To be able to go up 2-0 in this best of 7 would be massive for Space Station, and if they decide to do it, it's going to be on the streets. And I'm sorry, it is a best of 5. I jumped the gun.
Street's gonna be coming up next, and we know how important that power weapon control is. And the way SSG were playing for quite a bit, it may obviously not an overshield in play like there is on live fire, but you still have those rockets over towards the mid-map. You still have Stalker, which dominates the subway side. And let's not forget about that Bulldog. If SSG can employ that same exact power weapon control, that efficiency that they came in that game number 1, who's to say they can't win on Slayer? Who's to say they can't go up 2-0 in the series? Well, apparently the audience thinks they can do it.
There's a lot of SSG fans out there that have something to say about it, but the only thing that matters, the only people that matter are the 8 there on that main stage. And SSG have been waiting for an opportunity to redeem themselves and their Slayers from last tournament, and this is their first real opportunity to show the world they have what it takes.
SSG has only dropped 1 map on their way here to the winners bracket finals. Hasn't dropped 1 yet, and they don't plan on dropping 1 now, even here on the streets of C Bound. The first one to get a hold of those rockets, gets it over toward the safety of a perimeter on the purple side, and has his teammates around him. This is a perfect position here for Bounder. You know, he said, you know what, I'm gonna be unselfish. I don't need the Bulldog and rockets. Go ahead and take 1 for me.
So far, so good for Space Station. Power weapon control in their favor. It's just a 1-0 lead. Very often do you see a lot of kills being traded for those opening rockets, but Space Station somehow not only just being able to pick up those rockets, but get out of there unscathed without dropping a single death. They're going to be able to dictate the early pace of this game, and with this, they're turning it into a stalemate already.
Both Snakebite and Frosty are responsible for holding on to the B side here for FaZe. We're seeing Eco. He wants to dress it onto tires, and as of right now, SSG are perfectly comfortable with slowing this game down to a snail's pace. And I promise you though, once that entry damage comes in, once that first kill, that easy kill comes out, either one of these teams can pick it up at a moment's notice, and the Rockets might be exactly what the doctor ordered. Quickly taking 1 down. Excellent shots onto Snakebite, but the double push still forces Penguin to back down. He may need some reinforcement.
Honestly, that's a phenomenal job by FaZe to make Penguin waste those rockets. It only transitions into 1 kill. I'm pretty sure he hit his own teammate with the second one. It was traded out, and a 2-1 lead for Space Station looks a little bit different now they have no rockets to play around.
Penguin grabbing that drop wall. He's going to be a little extra confident here while defending the purple. Bound gets a double kill off the screen. That Bulldog is too strong. That's going to Snakebite by himself. He thinks it's a 1v1, but the bait and switch is too much. A 6-1 run here for SSG. FaZe are in trouble.
How slow is this game going? It's Street Slayer, for God's sake, one of the fastest map mode combos we have in Infinite. And as Penguin uses the Shroud perfectly to help himself get away with the rockets, it's 7-1 with rocket control. Perfect power weapon played this time around from the big dog Penguin.
It don't matter how fast you move, it might just be a turtle race. And as of right now, SSG using that patience, defending every single angle on the map and limiting the movements here for FaZe. FaZe, they have to try to make something happen. They need a big play. Royal 2 gets the first kill, but will it be enough?
And you gotta wonder how paranoid FaZe is right now, as Penguin, under a lot of pressure, finally goes down for the first time in this game. But typically, Space Station are a very fast-paced team, Tony. Typically, they're soaring, they're applying pressure at all times. For them to kind of flip the switch here, at least early in Game 2, maybe this is the lead and the success that they will need to have success in Slayers against a team like FaZe.
SSG really showing their utility, showing their versatility, and being able to slow the game down when necessary, and clearly it is working. That's a 4 down for FaZe as they hit the black screen. SSG have the opportunity to punish those spawns.
Bound with a 6-2-2 start, has the Stalker in hand as well, so in a prime position to potentially push that to an even better KD ratio right now. But the young superstar, the one that hasn't got a win yet on this team, you know this is the one that he has his eyes set on at the time, and what a position he's put in to be able to get his team over the hump, get to a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. That would be a mark Space Station haven't seen yet, and he's going to hold this angle down so perfectly.
Must be so frustrating for Snakebite. He's been having one heck of a tournament so far, especially within the Slays column.
Best KD ratio in the tournament.
Being at 0-4, even 1 assist behind it. Obviously, the game is still young, and it's only a 15-7 game, but this is not indicative of the way that Snakebite and FaZe have been playing. But with Renegade coming in with that Sentinel beam, that may slow SSG down even slower than they've already been, and that's enough time, enough of a distraction for Snakebite to get a hold of the Rockets.
Yeah, distracting 2 of them is big. Even getting 1 before going down is even bigger. Snakebite with these Rockets now going to find his first kill, put himself on the board, and now FaZe Clan kind of get to dictate where this game is going to go from here, because although it's 16-9, when you have the Rockets in your hand, you get to decide, are we pushing, are we going to play a fast-paced game? Unfortunately, Royal 2 getting caught off on the other side of the map is going to make FaZe slow this one down. It's going to wait for the respawners. They have to figure out a way to turn this into a couple multiple kills, getting the numbers advantage with this last rocket.
I'm going to agree with you 100%. As of right now, SSG have been controlling the pace. FaZe are reacting to everything that SSG are throwing at them. We need FaZe to start playing their game, and whatever that looks like, it might be behind the Rockets. Takes Eco down. That's going to be with the quickness. Too quickly down for SSG, and now looks like Stellar inbound. They're not going to move into position. They're just going to wait for the rest of the team to spawn up. Can FaZe take advantage of this?
This is good for FaZe. Having them trapped in Tram is big, but unfortunately, that first pick is even bigger. Space Station creates so much space with that kill on the Snakebite. They're able to trade it out from a very disadvantageous position right now. This is a big 1v1, but Renegade interrupts it, finds himself his 6th kill of the match, and now all of a sudden, a blowout. It's just a 7-kill game. Make it 8 as Frosty ties it back to 7. Picks up this red gun, and this is an opportunity that FaZe has not had in this game yet.
A couple of denial grenades being thrown. Not sure how much ammo he has in that Stalker. It looks like not much. He wasted the final bullet and immediately gonna drop it. 2 members of SSG are lagging behind here onto the subway side. Frosty is right behind them, but he is spotted.
Rockets are coming up right now. Frosty needs to figure out a way to impact the battle, because this is going to be a very important one for FaZe, almost a must-win as far as a win condition is concerned. Those Rockets, they get shrouded out, and it does look like Space Station have found themselves another set of Rockets in the hand of Bound. A trade is great when you're up so much, but right now it's starting to dwindle. 3 go down for Space Station on the other side of the map, and make it 4 down for Space Station. It's a clean wipe after those use of Rockets, and FaZe have made this a 4-kill game.
They were able to get a hold of the Rockets, but weren't able to do much with it. SSG eventually going 4 down. That's not what you want to see. And like you said, FaZe are slowly starting to claw their way back into it. But of course, once I say that, Space Station wake up. They turn the tables right away, and now it's FaZe, the ones going 3 down. Renegade, the one has to force them back down and ultimately play his life.
A smart play by Renegade, but a frustrating one. 3 no-shield players get away with their lives right there. Nobody able to trade on the side of FaZe, and because they just made it a 4-kill game, you're thinking that was the moment we tied this up. Unfortunately, you get back 3 more. It's all of a sudden back to a 6-kill game.
And once again, back to that stalemate that we were seeing all throughout the first half. The game slows down. You're waiting for that early damage. You're waiting for that early advantage, early kill for you to change the course, change the pace of the game here. So just chipping away at the shields of each other. Renegade with the Sentinel beam. This could be the difference maker, but the rest of his teams are taking a lot more damage than expected. They're backing down, and apparently so will Renegade.
Nice kill there by Renegade, but it's only going to result in a trade. Look how far back Space Station are playing. This is uncharacteristic. You need to see FaZe take advantage of all the space that they've been awarded on the map. Space Station, if they get weak, they will not have a place to hide. So Royal 2, perfect shots with the Stalker Rifle, find that opening pick. Unfortunately, a bit of an overchow there, not able to get away from the angle of the rest of Space Station. Still anchoring this position so perfectly. Frosty gets taken down as well. The lead remains 7.
The day started off with a 1v1 between Bound and Renegade, and it even continues with them going off for their respective teams. But as of right now, Space Station Gaming that still have that advantage. It's Space Station Gaming to get away with the Rockets. Luckily, Frosty's able to ice him out over towards the bottom subway side, but SSG still have control. And Eco's still confident enough to try to trade out his life with that Bulldog. Even ends up staying alive, does some extra damage with the grenades. Excellent life by Eco.
All of these kills and removal of power weapons with these rockets, as far as trades are concerned, are only benefiting Space Station right now. Still up 7, approaching 50, 12 to go. If you can continue to find ways to trade, you will win and go up 2-0 in this series.
And with Penguin just hiding in that corner, waiting for anybody to cross, he gets that free damage and a pivotal fight. And like I said, every single kill brings SSG closer and closer to that 50 mark. FaZe only down by 5, but they have to be careful.
5 kills is doable, but you need to play almost perfect to come back. You need plays to be made, and Frosty staying alive in Red Room here is a big play. Unfortunately, the last overchow is going to cost him his life. Penguin able to finish off that kill, extending it back to a 5-kill game. But now FaZe Clan have got to figure out a way to dissect this team, and they haven't been able to do it all game. And unfortunately, Renegade getting caught out only slows down that plan from taking push 2.
FaZe are playing with fire right now, allowing SSG 43 kills, just 7 kills away from taking the win. And as my mother used to say, you play with fire, you're bound to get burned. So now we have Bound on screen with that bandit. Multiple members of FaZe backing down. They have to start valuing their lives. Something has to change now.
It's a 6-kill game. Rockets come up in 20 seconds. And I'd be surprised if Space Station didn't want to make a play before these rockets come up, because if FaZe are able to get a couple of kills and get the rockets paired with it, that is their win condition to get back in this.
And that's the advantage that SSG have, though. I mean, they can sacrifice a couple of lives, a couple of bodies to make sure they secure those rockets, because they're the ones with the lead. They're the ones in control. They're forcing FaZe to put themselves in an awkward position, and that might be the last mistake being made, because Bound comes in quick in the arcade side, ain't playing no games, takes down Frosty. His teammates off his spawn are going at it. 2 down go FaZe, and those rockets are sitting right into the mid-map.
Somehow Space Station find the opening 2 picks. It allows Stellar to at least get rockets a little bit closer to his team. They have a 7-kill lead and 2 rockets to play around, and that's going to be a good one to start with. Royal 2 going to be stuck no shield. Eco finding a lot of success in removing those rockets from the map. Make this game almost a lock for SSG.
SSG less than a squad wipe away from going up 2-0 in the series against FaZe, the team that's been the thorn in their side, the same team that beat them out twice in Dallas. SSG looking good, up by 7. All you got to do is don't make mistakes. Just play for the trades at this point. At this point, you're 3 kills away from doing it.
So many times we've seen teams come back on Street Slayer, but with 57 seconds remaining, FaZe are not only having to deal with 3 kills to give up, but also a time limit that will expire. They get the first kill. Great teamwork from Eco, from Bound. It's the boys in yellow that are doing it again.
You talked about it early in the game, how slow of a pace SSG were playing. It's a chess game. They were thinking 17, if not 20 moves ahead. They knew if they continued to play at that pace, eventually FaZe would be between the shot clock and the scoreboard. They put them in between that rock and a hard place, and eventually it was just too much for FaZe to handle.
And let's talk about it. How SSG just dissected exactly what FaZe wanted to do that entire game. Ever since the opening break, the first set of rockets, they were able to dictate everything throughout that game. Maybe there was one small lapse where it felt like FaZe had them on the reins for a little bit, had the opportunity to successfully get some momentum, to play at our pace, to control the game. No, SSG perfectly just finessed FaZe out of a Game 2 Slayer. That tells me everything I need to know about SSG's chances of winning this tournament. They are now the favorites to win this tournament because they have been able to fix their Slayers, and that was one of the most impressive games I have seen.
And it wasn't just the first rockets of the map, it's also the second to last one. You saw 43-37. SSG, they have an advanced understanding of the situation, and they know all they have to do is dare FaZe to push up, make FaZe make the first move, and once they do, punish them. That's exactly what they did. They played the situation perfectly, and that's the reason why they're up 2-0.
Game 3 is going to be Argyle CTF, and if you ever needed to get back and find some momentum, FaZe Clan need to find a way to get to a Game 4, find this series a little bit further, because right now SSG are looking with so much momentum forward to this championship Sunday. And on Argyle CTF, you got 2 S7s, you got the camo up top, and a lot of opportunity to make plays. And right now, the way SSG are being able to dictate how this series has been played since about midway through game 1, that's where this game could get dangerous.
You've sat both with this team and also behind the team as a coach. You've been a player and a coach, and you've teamed with the likes of the Snake Bites, the World 2. You have seen what this FaZe clan can do.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a position like this where you're in the winners bracket finals, you're down 0-2, and you're the ones that have to make something happen? You're the ones not in control.
Well, every time we did it from the elimination bracket, because we weren't the best Friday team. Shocker, I know. But there were plenty of series we were down 0-2, and there were plenty of series where we found ourselves shortly in a game 5, and on top of that game 5 at the end. I don't think we ever lost a game 5 when we teamed together. So these guys, if anybody has seen it firsthand, Snakebite, Royal 2, Frosty, you guys know exactly what you're doing in order to get back into a series like this. But it really does start with the playmakers, and I'm glad we're able to highlight Renegade, because although I only had the opportunity to stand behind this kid for a short stint, let me tell you, he is a playmaker, and if anybody can give this FaZe roster a spark, it's going to be Renegade with a 1.2 CTF KD.
But on the other side, you still got Bound to deal with it. Not only is Bound an amazing 1v1 player, but he might be even a better 4v4 player, especially when you have the likes of Stellar, Eco, and the rest of them behind you. That not only does Bound come with that firepower, that movement, the mastery, the mechanics, but when you have the team communicating the way they do, the teamwork that they have, they overwhelm you with that teamwork. And I mean, you already saw it in the first 2 games. Bound is a stud.
Something I've seen throughout this weekend that I'm going to want everyone to pay attention to is how scrappy SSG have always been in CTF. They don't wait for 4 to be down before pulling the flag. They'll get 1 kill. They'll pull the flag when all 4 of you are alive just to make it a little bit more chaotic, just to give you another variable to try and weigh and make it more difficult for the other team to kind of play defense, right? They don't need complete setups in order to get an efficient objective done. FaZe have kind of adopted that and started to put that into their own. So many times I would be frustrated watching this FaZe team play like a map like Empyrean, where they would need a perfect setup to get the flag moving. This weekend they have showed me that they can be a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more efficient and random, and creating those variables for their enemy teams. I think that they have found so much success with their CTF since they've been able to do that, that I have a lot of hope for how this matchup's going to go in Game 3.
Been proud of the way that FaZe have been looking and capture the flag against the rest, but now you gotta do it against the best. Spacestation Gaming here on Argyle with first to 3 takes the win. We're still gonna put 12 minutes on the clock, but this can be the last time you see FaZe in the winner's bracket. If you're a FaZe fan, you better make some noise. They need you.
I wanna see a Game 5. I wanna see what Bound is up to at the start of this game as well. Gonna go for the grapple at the start, camo in his eyes, and is he gonna win the race for it? It does look like he's able to at least drag it towards him. And with this camouflage, Space Station are going to once again be able to create a little bit of the pace at the start of this game.
Was able to get away with that camouflage despite taking damage as he grabs it, but finds himself over towards the mid-map, and you know Snakebite, he has them camo eyes. 3 down for Space Station Gaming. FaZe have an opportunity to push up.
What a kill by Royal 2 to spot that camo player, take him down before he's able to really get his shield back and start impacting their mid-game here as we get underway. Royal 2 already starting to put his fingerprints here in Game 3. Let's see what else he's got for us.
Sniper up in the vents. This is exactly where you want World 2, but his duo does end up going down in Renegade, and Frosty does as well. World 2 winning a big gunfight against Penguin, but he's still isolated here by himself, so he's gonna play just a bit slow, at least until his teammates are able to get back into the action.
Can he hit the headshot? No. Can he finish the kill? No, unfortunately. That one's gonna get away from him. Does Eco Smith go down is what we're paying attention to right now. Royal 2 not looking to be aggressive, as he still has a few more bullets with this S7, and if he can find a couple of picks, FaZe Clan will be able to get a flag on the move. If they can get players into the base, it does look like trades are across the board right now, and Royal 2 looking to get a little bit more involved, looks to push.
3 down for SSG with the final player in Stellar. Wins his 1v1, and that puts FaZe 4 down themselves, so Stellar with the sniper. Snakebite gets bodied, but oh, and the second one's gonna connect. They don't gotta be flashy, you just gotta hit them.
That was pretty flashy, I'll be honest. The no-scope, followed by the BR shot, followed by the no-scope. He says, I'll do it with the big gun then.
Missed the no-scope out to Frosty. Frosty with the height advantage gives it up momentarily just to take down Stellar. Now it's Frosty has a turn with this S7, taking damage from all sides. Eco awarded the kill for that one. World 2 now knows where Eco's at because of it. The body shot goes in, World 2 finds the kill, and Penguin is chasing him down.
You know Penguin wants to get the snipe out of Royal 2's hands. The damage that he can do with this weapon is very known by Space Station. These two go so far back, been competing against each other for so long at this point. Penguin with one more grapple, tests the limits of the death barriers and gets back into the base, and look at that, with 2 down from FaZe, Penguin looks to pull the flag.
And you're talking about earlier the objective efficiency of Space Station Gaming. While that happens, the rest of his team are putting FaZe 2 down. If they were able to follow up through it, this flag would have been home, but luckily FaZe off the spawn, catch the angles they're looking for. This should be a return, and multiple members of FaZe are already past the 50.
That was going to be all 4 going down for Space Station. Look at the ground that FaZe have been able to take early on, but Penguin spots out Renegade going under his base. Penguin follows him, and although he's going to be weak, not able to be taken down, but Frosty follows up. Snakebite finds one of his own. 2-2 trade on each side, but with Frosty in Space Station's base, this could be great for Space Station fans.
That's exactly what you want to see. Bound and Eco, they want to push Frosty out, but you have such a tight area to go through, and it's nade heaven. They're aware of that, so they have to tread with caution. Frosty with a couple shots onto Bound. Bound goes quickly in for the challenge. Back-to-back kills for Space Station Gaming. They've successfully defended their base.
4 down for FaZe. Once again, very nice defense from both of these two teams so far. And already, Space Station trying to prove that they can push the pedal to the metal when getting 4 down. Look at how aggressive they are being. Everyone on Bound's team in front of him in the FaZe base. FaZe lose 3 players, but so do Space Station. And Bound, he backs up, he plays for camo, and I like this play by him. He's gonna be able to secure this and potentially get another successful push for his team. Where did that camo just go?
He grappled it over, but it might have hit the wall, so now it's just might be sitting in no man's land at the moment. No camouflage for Bound. World 2 does end up going down. SSG did have the control, and looks like Bound is able to grab it, and now I can imagine FaZe have no idea. They found out the hard way, but that's gonna be numbers in favor of Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, this is a big moment for FaZe Clan right now. They need to find a way to take down Bound before he's able to do too much damage, but he's got his eyes set on Royal 2, but the nade, the one shot, is perfect. Royal 2 with another camo kill is massive for FaZe.
7 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock. Not a single flag cap on the board yet for either side, but what we do have is an S7 sniper in the hands of Stellar. I know you're a big fan, and I can see why. That's a flank onto Renegade. Eco follows it up. Another 2 down for FaZe, and once again, SSG, they're on the offense.
Eyes on Snakebite as well. He knows where their sniper is. Snakebite chooses to run under their base, and right now, Space Station are able to get a pull, are able to continue that flag run. It's going to be Eco that got it all the way here. Penguin's going to relay it around the corner, and right now it's Stellar and Penguin. What can they do with this flag on the move? FaZe Clan respawners are starting to pick up some kills, and SSG need to be careful here because a counter cap situation often happens on Argyle.
Snakebite right off his ball was able to take down 2 members of SSG while they were running that flag, and with that we should see a return. Stellar going to try to make one last-ditch effort, but it's not going to happen for FaZe. 2 down for SSG.
And look at this, respawners in the back of the base, not where you want to be on SSG. You want to hopefully spawn out because right now you do not have a ton of angles to be able to stop this flag from moving. Penguin's going to take the under route. He's going to be able to at least get behind Renegade, but look at how slow Frosty wants to play this. Actually, no one being there is actually going to fool Frosty. No one able to really impact that flag run. They do get the return, but in the meantime, Snakebite secured the camo.
Penguin found a great angle right there to be able to stop that flag, and ultimately Frosty was a heads up and knew that there was no point in giving up his life there, so stays alive. Snakebite still was able to get away with the camouflage, but ends up over toward the mid-map. Not exactly where you want to be. Once again, SSG look to take control. Haven't quite found the flag just yet. Another round of slays is all that's needed.
back and forth these two teams go. You have to think with 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, it's going to one day become a factor here very shortly, especially if one team can get a cap on the board here in the late game. It's probably going to be the first to one, if not two, with any objective success right now. But we haven't really seen a realistic flag run outside of what I would say the Space Station Gaming one was minutes ago, and even that very well defended by FaZe, a nice return. And what we really are looking for here is complete control of the map. 2 go down for SSG, a flag on the move. And if FaZe can get a couple more kills here, that would be massive for Snakebite.
And Snakebite able to repulse that flag right over towards his teammates, but he knows that the rest of SSG are slowly starting to move in position, so leaves that flag alone. Does excellent damage with the sidekick, not only on one, but on multiple players. Doesn't quite find the kill on them, but slows them down long enough for Frosty to make it all the way across the 50 with that flag. Nobody from SSG is gonna stop it. That flag's going in, the first one on the board, and it's FaZe.
Snakebite, you madman. That was absolutely incredible to get that flag run started, but better to have the awareness that it is not your job to continue that flag run, but to stay alive, get your shield back, get a couple of kills, and now FaZe Clan have the lead.
Frosty not only getting the kill, but able to grapple that camouflage over. Or maybe not. It looks like Penguin. Did Penguin steal that camo right before
he did.
the grapple connected? I didn't even see it.
Well, Frosty missed the grapple on the camo, grappled a repulse, and in the meantime of trying to figure out what was going on, Penguin comes underneath, steals the camo for himself, and let's see what SSG can do with this camouflage now that Frosty has got to be baffled and confused.
Yeah, I feel like more importantly, not only did Penguin get the camouflage, but I don't think FaZe saw him pop it, so they had no idea where he can be, and because of that, ends up taking down 1 damage onto 2, takes down yet another 1, but 3 down for SSG. FaZe should be able to recover.
Snakebite with a big double kill under a lot of pressure right there, able to release a lot of what would be the push from SSG, still having to deal with Stellar, and that's Frosty's job. He'll take it himself, finds Stellar on a street, able to take him down, and now with map control under 3 minutes, I should say, FaZe are able to play around this clock. I'd be surprised to see them be overly aggressive in any situation from here on out.
World 2 may have gone down, but he used that final bullet out of that sniper.
Flag on the move, though.
Snakebite follows through. Frosty's already in position to control the mid-map, ends up taking down Eco. That's gonna be a big kill for them.
2 more dead.
Trailing, 2 more pushing up over towards the pistol side. Can SSG overextend fast enough?
They're not gonna be able to get there. This is perfect textbook, scrappy, efficient Halo from FaZe Clan. They got the first 2 kills. They get that flag on the move. I thought they played defensive. They're bringing it right to SSG. They're not comfortable with the 1 cap lead.
And not only that, but FaZe were able to put SSG 2 down and start yet another flag, which has been relayed here for Frosty. They're not happy with 1, they're not happy with 2, they're looking to put this out of reach.
Unfortunately, that flag might have been a little too greedy. 3 go down for FaZe. Snakebite is going to get good damage on the Penguin with the slow play here, but this is an opportunity. Hold up, all of a sudden, that flag run could be the mistake SSG needed from FaZe, and all of a sudden, Penguin advancing this flag on the map. We saw this in the Sentinels versus Quadrant series earlier today. A double cap is possible, and right now, with 2 members down, FaZe need to figure out a way to get control.
Not only were SSG able to capitalize on the counter pull, but also they're feeding off the energy from the crowd. There are a lot of Space Station Gaming fans in the crowd, and you're hearing the chants. Only down by 1. 1 minute 19 seconds on the clock. Can SSG tie it up?
Penguin with the snipe. He's been so spectacular this entire year when he's found his way to the S7. Unfortunately, Frosty is going to be able to take him down. A good trade, however, from Brown leaves them with numbers advantage for now, but then Eco gets taken down. Bound tries to take the low route. He gets sniffed out by Renegade, and the 1v1 duo traded out again.
Trading lives there, but like you said, every trade that happens on the board favors the team in the lead. Don't mess with the snake.
You'll get the fang. I've heard it a couple times now. I like that. I like that. That should be on a t-shirt someday.
37 seconds left. And Snakebite, he's still going. This is why he's leading in KD. When he makes plays like that, he's hard to stop.
Best player in the game when he's on his A game, and He's going to need that for 3 straight games here in the Winners Bracket Finals. He brought it to game 3, though. How many plays have we called him out? Right now, 17 seconds and counting, focused on denying a flag touch, but he's got a lot of pressure on him. Needs to hit one more. Does he do it? Stellar, goodbye, good night. And this is going to a game 4 shortly, you'd have to think, but Bound finds himself a double, a body under Renegade. That snakebite snipe of Bound is putting it to use with 3 of his own, and the flag on the move, the pie chart's out, and the FaZe clan find a way to stop him before turning the corner, and Snakebite's got a snipe moments away from a game 4.
But it looks like Eco's gonna follow through, and that flag does make it through the corridor, all the way towards the computer side. We do see members of FaZe are starting to move in position, but nobody's quite there. Damage is out, so are the nades. It stopped just short. It's right there.
Stellar's gonna go for the touch. Snakebite can't hit it. And we have overtime in game 3. SSG have found a way.
3 minutes back on the clock. Next cap is gonna take it. We wanted to see a game 4, but SSG, they got different plans in mind.
Bound making the plays to take 3 down, keep that flag on the move, and all the space station have an opportunity now with the crowd behind them to end this game in 3.
Bound able to get away with that camouflage, but it stopped short immediately. Both teams end up going 2 down. Stellar gets away with the sniper, but the first flagpole is from Snakebite here at FaZe. Body shot does end up connecting. That should be a return. Eco has a flag of his own. Royal 2 sitting up high, but that body shot onto him will slow him down. Renegade coming off the spawn. It looks like FaZe might be able to return this flag as well.
It's such an awkward situation. Both flags were actually out there, Tony. Both teams focusing on the defensive side to stop that flag. Stellar doing a phenomenal job to hit a lot of these body shots. And right now, Snakebite, once again surrounded, is able to get a kill somehow in the 1v2 to deny this flag from being run. Stellar's gonna try and run it himself like a madman. He's able to trade it out. 3 members were coming off respawn for FaZe, but they're gonna spawn on that side of the map. Unfortunately, Eco couldn't read the respawners, and with that, that flag is out, but 1 member of FaZe falls off, and this flag gets a touch.
And with Snakebite falling off the map, he cannot help but give the communication to the rest of his team as they have to fight for the return. Stellar wins the most important pivotal battle of this game. That flag is now moving forward. FaZe are 2 down. Spawn's coming in. It looks like Snakebite was able to take down Stellar. Can they get the return? Like you said, it's 3 down for SSG.
We're looking at Penguin, the last player alive. He looks like he's not going to make a play for this touch, I don't think. He knows multiple members are going to be over here, but as I say that, he flies out, gives up his life for maybe a last chance effort. As that fight does get returned, but Space Station dumping every single body on that flag along the way. Tried as they might, they could not get the right amount of slays to get that flag in.
Bound doesn't taking height with the repulse, but looks like World 2 able to bring him right back down to reality, but nobody counted for Eco. Active camouflage is in play. This could be a flag cap for SSG if they play it the right way.
I like this. He scavenges those plasma grenades, and now he's going to look to push in the window. A little bit of help from Penguin along the way. Penguin's able to get a kill. Eco finds a second. 2 down for FaZe. Eco in your base with camo. This is where it could get ugly because this is how dangerous the camo flag run can be. Forces the hands of FaZe, and right now Renegade needs to make a play. Big shots, even better teamwork out of FaZe to stop this dead in its tracks.
Camouflage running out at the worst time there, so now the flag stopped right in front of the spawning players coming out of FaZe, but hold on. 3 down for SSG. Penguin gonna do everything he can to try to keep this flag alive, but I'm not sure it's worth it. He's in a 1v2, and eventually the return does come out. FaZe once again survive.
These flag runs from SSG are just so terrifying to try and deal with. There seems to always be one more player trying to get a touch. It almost seems like an act of desperation, but with how efficient they're able to get that touch and a kill with it, it keeps it alive for so long. It's got to have FaZe on their last nerve.
Minute and 30 seconds on the clock here in overtime. If we don't see a flag cap, we will go into double overtime where it's 1 flag to take it. Still enough time for something to happen here. Snakebite obviously aware of it, a couple extra shots onto the first. Ends up putting damage onto Stellar. Trusts his teammate to finish out that kill. And now the challenging Bound runs into the damage coming in from that grenade, and the rest of FaZe, that teamwork is working out. They're winning these engagements with Spacestation Gaming. That might convert to a flagpole.
With Snakebite playing like he is, 28, 11, and 20, but more importantly, just absolutely on fire with the snipe. You kind of want to see it in his hands, but as I say that, Frosty has found himself a snipe and made his way onto the kill feed with it. Camouflage is going to be up, and I do believe we just saw Snakebite grapple it to himself. So if we can hop on board with him, I'd love to be able to see what they're able to do with this new camo.
Snakebite and Renegade running in tandem at the moment. Snakebite is camouflaged out. One-shot Eco onto the Mohawk side. Hopefully this grenade bounces off that wall. Eco stays alive, and it looks like because of that, Renegade and Snakebite not able to pull this flag. In fact, Stellar is coming in with the sniper, but Stellar ends up going down. 3 down, make it all 4 members down for SSG. This could be it.
The one thing I want to say is Snakebite did not pick up that snipe that he took out from Stellar's hands. Is Stellar going to go back and have an opportunity to take Snakebite out with this snipe?
This might be it. The flag makes it over toward the snipe side. Over on the pedestal, he's gonna try to dive it in, not able to make it. It's still out there. It still could be saved, but Roll 2 down to 1 shot. He's being repulsed right off the map. Sayonara, 3 down for FaZe. This is bad. West, this is bad.
Penguin gets the return, can't get the flag out the window, but the play has been made. SSG coming off respawn, make this so doable. All of a sudden, a couple more kills have allowed reinforcements. Eco in the base, a flag on the streets. Now eyes set on the prize, but he's got multiple players of FaZe focused on not letting him advance this flag, and the pie chart's gonna run out. Unfortunately, maybe a blunder from them, but maybe the only blunder that they could afford, as we're gonna have a complete reset of this map and a first to the first cap. What
a game. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was it. The flag was right there, but that repulse from Penguin, knocking him right off the map, it is crazy. Mind the gaps happen, but I mean, how big of a mind the gap medal was that?
And how frustrated are you if you're FaZe? How perfect of a situation did that look like for everyone on FaZe? The positioning, the slays, the flag on the move, everything going right. But somehow Penguin gets there. He stops the flag runner the first time. He repulses the second player off the map in Royal 2. And Penguin showing you exactly what he brings to the table. Might not have been a positive KD ratio, but the play to keep his team in this one. As stats up on the board, it's Frosty and Snakebite leading the way as far as kills are concerned, but every single one of those players on that stage had such a pivotal play somewhere throughout that game that got us to where we are, double OT.
And in case you haven't been paying attention, this is your winner's bracket final. The winner of this makes it into the grand finals. Both of these teams are guaranteed top 3 in the tournament, but neither one of these teams are satisfied with that. They both have championship aspirations, and as of right now, it's SSG that still have FaZe on the ropes. If they win this, 1 flag cap is all that's necessary. If it goes in the way of SSG, FaZe are getting knocked down to the elimination bracket.
And SSG finally have the position they've been wanting all along ever since this team has really been formed. They haven't had the luxury of going through the winner's bracket. It is always an opportunity to double reset the bracket in the grand finals that they're forced to try and deal with, and because of that, they haven't been able to claim their trophy. Is this the tournament they finally get rid of all the demons that have haunted them for months now, several years at this point, and find a way to get the job done? You know they're capable of it, but you gotta figure a way out to close these games out, and they have stayed in this game and in this series, but they need to figure out a way to stop FaZe from advancing to a game 4, to a game 5, because the longer you keep them in here, the more dangerous these guys become.
We just watched 15 minutes of Argyle, and I gotta ask you.
15? It was like 18.
That was a little bit, it was a little extra, but what exactly did you see from either one of these teams that maybe they can improve on? Maybe they just have to tweak just a bit in order to secure the win. Remember, it's only 1 flag cap that's needed in order to take it.
I mean, I think from FaZe, things looked good a majority of the time. You had a lot of camouflage, you had a lot of snipes to play around, but the big thing is you let that one player slip through a couple of times that stopped the cap dead to its rights. And in all honesty, that's a very fixable thing. For SSG, how scrappy they were, it was giving FaZe a little bit of trouble, but FaZe always had an answer for it. Eventually, it felt like FaZe was going to break. Like somebody on SSG was going to get a double as one of those flags were out, and they were trying to get those scrappy touches. All it takes is one player getting a double, and then all of a sudden that flag is still on the move. And SSG feel like they've cheated FaZe out of what is a flag cap on Argyle CTF, where you nearly always have to have a perfect setup. SSG proving that might not be the case.
SSG has been doing a great job of countering the maneuvers that FaZe have been able to throw at him. Every single flag that they made it over to where the long one seemed like a counter off of FaZe's pulls. If they can do it once again, maybe they can take the win, but be careful, because FaZe only need one good 3 down, one good 4 down, and they can turn those tables.
Speaking of B, let's watch him. Stellar on your screen, the young lion himself, finding himself a body shot onto Frosty. And SSG start this one off with a little bit of momentum, kills in their favor, and he's going to advance with this snipe to about the midway point, and this is where Stellar becomes dangerous.
World 2 versus Stellar with the sniper, but it looks like Penguin was able to take down World 2, so now Stellar momentarily having the only sniper on the map, but his teammates are quickly going down. That's going to force Stellar to reposition.
Good defense by FaZe there. It was the first real push we've seen so far in this remade game, and Space Station, they're going to have to come off respawn. They haven't been able to advance on the map, however, as FaZe. And right now, they need to be careful, because Stellar with the snipe can once again just open the floodgates for the rest of SSG.
Just barely missing both of those shots, but eventually they start to connect. Snake fight catches the body shot from the S7. Bound off a screen, was able to take down Renegade, so that's going to allow SSG to push up just a bit. Eco's already in the pistol side, trading out his life, and Stellar, he's just looking for the right angle.
Frosty and Stellar have snipes. What else could you ask for as fans? As Frosty pulls out his BR to find a kill in the kill feed. Right now, Stellar patiently playing his position, not too involved with any of the action that's been going on. He's 1-0 right now, but eventually patience, it always pays off, and Stellar takes down Frosty.
You always tell me that Stellar is one of your favorite players to watch, and I see why, especially when he has that sniper, but only 2 bullets left. Can they convert this to a flagpole?
1 bullet to play around now, Stellar. It's about time we push up, and that's going to be the opening. Frosty, he gets taken out. It's a 3-3 split, and unfortunately, though, he's forced to try and run away. Snakebite's able to take him down. A 3-1-1 start, continuing the KD ratio streak for Snakebite as World 2's able to grapple that camouflage to him. And FaZe Clan with their power up and power weapon control, we saw that they were able to have so much success with this last time around. Let's see if that's the same case.
Like a boxing match, so far we've only seen jabs being thrown right now, but this camouflage, it can be the haymaker that they're looking for. Connects onto 1, not quite enough. Momentary 3v3 scenario, and World 2, he's trying to get more value out of the active camo.
I'd like to see him be aggressive and push into the base, but as I say that, the camouflage runs out. He's spotted, he's taken down. Stellar, once again, just anchoring so well so far for SSG. FaZe cannot find an opening, even with the power up in their hands.
SSG have been able to slow this down to their pace. This is what they wanted to see, but with half the members of SSG on the black screen, they got to make something happen.
This man is playing like a snail right now. Slow as they come. But all it takes is a couple of players to get spotted by him, a couple of shots to get hit, and SSG will jump on their moment. There's Royal 2 to start, and that could be where Stellar advances past the halfway mark for the first time here in overtime, able to find a second kill. Frosty, he's going down, and if he can find Royal 2 on these back nades, this flag will be on the move shortly.
Momentary 4 down turns to a 3 down as they continue to apply the pressure here. Stellar can't quite find the kill onto Royal 2. He's gonna get removed to the map, removed off the map immediately. Bound is making his way onto the basement side, finds the 1-shot Renegade. You still see Space Station Gaming applying pressure. They're still in the base of FaZe, but the battle's not done yet.
Snakebite with some big shots, followed up by Frosty to trade out what would be the Space Station members under their base. And right now, the teamwork for FaZe to flush out these SSG members of their base. Their defense stands strong once again, and a phenomenal job by FaZe that was under a lot of pressure with your winner's bracket on the line right there. They figured a way out of it.
We're still in double overtime, so it only takes 1 flag cap in order to make it through. SSG can advance to the grand finals with this win. We did see the active camouflage up. We do see both snipers up as well. Frosty the first one to get the kill onto SSG, a momentary advantage, but will it be enough?
Royal 2 trying to play his life over there. We're going to hop on board with Renegade, who's activated this most recent camouflage. He knows bounce under his base with the snipe, so he's forced to go back and play defensive with this camo. And Renegade gives up his position right now, kind of stuck out in the open too, needs to be careful. But they do take down Bound, and even more importantly, Royal 2 somehow still alive at the enemy base, gets this flag all the way to high elbow, and that could be an opportunity for the follow-up here from Frosty and Renegade.
Frosty going to follow through and toss that flag out. He knows that Eco is trailing, so he deals with Eco quickly, even gets the second kill, so that's a double by Frosty. The third one almost goes down, but down to one shot he goes. The flag is still going to be moved because of it. Frosty's falling off the map, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. Snakebite gets it towards the base. No damage being taken, and that's it. FaZe taking game 3.
We have ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe get the job done. They extend this series at least one more game. And guess what does it? Scrappy plays by almost the guy you'd least expect to play Scrappy objective. It's Royal 2 behind enemy lines once again. Getting a kill, getting a touch to at least get that flag on the move, taking a page out of SSG's book, and now it keeps FaZe in this series. And like we said, Tony, the longer FaZe keep extending this series, when it gets to that game 5 or that game 7, they're the iciest to ever do it. You do not want to find yourself having your 50 kills decide the difference between your opportunity in this tournament.
I love the fact that you talked about that Royal 2 starting that play, but can we just give the full team effort there as well?
Everybody got a touch.
Exactly. Royal 2 gets it over towards the computer side. Frosty, despite the fact that SSG are 3 down, runs the flag just a bit, turns around, gets the double kill. Eventually, he falls off the map while doing it, but Snakebite relays it to you. You're talking about 3 members of FaZe involved in that flag, and one mistake, that doesn't go through, and we saw what SSG do when you make mistakes.
I'm pretty sure even Renegade touched the flag at some point in between the high elbow and the PC. We'd have to see everyone's
I think Royal 1 touched it.
Yeah. You might as well. Everybody contributing there to get the job done. And that is something that we have always talked about is FaZe's weakness, their efficiency with objective, their willingness to give up some of their lives to be a little scrappy. And as we take a look at the highlights, there were a ton of them from Frosty, Snakebite, Stellar, Bound. Everybody was hitting shots with the snipe, but it is that scrappy objectiveness that makes the difference. And that was something that FaZe were so vocal about coming into this tournament. We want to get better at objectives. We know we won the last tournament because our Slayers were dominant, but our objectives need to be cleaned up. We need to find ways to where we don't have to outslay a team like SSG to beat them in the objectives, because you cannot expect to outslay a team like SSG every time.
But it took you a double overtime in order to get that win. Going into the next objective, I don't think we want to see a double overtime. I think we still need to see that cleaner objective, which easier said than done. SSG, one of the most objective efficient teams that we have in the league. It's not their objective offense, it's also their objective defense.
And sometimes it is those long extended games as a player that'll just cost you so much mental. Like, those ones hurt to lose more than any other game, because you put more energy, you put more time into that one game than any other. So SSG need to figure out a way to rebound here, because that long game, it gave FaZe Clan a lot of confidence they didn't have after leaving that live fire strongholds. They didn't have after leaving that Street Slayer. What was the first 2 games were predominantly dictated by SSG about midway after game 1. FaZe Clan really dictated a lot of the pace there on Argyle CTF, and as we move our eyes onto Streets Oddball, pay attention to who dictates the pace early on of this first round, because that is a very important factor going in for FaZe Clan fans to see in their advantage, and SSG to say, okay, we're right back where we wanted in the driver's seat.
If you're Spacestation Gaming, you're up 2-1 in the series, and like you said, it may have been a tough matchup, but you have no time to hang your head low. That's what you're playing for right there. You saw that trophy. It was beautiful. You have to take down FaZe here. We talked about it before. Winners bracket finals obviously isn't the end of the tournament, but how hard is it to reset the bracket when you get to the grand finals? How hard is it to then win after a reset? And to be honest, how hard is it to make it out of the elimination bracket finals to get in that position? The team that wins here may be the team that wins the tournament.
I want nothing to do with that Quadrant team that's in that lower bracket right now. That's for damn sure. The world is on their side, and when that happens, magical things happen when that many people want something. It's almost like the willpower. It's an extra level of energy that that team is playing with. And right now, you know, both these two teams want to advance from the winner's bracket, not only for their sake of having that advantage in the grand finals, but staying away from that hot Quadrant team. I want someone else to take rid of them because I don't want to see them again. But as we take a look at those stats, it's the duo that's been doing it for a very long time. It's a 1.81, a 1.82 for Snakebite and Royal 2. And who better to show up in a grand final series on a championship Sunday than two of the best to ever do it?
And obviously that was on Capture the Flag, and we're going to Oddball next, but I promise you that slaying does transfer. When you're holding that ball over towards one side of the map, you need your slayers that are able to bait out those positions and play every situation right to get those kills in order for you to hold on to those setups. So watch out. If Snakebite and Royal 2 are playing like that, we may just be going to a game 5.
And look at this. This stat says it all, right? We have the first and the second best oddball teams here in this tournament going up against each other. It's no surprise that both these two teams are playing in the finals. But if this tells you anything, give SSG just a little bit of a leeway here as far as being the favorite. 3-0 is better than 2-0. That's simple math even you can do, Tony.
All right, well, 1, 2, 7.
And first is higher than second, something else that you can wrap your head around. I know, just dive into those numbers right in.
All you had to do was play one ball, by the way, I'm just saying. But either way.
One more second.
Either way, it is. I will give a little extra flowers to SSG, like you said, because I've been doing the stats for both of these teams for quite some time, and FaZe have been sneakily very good at oddball for a very long time. I know it may not be their favorite game type, but they always seem to win on it. They've been very good for a long time. Meanwhile, SSG, that was one of their Achilles heels. They were struggling with oddball over towards the early this year, and now we see them up 3-0 so far and undefeated. So are FaZe.
And as we get loaded into this game, I want to wrap up back to the initial story of some of the storylines that we come into this tournament with. FaZe Clan wanting to work on their objectives. What I have seen from FaZe Clan this weekend is a distribution equally across the team in oddball, something that honestly I hadn't seen from them in their entire Halo careers. You got Royal 2 with the oddball. I don't know what the hell's going on, but hopefully we see some more of that. If we want this series to go the distance, I know I do. I love myself a championship Sunday game 5. And we're gonna decide if we get there here in 3 rounds of oddball on the streets.
I've been dying to say this. I've been dying to say it all tournament long.
Okay.
When you're looking for a fight, you take it to the streets, and that's exactly where we're going to. Potentially the final time we're going to see FaZe here in the winner's bracket final. Space Station still 1 game away from advancing forward.
Snakebite Stellar, they traded out. Right now the ball on the move, but even better, Eco finding himself rockets, traded out, trades across the board, but Penguin gonna try and find himself those rockets. Unfortunately, can't take himself out for FaZe fans, but Penguin does such a good job to angle himself to where he will stay alive. The ball is going to be in FaZe's favor. No more rockets to play around, but no oddball acquired. It's the battle for map control still goes underway.
Right as Penguin makes it over toward the purple side of the map, you do see his teammate go down onto Cafe. So he's going to do as much damage as possible. Takes down 1, takes down 2, even does the damage to the oddball. He was involved in all 4 of the kills that went back to back to back to back for SSG.
Putting his old teammate in the grave right there. Penguin wins a big one-on-one where Renegade had the advantage, had the first shot, and that is awarded Space Station. The first initial setup of this game is going to be a tram setup. And if we know anything about SSG, I have a strong memory here that they are very good at holding this setup if they can get the first couple of kills.
Ball back over toward the subway side, and it's Penguin that's being the gatekeeper for anybody to make it through. Can't quite find the melee. Quickly shrouds out to get out of that situation, but he is chased down, and 2 kills go in favor of FaZe.
Eco needs to make sure that this ball at least gets played. He's got 2 members, make it 3 against him right now, and the last player alive is Bounds. He's taken out, and that ball is kept in the back of trim. You want to talk about playing the ball, Tony. you want to get that ball into a better location to compete for it coming off respawn, because now FaZe will have that exact opportunity at a setup.
Every second worth of ball time that goes in the favor of FaZe right now is because that ball wasn't played off, but ain't many seconds been added. FaZe 3 hit the black screen, and SSG are already moving in position.
And we'll get a start from Eco Smith, 7-1-2, objective player of the tournament for a reason. Not only does he have his team's entire ball time right now outside of the 1 point from Bound, I'd say, but he's also leading them in slays by almost double. Eco landing his mark here in game 4.
Whew. Eco tried to get out of that situation, but the nades, rockets, and Stalker just too much for him to make it out of the trash side of the map, and because of that, FaZe rotate that ball back over to Subway. Royal 2 has that Stalker, so he says, hold on to this ball for me real quick. I got some damage to do.
Fair enough, Royal 2. Let's see what you can do. Let's hop on board with the Stalker rifle, as he is going to get one player weak. Unfortunately, these grenades are going to be so difficult to try and dodge. Multiple players from FaZe backed into a corner, but they get their shield back here. They're surrounded by SSG. Unfortunately, help doesn't appear to be on the way, as FaZe are going to have to fight their way out of this one with several players back. Ivy, Royal 2 is able to find one, but he finds himself by himself. And what does he do from here?
SSG successfully able to clear FaZe out of the Subway side. You do see some players starting to trickle in right off a spawn. FaZe are trying to get into position before SSG complete their setup, but one player running right past Eco. Teamwork from Frosty and Snakebite able to take him down, and now with that Stellar forced to drop the ball over toward the back C side, they're going to have to fight.
2 players still to deal with, and Bound cuts off reinforcements and Frosty right there, so it's a 2v3 situation right now. All 4 down for FaZe as they get put on respawn across the map. SSG are able to keep this ball in hand and build up yet again another 20-point lead.
It's 44-26 in favor of Space Station Gaming, and they're still adding to it, but a stray grenade might do more damage than Eco was expecting. He's going to throw a couple of denial grenades back to try to deny access from FaZe to taking him down. Bound is there. Rockets are coming up. Can SSG manage both?
Rockets are coming up. So difficult to try and acquire these rockets when you do have the ball in hand. So Eco's going to drop it. Snakebite able to trade a kill out, but that last rocket going to go into the hands of Renegade. But this ball time, Eco's been able to acquire the difference so far in this game. 42 seconds to his name, and a perfect rotation on the way.
When did Renegade go from Kobe Bryant to like Jason Kidd? Now you got the assist going right now. Only 1 kill to his name, but 9 assists to go along with it. Renegade switching up the roles just a bit with this Stalker. I can imagine a couple of kills that go in favor of himself. Taking down Penguin from across the map, gets himself that coveted wingman medal, and he's not done going after the former duo. He's putting damage onto everyone on the map.
So much damage. Can you clean it up? Can you continue to keep numbers in your advantage right now? That's the name of the game. Trying to hold an oddball setup, and unfortunately an overstep from Renegade there, as he doesn't expect a player to be jumping up at him as a player is caught B-stairs. And with that, that's going to ruin FaZe's setup, but they've done such a good job to get this to just a 3-point game still for SSG.
This ball they're trying to rotate over toward the Subway side. Looks like they're successfully able to do that because they squad wipe FaZe. That's a complete setup now coming for Space Station Gaming. A long rotation having to be made by FaZe, and you see SSG already have reticles trained on the overextenders. This is big for them.
They know a player's back tower as well. They're trying to deal with him in the meantime. Look at this ball time being acquired. Penguin up to 30 seconds of his own, but more importantly, just about a 30-point lead. What was once 3, this setup has gotten 30 unanswered points now for SSG, leading the round, dictating the pace from the lead at all times. And right now, FaZe need to figure out a way to string a couple of kills together and get this ball secured in order to get back in this first round.
FaZe desperately needed those kills and desperately needed that play ball. Otherwise, SSG were going to end it here for round number 1. Minute 25 seconds on the clock. Both these teams will be fighting for that control. Both teams go 2 down, but Bound finds Snakebite, puts a couple of shots in him, and he should be cleaned up. Bait and switch just too strong, but that ball resets.
What a perfect play by Bound to get involved when you're no shield, but to play your life and stay alive. Now he's being a thorn in the side of FaZe Clan right now until he's taken out with that rocket. The second rocket doesn't do any damage from Royal 2 right there, and that is big because that double kill, although he does find it with the nade, would open up the map for a rotation into Tram, as we're seeing now.
Big rotation out of Snakebite, and there's only one more player of SSG that can move into position. And as we see that damage come in, Snakebite quickly drops off that ball, grabs a hold of the Stalker, looks to put to work, but down to one-shot wall 2 goes. SSG able to find the kills that they're looking for. Subway side is cleared, and that ball is staying here.
And what looked like should have been a potential setup to try and get this game back to a tied position, it's taken out fairly easily, fairly quickly. And SSG now, with 40 seconds on the clock, have a 20-point lead. They not only get to play from the lead of ball time, but the clock in their favor is another win condition on the board for the round 1.
And we've seen SSG do this time and time again. They put you between the shot clock and the scoreboard, especially here on streets, whether it's King of the Hill, whether it's Oddball, we've seen them do it. 3 down for FaZe, 18 seconds left. We're gonna see them push that ball further over toward the Subway side and make FaZe's rotation even longer.
Nobody from FaZe is going to be able to get there. If you try, you got to go through Bound. And right now that is not happening with 2 fresh respawners going down. Bound spots the last 2 players. The clock will hit 0. And SSG showcase you that their objective still strong as ever. Take round 1, show you the difference between the first and the second best oddball team we have here on the circuit.
1 round away from making it into the grand finals phase. They need to respond, and so far the audience is not on their side.
SSG chants continue in the crowd right now. Rockets is the name of the game at the start of these street games, and Bound with the Stalker rifle in hand has the advantage, at least the DPS advantage, to try and acquire them. Unfortunately, not the man advantage this time around, as Frosty has been able to take down a couple of his teammates, fires a rocket, takes down Bound, the ball in FaZe's hands, and finally, for the first time in this game 4, FaZe will have the lead to play from.
This is the response you wanted to see out of FaZe. Early ball control and rockets in hands. You see a 15-0 run, and SSG aren't even in position. Finally, the damage starts to come in for Frosty. We see Snakebite the first one to go down, but with the Stalker, he can change the tides quick. Goes right after Bound and still has 1 rocket to work with. Just barely missing that angle.
Yeah, I can't quite find the timing on Stellar, and Stellar's actually on the flank. A beautiful turn from Frosty, but a much needed one. You want to be able to kill Stellar much quicker, because look at that, Stellar's damage is capitalized on because reinforcements have time to get there, and all of a sudden that rocket in your back pocket could have been used a little bit quicker in order to create some space and maybe a better opportunity for FaZe, but instead keeps the game even.
Rocket in the back pocket wasn't enough to lock it down. Okay, I'll stop.
You see what I did there?
15-0 run here for FaZe. Another rocket coming up real quick, and Bound able to make money moves over toward the ATM side. It's a big rotation with that ball. Even does damage before going down. SSG not going to be able to follow through with it. They actually were 3 members on the black screen.
2 still in the dark screen as the rotation of the ball for the first time in this game going to be back tower. I actually like this from FaZe. Let's flex it out a little bit. Let's showcase multiple setups against the Space Station team. Keep that ball away from Tram. Space Station have proven they are the stronger Tram setup team so far. And as rockets come up, the Shroud gets put out. And SSG acquire that set of rockets. They put it to use, and once again, the setup for FaZe gets broken. But you do have a 35-point lead to play around, but Renegade picks up potentially the biggest kill of this round so far, takes down Stellar, and plays his life fairly well.
The missed rock is going to turn into a couple of slays going in favor of FaZe, but it's still SSG that are on the A side of the map, which is exactly where the ball's at. As we start to see some more frags coming in for SSG, we see them quickly moving into the ball, not allowing it to reset whatsoever, and now SSG getting into a full A-side setup.
You're looking for who gets the first pick here. Bound gonna hold on to the ball until he understands that multiple members are pushed up from FaZe. It's gonna be Snakebite winning that first blood. It is traded out by Bound. A phenomenal job to drop the ball by him. He's gonna be able to grenade predictively. Renegade's gonna try and rush him, and with those few kills, SSG are going to be able to take away every bit of this lead FaZe have earned themselves. A phenomenal play back-to-back-to-back here from Bound. The rotation, the ball time, the kills, playing perfectly here into his hands.
Gotta love the target prioritization here coming from Bound to be able to drop that ball, put in the damage, go right back to the ball play, puts the AR to work. Finally, Bound, the first one to go down onto the PD side. FaZe, they gotta follow through with it though. Penguin able to grab hold of that ball once again. Snakebite wants to do the damage just to stop this push, just to buy some time for the rest of FaZe to push up, but he is not getting the help he's looking for. He is isolated and in between 3 members of Spacestation Gaming. Roll 2 coming out of nowhere. Snakebite finally goes down, and finally here comes the cavalry.
This push gets broken because Snakebite had 3 players on him for so long. Right now you need to take down Stellar though. Frosty with a massive double kill on screen, trying to finish Eco, at least get some damage onto him, but somehow, someway, FaZe still not able to get the right amount of trades in their favor to break this setup. So you brought the ball to this side of the map. SSG show you that they can play from anywhere as they continue to hold map control. Soon, the points will be in their favor as well.
Small lead coming in for FaZe, but it's still SSG that have that advantage, and it's SSG that find that ball once again. 4-2. Fires out the prediction rocket, does the damage onto Eco, but doesn't quite kill him. Gets the assist onto the A side, taking down Bound, so that's 2 quickly going down in favor of FaZe. They can deal with the 3rd one. This could be a setup for FaZe.
You gotta find a way to take down Stellar now. Actually, 10 seconds ago, Stellar able to trade with Frosty, and because he's able to make something out of nothing, finds himself a double kill in a 1-on-3 situation. It was a great setup break once again from FaZe, but reinforcements once again here for SSG, and they're in the name of Bound. They've taken the lead here. They have map control in their favor, and with this red gun, Bound can go to work.
3 down for FaZe. SSG continue to find the kills that they are looking for, and with that, they take a lead. 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. Time is winding down, and because of that, you see FaZe start to get aggressive onto the A side, but SSG, they strike right back.
I want to see FaZe be able to get some kind of a map control, but so far, this is all SSG trading just 1 extra player in their favor every single time. It's why they've been able to come back. It was 37 to like 1 at one point. Now it's 46-37. Ever since FaZe have been playing retake, they have not been able to officially get all 4 members down of SSG.
Just 9 seconds worth of ball time between these 2 juggernauts and 51 seconds on the clock. FaZe do find that ball, but Penguin finds himself a perfect kill. 2 more members of FaZe right in front of him, so he's gonna hightail it right out of here. They need to play for the Rockets.
Roll 2 coming off respawn might have an angle on this Rocket player. Unfortunately, he's gonna turn the corner, and 2 kills go in their favor, maybe make it 3, as Penguin still hasn't used a Rocket, uses both, but the double kill will come through. 4 down for FaZe, and SSG with the setup and 42 seconds on the clock will force everything out of FaZe to try and get this round win.
FaZe need to make something happen, otherwise it's gonna be SSG that go to the grand finals. Time is winding down once again. You see multiple members of FaZe start to move in position, but multiple members being sent to the kill feed. Eco goes down. That's exactly what FaZe is looking for.
This is it. Can you get the last kill that's caution? Can you get the ball and find a way to get the lead? 19 seconds on the clock, and you need some kills. Royal 2 goes down, Stellar as well. So it's a 3-on-3 situation. I love the rotation from Snakebite, but even more work to do as he gets 5 points within the lead.
He wants to pass that ball toward the purple side, but Renegade is in an individual gunfight, able to win it onto his former teammate. War 2 follows through, and here we go. Snakebite taking down Stellar, putting him in a blender. That puts Spacestation Gaming 4 down, and with just a few seconds left, it looks like we have a tied-up game, and we're going to round 3.
Oh my God, Snakebite does it again. 4 perfect shots. No shield, no problem. Position perfect, the rotation. Name a better player to ever do it. I'll wait.
I promise you, if FaZe win this some way, somehow, I'm voting Snakebite for MVP. He's been phenomenal all tournament long, but even all series long here in the winners bracket finals.
Round 3. Do we see a game 5? Let's see who's gonna tell us the answers here. Frosty with 31, Royal 2 30, Bound has 30 of his own. But right now, the Slays favor FaZe Clan minorly as Renegade's found himself the Rockets and the ball is in their hands. This is where FaZe will get momentum.
They said you want answers, but if the question is, can FaZe bounce back? Can FaZe bring a different energy? Apparently the answer is yes. Then they start off with the early lead to FaZe, but finally the Rocket player and Renegade goes down. We still have a couple members of FaZe to deal with, but SSG are already here, and the interception!
Penguin with the catch. 3 go down for FaZe. The setup broken, but more importantly, the denial of the play ball. Penguin shows you he's got a little bit up his sleeve as well.
I can't believe that not only Penguin get that kill, but stretches his arm back like Odell Beckham to snatch that ball out of the sky, making sure there was no play ball whatsoever coming out of FaZe, and now they're going to follow up through it. That's a big shotgun kill coming out of bounds. Now continues to apply pressure onto Renegade, who has nowhere to go. Frosty's down to 1 shot. He's going to have to back down as well. Look at all of that time and control coming in from SSG from that 1 play.
A 1-point lead for SSG, but Bound looking to go on a rampage right now with this Bulldog. He's finally taken down. And as I say that, FaZe look like they're going to have numbers advantage towards this off-ball. Royal 2 with ball in hand, going to start to extend the lead. Does the stick come through? Phenomenal trade there from Renegade to keep his team rolling in the lead.
FaZe once again taking that lead and taking control, but Royal 2 biting off a bit more than he can chew. It looks like Snakebite, watching that angle like a rook on the chessboard, was able to follow up and grab Rockets because of it. Rockets onto the purple side. Stellar may have the ball, but it looks like Snakebite is infiltrating. Down to 1 shot. Snakebite has to stay alive.
1 rocket to play around. There's a player behind him as well, and unfortunately, although FaZe Clan are able to get the Rockets, the flank is perfect from Eco. They negate that Rocket story with that power curve that would have been FaZe's opportunity to blow this round wide open. And with a couple more kills over here towards the cafe, Eco can get his team a setup and right back in this.
Excellent grenade by Frosty, but it looks like 2 members of SSG, which is too much for him to deal with. The rest of FaZe are starting to cheek away, trying to chip away at the damage and the shields of SSG, but no kills yet. As I say that, back-to-back kills go for FaZe. It looks like they're able to put them 3 down, do FaZe, and it looks like Royal 2 takes down the 4th one. That should be some good ball time for FaZe Clan.
Frosty trying to get it away from Bound and does a good job to get into a position where when Bound goes for it, he gets instantly native. Look at the util use out of FaZe right there. The drop wall, the spike grenades, the grenade placement onto Bound, everything going in their favor right now. Spacestation just want to shoot their guns, but unfortunately the utility, the equipment just coming out on the side of FaZe right now. They have been able to get a few kills in their favor and acquire this ball since then, and Penguin looks to tie this one up.
Sometimes it's not just about playing the objective, it's about using it as bait, and they were able to do just that. But since then, SSG do have a setup. Bound taking down 1, but Snakebite comes right back in. Spacestation Gaming doing a great job of chasing FaZe out of the A side. Finally, they find that ball once again. FaZe just distracted them, trying to hold them off and keep that ball out of their hands.
SSG are going to take the lead. Bound spotted in PD as well. Snakebite trying to get a shield back and get a successful push. They had numbers momentarily, but now squad spawns are going to give SSG the opportunity to have a 4-on-4. Unfortunately, Snakebite, with the use of the Shroud, has been able to get out of dodge with Rockets, and now this 4-on-4 going to be a little difficult for SSG to try to hold.
If numbers are even and you have the Rockets, that gives you a big advantage, and you see it right then. Takes down Bound. Let's get some little 180 onto Eco. The ball forcibly resetting, but FaZe are spawning right up on the purple side of the map.
That's okay, they have shotgun control. They're gonna immediately grab it, and with the last 2 players alive for SSG, they stay alive. But unfortunately, an overextension from Snakebite is gonna ruin this setup opportunity. It's difficult to hold the ball shotgun side of the map, and that's the open floodgates of SSG. It is 3 down for SSG, however. Great job trading it out from that disadvantageous position. But right now, Bound, last player alive, just tries to put the ball anywhere where his team can compete, and that's Eco's answer to try and deny space for FaZe Clan.
SSG doing a great job of applying pressure onto FaZe and keeping them moving and not allowing them to set up. Before you get that setup locked in, you gotta keep the pressure on. That's exactly what SSG were doing at the moment here, and that's the reason why they have a setup of their own. Now, FaZe right through the PD side. Snakebite trades out his life, and now Royal 2 has to stay alive in PD.
Both the first 2 rounds go down to time. Right now with 1:40 on the clock, just about both teams over the 15-point mark, but as each kill and point becomes more crucial to whether or not this series gets extended, I would expect that clock to become a factor.
Oh, Bound trying to put his 43rd kill on the board. Problem is, you ran into a demon, and Renegade taking down his former duo, passing that ball off. He has some damage to do. Perfect shots onto Eco, and comes in for the double. Renegade. The demon strikes back once again.
2 big kills, the ball being rotated, but Bound shuts it down. Last player alive is Frosty, trying to deny Bound from getting onto this oddball right now. Bound wanting to take down Frosty and get this ball back into Tram. We've seen how much success SSG can have with it here. And in the meantime, Eco's found himself some rockets. This is exactly how SSG in this series with this setup.
Rockets and ball overs with the subway side, and Frosty just barely avoiding that rocket, but Stellar's still there to take him down. World 2 tries to take height. That rocket going all the way down to the mid-map. Definitely did not hit its target.
A bucket rocket could cost you the game and maybe the series as we go to potentially look towards a game 5. 10 points separate the two, 50 seconds on the clock right now, but FaZe in a commanding position on the map, look to be aggressive. Renegade maybe too aggressive, overextends, doesn't expect Penguin to be there to help his teammate out, and because they're able to trade that out in their favor, this ball becomes neutralized, and once again, FaZe will have to break the Tram setup of SSG.
This is a critical point in the game with, like you said, a little over 30 seconds on the clock and the timer being so close to each other as far as the scoreboard. This next engagement could decide it. Penguin taking a lot more damage than expected. Ball does end up being played, but FaZe are surrounding that ball. SSG nowhere to be found.
22 seconds on the clock. Do you play time? Do you try to get a few more points? It looks like FaZe Clan have opted to try and get these last 15 points. Ball in hand, one last push, 2 go down already for SSG, and Bound wants to make a play. A kill on the Renegade's a great start, but Frosty, you trade him out, and 95 and climbing 3 seconds away, and we're going to a game 5.
We are going to a game 5 here in your winners bracket finals. FaZe looking to pull off the reverse sweep.
Oh, baby, every single time these two meet up on Championship Sunday, it's a special one, and why would this one be anything less than everything we wanted as a crowd? 2-2, a 2-0 lead for SSG. You're wondering where that went. Well, FaZe showed you in games 3 and 4. Resiliency is the name of the game. Scrappy, objective play will get the job done. And now 50 kills will separate the two teams from a grand finals appearance.
It's only right that we see another game 5 here. Was back at Dallas here in the winners bracket finals, again back at Dallas, and went to that game 5. Even the grand finals went to elimination game. In that case, it was a game 7, and we are going to see another do or die here on Slayer. But this time, SSG, they're looking a lot better on Slayer than they were at Dallas.
They've won the only Slayer in this series, so that's promising. Haven't dropped a Slayer all tournament, actually. So you can tell their area of focus. This is where it will truly be tested. Have SSG done the one thing they needed to do to win a championship? It comes down to 50 kills, and we'll find out here very shortly. Our next game up on that stage is the most important one of the entire tournament, in my opinion. The one that gives you the spot in the grand finals, the one that gives you the advantage of the double elim bracket. And so often do we see that team come out on top when that championship grand finals happens. So it's now or never, boys. And if you're looking at the FaZe side, Tony, those guys, they've been in this situation so many times, and we have seen the best of their careers in those moments. Will that be another staple they lean on?
Slayer Live Fire going to be game number 5, and I gotta mention it. The resilience of FaZe. At one point, I was scared that this was going to be a sweep.
I gotta mention it. I'm stealing your water while you do this.
Spacestation Gaming legitimately almost swept FaZe. I mean, that game 3, I'm telling you, they were so close, and then FaZe go back in that game 4, go game 3, go back in that game 4, and now we're coming to another game 5 where, to be honest with you, FaZe were in danger of getting that 3-0.
What's it going to feel like for SSG going into this game 5? You feel like this series should have been over a long, long time ago, right? You're up 2-0 in fairly dominant fashion, in my opinion. At least game 2 was all SSG. Midway through game 1, SSG decided to turn on the lights and take over. And then since then, I mean, this is a side of FaZe that SSG didn't really know FaZe had in them. This scrappy play is something that is unfamiliar to SSG. Maybe a card up FaZe's sleeve. A little bit of work goes a long way, and we know how hard these guys have been putting into work. And now all of a sudden, they found themselves in the exact position that if you had told FaZe that they would be in once again, I think they'd take that every tournament.
Well, the same way you just stole my water is the same way that FaZe might just steal the series here in reverse sweep fashion. You saw that trophy on the screen. That's what both of these teams are playing for. I said it before, winners bracket finals, you're guaranteed top 3 no matter what happens at this point. But both of these teams have championship aspirations. Both of these teams want to be the one hoisting the trophy above their heads. Who's it going to be? SSG or FaZe?
And this game 5 isn't everything like we preach it, but man, does this advantage give you so much. And you can see the map loading up, Tony. Get me ready for a game 5. Get everybody in this stadium for a game 5.
Arlington, let me know who's gonna win. Will it be FaZe? Will it be SSG? Let's hear the chants. I heard a little SSG. I heard mostly SSG on that one. I didn't hear much of FaZe.
You guys are lucky. We got to restart the lobby. Tony, run it back one more time if you're brave enough.
All right, let's try it one more time. I need to hear some chants. Who's winning this? Is it Spacestation Gaming or is it FaZe? Did I hear Quadrant?
That's an SSG chant if I've ever heard one, Tony, and I think we've made it very clear that this crowd wants to see the young superstar Inbound do what he has not done yet in his career, and that is going through the winner's bracket to the grand finals to potentially lift that trophy. We know one day he will lift, but is today that day? This game means almost everything to the right path to that direction. So will we see it? It's going to be live fire Team Slayer.
You got snipers spawning up to the mid-map right away. Obviously, Overshield is going to play a factor here on the map, but that's on a bit of a delay, so you have so much time to get the slays you're looking for, to get control before that Overshield comes up. And if you manage to get both, it's going to be dangerous for the opposition.
Name of the game is power-ups, power weapons, right? Overshield, S7, you know what these kids can do with it when it's in their hands. It's just a matter of who's got it in their hands right now. Everybody on the map can pop off with it, and as we're kicking this one off, let's hop on board with Royal 2 and hope he makes some magic happen early on.
Royal 2 immediately playing from the pillar side over toward the bottom mid, but a stray grenade is going to change his course just a bit. And Snakebite taking a bit of damage as well, but somehow the duo able to take on 2 players that are chasing him down. Renegade goes after another. Penguin chases down Renegade, and somehow we already have a fight to begin the game.
Penguin with the snipe needs to try and deny Overshield right now. Multiple members of FaZe are towards it, and they're going to have the advantage in positioning. Right now, though, Frosty's going to be coming off respawn. Nobody brave enough to go for that Overshield, and Penguin now with Aim's sight on the Overshield. Ooh. Able to find a kill under Renegade, denied his Overshield, and this is a massive play by Penguin to get his team started in the right direction.
Frosty does find the kill onto Penguin, as that means that S7 sniper will change hands. Bound somehow emerges through all the chaos with that Overshield and right up to the top mid side. A little bit of damage coming out from Royal 2 and FaZe, but it's not going to be enough to slow down Bound. He's with Eco. They're already pushing up, but what a flank and a sandwich out of FaZe. Big plays being made. Space Station just no 2 down.
It's the Bash Bros bottom mid. Royal 2, Renegade, they find a way to win the 2-on-2 against the Overshield player, and with that, FaZe take the lead 11-8.
Just a small lead for FaZe, but not going to be much. Now starting to grow. Royal 2 takes down Bound. Another Overshield should be coming up in about 10 seconds here. We see 3 members of SSG over toward the C side. Renegade wants to try to get behind enemy lines. It looks like he's going to try to make his move right now. If this flank works out for them, FaZe should be able to grab OS.
As Overshield comes up, Renegade pops it into his chest. And under one of the biggest moments with the brightest lights, I want to hop into another listen in with FaZe and see how they play with this power-up.
Could be.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna
No,
run it.
I still have like 30
Oh, yeah,
Careful,
John, back up.
Alright,
You're good.
Okay.
Let me get the repulsor. Yo, one's cuts. Yo, pivot.
We're okay. I'm like stuck here.
Okay,
You come back. Okay. Do I want to keep it B though?
We can do whatever we want. We can literally do
Got snipe at 20.
Snipe at 20 as well. I'm gonna get pistol. Yo, listen. I heard a combo. He's probably bottom mid or vent. Yo, listen to me.
Double nading. Look at me, guys. We're in a really good spot, right?
Might be bottom mid. Yo, listen to me. When Sniper's about to come up, we are hitting cuts. Matt, come to me now. You want me to go T-Brad or no? Go screens. Or Peter, just get ready to chop on mid.
Snipe in 5.
Come cuts.
One top.
Top tower, dummies. They shot me off, guys. Win it. He's cuts in 2C pot.
Oh, look, guys, give me a sec. Give me 1 second.
Top tower. Where am I?
I see dummies. Cut snipe, ready.
Yo, John, go to Peter.
Top tower. He's bottom mid sniping up.
Oh, he's one shot top tower. We're dying.
We're in the cuts, Peter, to chase you dummies.
Yo, we got somewhere on tower.
They have heat.
Listen, force on the push.
They have everything. And just coming up soon.
They have all weapons.
Yeah, we got.
You guys want to go triple big?
OV in 30.
If we're gonna go triple big, we should go soon. But
we could honestly just show.
We can, but they have sniper heat wave. I don't.
Yo, listen. I'm down for you guys to triple flank right now. I'm down. I'll just hold them off.
Clear back B right away.
Alright, OV in 15, guys. OV in 15.
Oh, you guys want to walk pillars? You guys want to do nothing?
Yo, one's dummies.
Yo, guys. I want to flank this.
Top side.
Yeah, I want to flank this.
OV in 10.
John, I'm coming behind.
Hey, he sees me.
Alright, yo, let's cut back A flat.
Remember, they do have heat wave and snipe.
Yo, two cuts.
OV up.
Alright, yeah, they're gonna. Yeah, we can back up here.
We try to play for cop. No, we can't play.
Oh,
Four tunnel.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ride A.
You should just play extremely tight.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride A.
Yeah, I have a repulsor. You see nothing, B?
Yeah, okay, they're gonna try to set up push.
Yeah, they like to bottom mid.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm gonna play close. You guys play a little far back. I have close. I'm gonna repulse them.
They heard the communication coming out of FaZe. It got a bit chaotic at time, but they were able to pull it together, but not enough. Grab that overshield. Penguin over toward the sandbag side. Stellar with him. They want to work a little 1-2 combo, but they don't want to play the A side. They want to wrap right back to tower.
Couple of things from the listening. I really like how they're willing to make a play call and potentially take a risk, but like live and die by that risk, right? I also love what we saw out of SSG. From the perspective of FaZe, it had to have been so frustrating to try and figure out a way to break the SSG map control as that overshield was coming up. They were not able to do it, and SSG perfectly shot out that overshield and have now made this a 1-kill game.
Normally, Livefire does not play this slow. Both teams have slowed down to a snail's pace at the moment. It's so quiet on the map. You can drop a pin, it'll echo across the map, so you hear the chants. Listen, I hear some more SSG. I'm telling you, the crowd, they on SSG's side.
The chants in a stalemate, they create so much tension for the players. You know they hear it, and as that tension continues to build, the moment becomes bigger. Who will step up and make the game-changing play right now? We're on screen with Bound, S7 in hand, down 1. But if you give him an opportunity to put either one of these two bullets to use, this game could be in their favor.
No matter how slow both of these teams want to play, Overshield and Sniper will always bring you out of your location. So Bound with this Sniper still has 1 bullet left. He wants to defend the Overshield, but the Shroud comes out. Stellar might have been the first one to grab it, gets repulsed back, but is able to pop it off. Now Stellar looking to pop off with the popped off Overshield. Nades are going down. He has 2 members in front of him. There's the damage. There's the kills. Finally, they take him down, but it's not enough.
It's a tied game all of a sudden, 17-17. Snipe is still up. And you see SSG grab it, run away with it. They've been enjoying the presence of the tower control for quite a bit of time now. They award themselves that second overshield, and because of it, nearly dissecting how FaZe want to try and implement their strategy from Big Door. And right now, Penguin, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, needs to make a play with Snipe.
Not only able to grab a hold of that overshield and put it to work like you mentioned, but also this Sniper still has 8 bullets in the chamber right now. This could be exactly what SSG are looking, not only to take the lead, but also to put some separation in the scoreboard between them and FaZe.
Penguin didn't have to miss those shots, definitely not under the biggest moments. So this is something uncharacteristic. A couple of missed shots, needs to find one to find some confidence. Will FaZe Clan give him that opportunity?
Green members of FaZe They're pushing up mud. It looks like Frosty gets knocked right back down over toward the mud side, and finally Penguin gets into the action, but can't find the kill that he was looking for. Renegade takes him down. 2 members of SSG at the black screen, Bound having to take height, but that damage and that repulse, that's gonna knock you right back down to reality.
How perfect was that setup break from FaZe? They've been struggling this entire time, taking down these players, but because Penguin does not hit any of the shots with the snipe, FaZe are able to get that snipe out of his hand, take tower control, and as Overshield comes up in 10 seconds, it will be their turn to use the Shroud and gain this Overshield in their advantage.
You see Renegade and Snakebite addressing the Overshield over toward the seaside, but 4 members of SSG moving into position. The Shroud gets put down, but it looks like SSG might have been able to get away with the OS, and now Bound is putting right back into action. Penguin is moving into position as well. This is bad, but the stick comes out of nowhere.
Renegade sticks Penguin on the tippy toe of his big foot. Big toe.
Right by the hair of his chin.
Yep, and they cancel that Overshield out completely, and that is a massive power swing from FaZe. The largest lead of the game now is up to 3.
Killing spree by Wall 2, but he's going to be shut down. And with that, Stellar sneaks away with just 2 bullets left of his sniper. Right as Sniper's coming up in about 20 seconds here. So now they're diverting the troops over toward the B side. Stellar going to try to catch an angle. Bound does end up going down, but Wall 2 gets peeled.
2-kill game. Stellar was sniping in exactly who you want with it right now. Spot Snakebite can't hit the quick scope, and that snipe now out of ammo. Stellar's going to look to be on the prowl. He's going to be aggressive, try to take Snakebite down, does just that, and gets away with his life. A 27-27 game, and as we take a step back for just a moment, Royal 2 is 14-1-6.
He may be, but Frosty right now, he's dining in Olive Garden. Only 1 kill. Bread sticking just a little bit at the moment here. You can only imagine that once Frosty starts to pick it up, maybe FaZe can take back that control. It's game 5, do or die. One of these teams are going to the grand final.
The teamwork from FaZe is too strong here. That was a tough push to try and execute from SSG. They get punished, and this lead that was once tied 27-all is 32-28 in favor of FaZe.
We see another battle about to ensue here for the Overshield. Renegade finding a cheeky angle here. If that connected, that could have been devastating for Spacestation Gaming, and Bound trying to capitalize on that damage, decides to get aggressive. Does he know there's multiple members of FaZe that are baiting the OS?
Renegade needs to find a couple of shots here. Overshield is up. The body shot comes through. Everybody on SSG is surrounding scoreboard right now. The Overshield goes into Bound's hands of all people, and he's able to find a kill. The kills do get traded out, so this Overshield is going to be by himself. With that, though, he's able to find a kill to keep this at a 4-kill game. But a phenomenal job of FaZe to find the other members of SSG to acquire those kills before Bound could get really active with that Overshield. And because of it, FaZe keep their lead strong at 5.
Back to a 5-kill game here for FaZe, and Bound started to move in position with the sniper. Finds the body shot, which is just enough to take down Renegade onto the green side. Wall 2 still back there, but something tells me SSG aren't aware of it. There we go. They find him. Bound gets the back smack, and with that, took total control here for Spacestation Gaming as they look to tie things up.
Looking to push the momentum, looking to push the pace. Bound, what he does best. He pressure spawns 36-34. A minute left on the clock. Space Station are in control of the map, but have to find a way to tie this game up.
Bound can immediately take height with that repulse, and you have 3 members of SSG here, but nobody from FaZe. Actually, see the rotation now coming with dummies and cuts. Hold on. Looks like FaZe gonna back down.
40 seconds and counting. SSG. Knock, knock, knock. The play is here. Can you make it? Renegade finds one in the kill feed. Bound rotates the tower. But as he does that, he's only giving more space and time to FaZe right now. Eventually, you have to go.
Just 2 kills separating these two. Space Station Gaming needs to make something happen, but it's not coming. Back-to-back kills going for FaZe here. SSG, they have to extend. Snakebite finds the kill onto Penguin. Bound gets the double kill, but it's not gonna be enough. FaZe are going to the grand finals.
Unbelievable, the reverse sweep from FaZe when all looked dark and gloom. Some scrappy, efficient, objective play keeps you in the series just long enough to get yourself into a moment where the lights shine brightest, a Game 5 in the winners bracket finals. And it's FaZe Clan that get the job done. It feels like every single time we get here. Royal 2, 18, 7, and 2 assists. The 2 stands for the amount of assists he has planned for you because he's focused on the kills himself.
11.7 KDA coming in that Game 5, and FaZe just proving time and time again they are the iciest team in the HCS. When it goes to a Game 5, when it goes to a Game 7, it doesn't matter what the situation is, it doesn't matter what the circumstances are, they find a way.
And how many big kills down the stretch of that Game 5 did Snakebite and Frosty pick up? Because so many times, I mean, the last minute happens and all of a sudden SSG feels a little bit of pressure to try and make a play. All of a sudden, a kill in favor of FaZe makes that multiplier just go so far in the direction. You feel even more pressure on your hands, and it was Snakebite that picked up the first. Then Frosty picks up a second. They traded out. That's fine. We'll take trades all day. Snakebite finds a third, and that almost solidified it even with 15 seconds left.
FaZe pull off the reverse sweep, but I want to know how. So why don't we send it over to Blaze, because I believe he's sitting down with Frosty.
All right, everybody give it up for FaZe Clan as they get the reverse sweep in one of the most epic series we have ever seen. Frosty, I just got to get you in a moment. How you feeling after those last 3 maps, man?
Feeling good, just trying to get some breaths in, but I mean, yeah, earned a spot in grand finals. Job's not done yet, kind of just like slowing down the emotions, but yeah.
Yeah, job not done yet. Still a lot of things to do. Now, you guys hit y'all backs against the wall, down 2-0. But, you know, I'll be honest with you. I've seen snakes on the plane, but I ain't never seen snakes in space, okay? Talk to me about your teammate, PG, over there. He had some epic oddball plays, and he was playing out of his mind. I put a medal on him for the top slayer. What has he been like all tournament?
I mean, the medal speaks for itself, right? He's doing it all. I mean, I feel like everyone's believing in each other, and everyone is stepping up when they need to.
Everyone is stepping up when they need to, okay? This crowd was absolutely cheering for y'all. What you want to say to them who's been starting to chant and rooting for y'all to go back-to-back once again?
I mean, shout out you guys. I hear the SSG chants, but I hear the FaZe Clan chants more. I mean, I respect it.
And there you go, okay? That's going to do it for me and Frosty on the stage. I'm going to let them get ready for the grand finals, and we'll get these losers finals started soon. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. A massive GG's to FaZe. Boys, first of all, my heart rate is out of control because that couldn't have been closer if you had tried. That was unbelievably close. Every single map of that series could have gone either way with one tiny little decision, one margin, one moment situation the other way. It could have been so different. I'm just going to let you speak on it because what did you make of that series? There is so much to break down in terms of how those two teams played it. It was so patient almost, while also being very aggressive too.
Yeah, I think the overriding story, you know, coming into that series, Andy and I have been talking about this since before the tournament got underway, was we felt like the winners bracket final, if Spacestation were there, was the most important series of the entire tournament for them. They've come up short in that grand final because they've had to fight back from elimination brackets. They've had to reset brackets if they wanted to become a champion, and they've fallen short. And here, once again, in the biggest series that we thought they had, if they wanted to become a champion, they fought in an agonizing, heartbreaking Game 5, and it's so tough to take. But for FaZe, I mean, we ever seen an icier team in all of esports? I mean, how many times do they do it? Game 5s, they're down by a couple of kills. They find a way, and that pushback tower, that was the game-changing moment. It's a risk. It's such a risk, but the way that they played their lives, the way they extended that fight out and waited for that perfect moment to get damage, it was superb. But this game won. I mean, if you wanted to tee up for a series, this game won overtime, double overtime. It was nuts.
Yeah, it was honestly ridiculous. I think the reverse sweep speaks for itself. You know, I've got to ask you about that, Bravo. Like the composure, especially against a team like Spacestation, the composure to be able to feel like you are still in it with a chance to take this series is something that is so hard to do as a human being, let alone in a pressurizing competitive situation like this. But I think the experience with these guys speaks for itself. I think they know that they've been in this moment time and time again. They can get it done. Speak about the comeback for FaZe here, Brav.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I think also to gruel through that Argyle CTF was not easy, especially when there was moments where you thought they maybe should have won it earlier. To then keep the mental composure, to bounce back, to get that win on the board was just huge. Obviously, that started the run, and then from there, able to put together an unbelievable string of plays in games 4 and 5 as well. Taking a look at some stats from the whole series, but I think Mark put it best backstage when we were watching it. Just some icy boys, and that's what they do. They ice up. Unbelievable stuff too, and there's like specific 1v1s I remember from Snakebite as well to make sure that they stayed in games. For example, in Ball where he's hitting the crispiest of 4s, and I think that's what he does. We were joking backstage, right? These guys eat, sleep, breathe perfect Halo, and they put it on display here as well.
Yeah, they certainly did. I think it really is those veteran plays that come across from players, but we see it from every single one. They recycle themselves almost. It's like, whose turn is it to step up and make that change? I think something that's also notable about this series, when you look at all of the maps and you look at how they went down, Onset, there's something to be said about this level of Halo Infinite that's being played. The big 3, right? We're looking at 2 of them here. There are moments where you're seeing faces being ripped off with a sniper, sometimes 2-3 times in a row. However, it doesn't seem to impact the other team as greatly because they're also answering back with things. Even though they're 3-man down, 2-man down, they are able to read the situation and think, okay, we're now at a deficit, this is a big problem. Being able to then move accordingly is something that both of these guys do really well. And I think that's why we see it so close often between the 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, for the hardcore Halo fan who's been watching this for years, this game, you get to these stages of the tournament, and this is no longer checkers. This is chess between the best in the world. Every single piece is deliberate. It is thought process behind it. The strategy is there for everybody to see. And when we're watching it backstage, when we're watching it on the desk, we're kind of like, we can see plays developing and what the thought process is behind it. The listenings give us a great indication of what's going through the player's mind, and then it's just all about execution. And I think that's the key, right? You're talking about the big shots. They have to be hit, of course. And that's the difference between execution being successful and falling apart. And it's fascinating to watch, honestly. It's one bullet, it's a back smack, it's a juke, whatever it is. And it's not just like what decides that battle, it decides an entire game. That's the level we're at now. And I think it's just so fun to watch. So fun.
Yeah, it's an exciting place to be at, too, because that's why you and I lose our minds when one player stays alive 2 seconds longer than they should, right? Because you see everything open up all of a sudden. One player stays alive back tower for 2 extra seconds. It forces another player out of their comfort zone. They have to wrap around, and by then, their teammates have spawned. It's blown the thing wide open. So it's truly a game, like we say, of inches. I think oftentimes it comes down to split-second plays that are really being the difference makers.
Yeah, it really certainly is. What an incredible series. I promised it would be a banger. It has been probably triple that. That was one of the best series I have seen in a very, very long time, and it was really absolutely stunning to watch that unfold. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, as we get into our grand final position, or one of them. We've got FaZe Clan there waiting for their opponent, Spacestation, after a grueling battle. A Game 5 loss to FaZe Clan yet again. They head on down to the elimination bracket. A very old friend, that elimination bracket, to these guys. They know exactly how to handle it, though, because they often end up rebounding back up into that grand final position, but they're going to have to go through Quadrant first. Now, Quadrant waiting in the wings there, having the most incredible run Europe has ever seen in the history of Halo. What a performance for Quadrant, and what a performance this would be if they manage to bring this one out of the bag and take on Space Station. Is this too much of a task for Quadrant, do you think, Onset?
Honestly, at this point, I don't think you could. I don't know where the ceiling is for Quadrant. You know, they can beat anyone at this point. We were talking backstage a little bit, Andy and myself, and we were like, who's a better matchup for Quadrant, though? And we kind of felt like FaZe might actually be a little bit of a better matchup because you can kind of read the thought process behind what FaZe are doing, whereas Space Station very similar in the way that they play this game. And I think it's gonna come down to some individual battles, and I think that Quadrant are gonna feel pretty confident in some of those because we've seen the shots they've been hitting, and it's gonna be another fascinating series. I mean, we've had two Game 5s already today. We've had a Slayer not going to the 50 kill limit to decide what just happened in the last one. We've seen the most insane one. I mean, what else could you want? If you're watching right now, this is just premium esports. This is what everybody wants to see at the major, right? And now we get to see a chance at history once again, maybe for Quadrant to get to a grand final or for a rematch of one of the most ridiculous series we've seen all season long.
Yeah, to be honest, it's been overwhelming in the best way. After our series, I was like, I can't believe we have the winners finals yet, and to now have this series next. One of my favorite things I just heard, we were backstage with SLG, and I was kind of congratulating him on top 3. And he said, this is what we're paid to do, right? And I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah,
okay,
before he said that, actually, he just went,
yeah, cool. Just said hi, and then he's like, this is what we're paid to do, right? This is why we're paid to be here.
You know it's good when we have too much to break down. Do you know what I mean? There is too much to talk about.
It's almost just like sit back and enjoy it at this point, you know what I mean? It really is just, it's a special moment, it's a special series that we're witnessing here in Arlington, and I think that there's only more to come because we've got, as you say, you've got 2 more matches.
I know, quite frankly, I'm going to need a heavy espresso before we get into the rest of the series because I need to be awake for all of the stuff we're seeing. Guys, we're going to head to a quick break right now. When we come back, though, we have our elimination final. It is posed and ready to go. Look at that main stage. The guys, you can see a little bit of a fluorescent jersey there. I think that is the Quadrant coach getting them set up to take on Spacestation Gaming. Back to the drawing board for them. They're going to need to close this one out to find themselves in the grand final. Someone's going home. Someone's going forward, and we'll see you guys right after the break.
Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
He's been trippy right now. They call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets 2! Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all. It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Bigwin with the triple kill. Big and a triple as he gets the snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
And now, of course, comes my favorite part of my day.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Good afternoon, Arlington, Texas, and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. We have our elimination finals getting ready to go on the main stage here at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. It is absolutely stunning in this room, and including the crowd that is also building. We love you. We love hearing the noise that you guys are bringing to all of the series today. And I'll tell you what, these two teams are going to need you to be louder than ever to get through this elimination final. It's going to be a tight one. I have Clutch. I have Tony on the desk. Gents, you got to cast that last matchup, that winners finals. How are you guys doing? Because I don't know if you have voices left. Truly, honestly, that was wild.
No, I think I lost my voice somewhere in the middle of game 3 is the comment. Then I stole Tony's water for game 4 and had no water after that. So we're on bare bones. I think some food is in order. Maybe a nice couch if we could turn this desk into like a lounge. Chair. We got the OpTic bean bags in the back. I think that might be how we wrap up the show because your boy needs a nap.
All right, well, I'll call some people. I'll see what I can do there. But I think we got you on the food for sure. And Tony, we'll replenish your water for you as well. But Tony, after that one, you know, that was absolutely ridiculous. I want to know what is going through your head while you're casting a game like that. You're casting a reverse sweep. It is potentially on the cards. It is close every single map. What is running through your mind?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, when you're going through the progression of a game, you know, you're following the flow of the game, and lots of times it seemed like SSG were going to end it, whether it was that game 3 and it could have been a sweep, even that game 4, but eventually you just realize FaZe are icy. And they prove it time and time again. So after that game 4, after that game 3 win, you're like, oh, they could do it in game 4, they could definitely do it in game 5, and eventually leads to a reverse sweep.
I've got to say, probably the iciest team that we have ever seen in the HCS. And I think it's not just because of the Game 5 wins. It's the way that they get there. They get there with the hardest route possible. They almost play with their food to an extent. It's very, very difficult to watch. But I've got to say, they get it done. They clutch up when it matters most. And now Spacestation find themselves in this elimination bracket final. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, folks, to see what we've had today already, what's coming your way next. Of course, we've had our All-Star Showdown. We actually had Bound from Spacestation Gaming take that one, looking absolutely fantastic in that 1v1. And then we had Quadrant versus Sentinels, 3-1 Quadrant, making history yet again for another day in this major, top 3 for them. FaZe Clan versus Space Station, a tale as old as time. And I've got to say, unfortunately, the story ends exactly the same as we've seen it before. FaZe Clan 3-2 Space Station. Elimination final up next on the main stage. Space Station will play once again with momentum on their side, going up against a Quadrant who, honestly, have absolutely nothing to lose. I'm going to use this sentence in the correct way and the best way I know possible because, my goodness me, Quadrant, they honestly should just come out hot, firing, confident. Don't be scared. Play like you know how. Trust in your process, like they've been saying all along in their interviews, Clutch. You know, they have been talking about how important it is for them to play their game and to not be scared of who they're going up against. And so far, it has been working. Are you excited to be watching this matchup?
I am, and I think Quadrant and what they've accomplished is absolutely phenomenal, right? But does the road end here? Are you able to knock down the 2 juggernauts that are left in this tournament? SSG will be the toughest team that they have played all weekend long. They have never beat a team like SSG. OpTic Gaming is good. Their play styles, I feel like, clash in a sense. And therefore it gives Quadrant a little bit of leeway and opportunity in those series. We're going to find out if it's a play style clash that give them the leg over OpTic, or are Quadrant the real deal as far as potential world championship contenders as we narrow down the end of 2023. This is a big series. I cannot stress enough how Quadrant need to come out hot and need to find ways to, even if you don't win the series, I think winning games is important for the long run. But I mean, I'm sure if you ask those players, they're going to tell you we want this championship, not that world one coming up. We'll worry about that in the later days. I think they truly believe that they can win the whole thing.
I just want to give Quadrant some more flowers. We've been talking about what they have done as the European juggernaut they are. We're in territory that we've yet to see here in the HCS, but also want to talk about the fact that coming out of pool play right into the elimination bracket round 1 and to make it all the way here to the elimination bracket finals is a feat by itself. How many times do you see a team come out 3rd place in pools and make it to elimination bracket finals? And I said it before, I'll say it again. You've already beaten OpTic. Maybe you could beat SSG. Maybe you could beat FaZe.
Maybe, maybe. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. But I'll tell you what, we won't have to wait too much longer. Let's set this match up. We do have our elimination finals. It is happening, folks. We have Europe's finest going up against one of NA's best, Spacestation Gaming versus Quadrant. It is happening right now. So let's meet our teams. Now, kicking things off with Quadrant, these guys are the hope for Europe. I've got to say, though, Tony, there's no strongholds in this series, but I'll tell you what, Quadrant actually have been very capable in Oddball, King of the Hill, and CTF, and have actually been going 4-1, 4-3, and 4-3, respectively. Legend has been a big part of that. He has been stepping up to the plate. He has been leading the way in terms of slays and been making and creating the room for his team to be beneficial in those modes. Is it going to be enough against the likes of Space Station?
Yeah, you know, to be honest, we talk about how good Quadrant are in strongholds and they're one of the best, if not the best, strongholds team in the league, but that skill set also translates over to Capture the Flag. That skill set also translates over towards King of the Hill, and at times it even goes over towards Oddball. My worry is not that they're a one-trick pony. My worry is you're going up against SSG.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the worry here for Quadrant. It's going to be a tough matchup. However, they have what it takes, I think, to really gun these guys down and bring it to the Space Station roster. I'll tell you what, though, Space Station looking pretty damn good right now. They might have lost to FaZe, but on the other side of the camp here, Space Station are ready to go. They know exactly what they need to do. They've been in this position many times before. And I've got to say, with map number 1, Clutch, being Streets, Oddball, they have just come off of that with FaZe. A very, very close call for them. I think they know exactly what they need to do, the mistakes they need to clean up on. If they can have a really hot start, this series could be game over.
Absolutely it can. I think that this team is a very strong Oddball team. I think they are kicking themselves for letting that series go to a Game 5 and the risk that comes with going to a Game 5 against FaZe. So we've been saying it all weekend long, right? That was one thing we wanted to see from SSG is can they go through the winner's bracket? Well, we found out the answer. They don't get to go through the winner's bracket anymore. They're going to have to try and fight for a chance back in that championship finals. And in order to do so, I think this Quadrant team is going to test them. But the big thing I want to pay attention as this Oddball gets underway a lot is how are SSG doing after a reverse sweep from their arch rivals, put in a position in the biggest series of their tournament, right? Like, how do they rebound here? Because very easy is it to be dejected from this from your team right now and like emotionally like pretty ticked off, but you don't have time to be remorseful or have time to really think about what happened to you and the mistakes you just made, because you need to reprioritize your focus to this Quadrant team that is coming in as hot as anybody they've seen so far in this tournament.
You know what, something I do love about Space Station Gaming is the fact that they are very confident within themselves. We've seen how they react on the back of a loss. Like we did at the Global Invitational, they still felt like they were ready to go and they were ready to win this. So I feel like they're going to have the same mentality going into this elimination final against Quadrant. Quadrant better watch out, but Space Station Gaming, they need to have their guards up, be respectful, and hopefully we'll see a very, very good series. It's on over to our casters now to get this one underway. Cannot wait to see this matchup go. It's going to be blow for blow, Shurs and Gaskin. It's going to be amazing.
Thanks so much. Cannot wait to jump into this one. Elimination finals on the cards. Quadrant already secured top 3. Can they go one better? Can they get top 2?
I mean, who'd have thought that Quadrant would have been here? I mean, maybe even they didn't truly believe they would have been able to get this far. They've already broken so many records, but is it going to be one step too far going into SSG now? SSG and FaZe does seem like they were maybe a level above everyone else in this tournament, but Quadrant, they've broken enough records so far this tournament, so I think that there is a genuine chance they can continue to do so. Here's the series layout. We start with Oddball Street, into Slayer Aquarius, CTF Empyrean, King of the Hill Livefire, and Slayer Street. Now, the desk already mentioned it, Shurs, no strongholds, which of course is going to be a downtrend for Quadrant, but they've been good enough in the likes of King of the Hill, in the likes of Oddball, so I'm not going to put them out just yet.
SSG find themselves in the elimination bracket, and Quadrant have been here, born here, molded by it. They handle rebellion, complexity, OpTic and Sentinels. Can they claim one more scalp, or will the former world champions stand on ceremony here and now? Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
And we need to see a hot start from either of these teams. Show that you mean business to the other side. Do not allow them to have any sort of confidence going into this series. Shut them down immediately and show them who's boss. Already we see Spacestation get hold of the rockets, a great start for them.
Something we've seen SSG do very well in the previous series, controlling power weapons and power-ups. Rockets already scooped up and used, burned. Ball down over towards the staircase here. Zico dips away towards the ATM. Footsteps all around him. Tip-tap toe of the Frenchman legend. He's dipped away for now. Penguin will find him, sniff him out, eliminate him. 2 members of Quadrant position over towards B-Rail. Shots will go down. SLG will escape for now, but only for now, as Bound gets him. Chick challenges on the front base. Chick secures one, but he's got players behind him. He goes down.
I will say, when it comes to playstyles, 2 teams who have a very similar one, but Space Station sometimes just to be a little bit more well-refined. They seem to be a little bit more well-practiced, but Quadrant, as this event has gone on, it seems like they've just clicked that extra level that they needed to. Remember, this is only the 2nd event on LAN that we see Quadrant with their full roster. We'll have to see whether they can just continue to get better and better, as Bound will rotate this ball away from Quadrant, but Chick's going to be right there to make it difficult.
Good start for SSG so far. 3 dead. As I say that, the curse. Stellar last man standing for a moment. Teammates starting to spawn in and around him now on the Cafe side. Stellar gets a kill. Chick hoped to get a trade, didn't do so. Legend has the ball. Back tram over towards Commando. Maybe thinks about playing it here. Ego gets another one onto Legend. Ball has been played front base. Out trash. 3 dead for Quadrant. Space Station break the setup wide open.
It's something that Quadrant can be guilty of, is being a little bit too quick at times and not slowing it down. SSG can play very similar way though. They like to just run at people off spawn and just make sure you don't have that time to think, that time to breathe. Bound finds the first with a rocket, and it should be 2 for 2 here, but this is a nice patient and, wow, a great display of trigger discipline, but I think he shot a nade.
Rockets change hands. 1 to play with. SLG surveys the land. He's opting instead to look towards Bound. Rocket goes down, doesn't pop the shields. Bound might win this. No, he doesn't, but they do trade it out eventually. 2v2 on the map. And Legends got ball in hand once more. Will he opt to play it? The rotation's coming through. Teammates on hand. Bait and switch as Eco turns his back. Turns tail and runs. Bound looking for the bait and switch.
Yeah, incredible support there from Quadrant to ensure that Eco wasn't able to pick up an easy kill, but also great awareness from Eco to understand that had he continued to push, he would have left his team very vulnerable there in a man-down situation. But now, because he waited, they bound together, and now they can have the extra player here to shut down SLG as the last and get some ball time.
SLG gets a kill. How important might that be just to disrupt things for SSG here? Eco scoops up ball, but only toss it towards Statune. Opted to rotate. A couple of shots in the back. Smoke screen will go down just to give him some cover fire. He throws the ball towards Arcade. Sika steps out, but a step too far, and he loses his life. SLG with the Bulldog gets 1. Eco dipsy doodling, staying alive, making this a very difficult kill. Last man standing, manages to get 1. Can he get SLG? Yes, he can!
Incredible stuff there from Eco. Not allowing Quadrant just to run rampant wherever they may be, shutting them down immediately. I will say it's something that Quadrant have learned from the NA teams, is how important it is to stay alive at times and to be an awkward kill. We even saw in that previous series against Sentinels just being able to stay alive, those little moments, getting that one extra kill just gives your team that extra bit of time to push from spawn and do some damage of their own. But Eco, with this Bulldog, is such a threat right now.
Killing spree for Eco. Ball tossed out. Chick's got rockets. Here comes the pain. Finds one, finds two, opens the door. 3 dead for SSG. Quadrant need to start believing they are not only lucky to be here, but they belong here.
Well, interestingly, speaking to SLG after they got their victory against Sentinels, of course, congratulating him, and he said, hey, I mean, that's what I'm paid to do, right? I'm paid to win games of Halo, and I'm here to win the whole thing, and that's an impressive mindset for someone who is in uncharted territory for a European roster. This Quadrant team, they believe that they are good enough, and right now they are going toe-to-toe with one of the greats of North America, 53-41. A few players are down, but Stella just is able to get the ball away, but that's great again from Chick, making sure he's got eyes on, even as the last remaining player.
Chick front base. Ball remains in a neutral position for now. Spawns over towards Cafe for SSG. As Legend closes the voice grips down on Penguin. Squeezing here. Eco back tower. Chick caught between 2 mines to help a teammate or keep eye on ball. Stellar's going to be the first point of contact. Down to no shields. Chick takes very little damage in the process. Looks to face and square up bound. He goes down. Penguin in a 1v1 and shuts the Frenchman down.
Got to be winning these pivs as well. So important for your mindset, and also just to try and demoralize your opponents ever so slightly, as Penguin will rip that ball off spawn. We've not seen SSG really be able to get a proper setup yet, but this is going to be their best chance, if any. Bound over towards Arcade, just watching down ramp, spots one, and that will usually communicate there's going to be some sort of split push, and needs to say to the rest of the team what angles to be watching right now.
Bound backs away, no shields. Scoops up the assault rifle. Steps out into Arcade. 2 dead for SSG. Bound has got to play this one clever. Looks to shred the shields of one. Good for a trade, but that's all for now. 53-61. SSG hold a slender lead here with 1:05 minutes on the clock.
It was a split push. Legend managed to get round alongside Cathay here and has rockets to work with too. Stella goes down. Ball is just going to be on tower side. Bound is very close to it, so he could try and toss it out, but I think he's vulnerable getting shot from SLG at the moment. Thankfully, though, for SSG, I think this is going to be a reset, and the ball's going to have to be picked up from spawn once more.
Ball gets played. Legend and Stellar cross paths here. 4 fresh shots, and he needed to hit them because his clip was out of ammunition.
A little bit of extra ammo on the floor, exactly what you want. And now you get to take another fight, but Penguin, another person who has an incredible BR, says he's more than happy to take that fight. But all the meanwhile, Quadrant have snuck away with the ball, rotated it over towards Tram ever so slightly. 33 seconds left on the clock, so it's suddenly crunch time, and every setup is going to count. Every little second on that ball is going to count. 3 are dead for Quadrant.
Quadrant took the lead for a single, solo, solitary second. As Legend slides in and kills one, Stellar's still got hands on the ball, keeping it safe. Waiting for teammates to spawn around him. Bound, positioned over towards ATM. Here comes the push now. Bulldog in hand, Legend's been caught out. Legend's got a trade, but will not be good enough. The answer's no. Quadrant are 3 in the respawn screen.
Well, SLG, like a little thief, manages to grab that ball and will again run this one down Arcade through pillars, but Penguin is on hot pursuit right now. But it does look like Quadrant have just about got away. Now, I would say, usually, SSG are incredible in these final moments. When it comes to these really close situations with only seconds left, that's when they thrive. Quadrant, they need to get this ball, and they do currently hold it.
Chick has hands on ball. What a play it was from SLG, just to whisk it away. Chick in a 1v1, needs help. It's not going to come. And as time dwindles down and time dwindles away, SSG claim game round number 1.
It is just those clutch moments, those big differences when you're going to need those final few seconds, is when SSG just seem to be a league above other squads they play against in the HCS. Quadrant maybe need to learn a lesson there and perhaps look at themselves a little bit in those early stages. Could they have got a bit more scrappy time here or there? But they are certainly cutting it close, and they are coming close against SSG here.
Trading blow for blow. But it's SSG who just about edged it in the first round. Didn't take much, but it was enough. Rockets remain in the hands of Eco. He's safe as houses at times with these. You know he's going to make the right decision as he patiently waits to get one. Rocket gets fired but doesn't get a kill in the process. Rocket squandered. Stellar's still got ball back tower with the option to play it if he requires. The Quadrant push is coming, and they're not waiting for no man. Sika over towards Cafe. Stellar's going to try and even the odds here, but Sika shuts him down.
I mean, what an incredible tournament Stellar has had so far. one of the MVPs for sure, and really one of the best performances I've seen him have in quite some time in the HCS. 63 seconds of ball time right now. He's also the last remaining player. Does get a kill onto Chick, but SLG's now got eyes on the tram spawns, but Stellar still getting kills on his own as he takes down Legend, and now he can start to focus on the ball. SLG needs to help seek him.
And he does. He spins on a dime. Penguin's in trouble as well. They handle 2. Eco could be the latest, but he gets 1. Answer back. Ball down on the generator. There's Bound, Eco, and Stellar all in and around the same vicinity as each other as it stands. Chick and SLG hunting in a pack, both down to very little shields. They managed to get 1, but Stellar gets a trade. Kills left, right, and center, but he ever so slightly favor SSG.
Yeah, it's scrappy, but SSG are still able to get those final kills and get that ball time. Quadrant haven't really been able to get a full-on break where they get all 4 dead and get the chance to set up. SLG's going to try and come finish these kills now, but Eco's going to make it difficult. He's got Penguin to work with as well, and this is what SSG are so good at, staying alive, being frustrating, and just pissing Quadrant off.
How did Eco live? Stellar's got rockets, sends one towards Seek-It, and finds it. 1 left to play with. And now Quadrant still got a bit of a hangover from round 1, still a little bit irritated. They couldn't get the seconds they required. And SSG starting to find their feet, starting to heat up. That's bad news for the boys in green.
Quadrant sometimes can struggle on streets when they start to push on their own, or even as 2s if they start to get caught out. SSG laying traps here or there. They start to work out the method of Quadrant. Where are they going to be pushing from? Can we maybe set up a little bit of an ambush? And Seeker, though, somehow gets the kill onto Bound, and that's exactly what Quadrant needed to try and keep this round alive.
Is that the catalyst then to push them forward? Can they gain some confidence? Drop shield goes down in heaven. He's raining bullets right now, and Penguin gets the pick.
Such good angles from SSG. Penguin just waiting for the shots to be laid down over towards heaven, and then he just pushes up through bottom middle freely, actually, because no one on Quadrant had eyes, and then again it's wham bam, thank you ma'am. Penguin works in tandem to get the double. They have such a commanding lead here in round 2, but one thing that is a silver lining for Quadrant, there's still plenty of time on that clock.
3 minutes 25 to be exact. Numbers advantage for the moment. It's Bounds on the respawn screen, waiting to join the fight. Eco with a back whack. Wasn't required in the end. Legends isolated in red room with 2 members of SSG to contend with. He's managed to get 1.
Whoa!
Down to no shields. He's managed to get 2. And could that be the turn of things?
God, they're so slippery. All 8 of these players are such difficult kills in the lobby. That's why you've got to really keep tabs on them and make sure your communication is on point and just not allow them to escape too easily. Even though Eco did go down, it's just important that Legend went down with him. 50 seconds now, we take over for Quadrant as they start to inch their way back into this round, but just as I say that, SSG get 2 big kills and they regain control of the ball.
Rockets popped, scooped up by Stellar. SLG will fall. 2 members of Quadrant fell in an instant. Sika spawning up, Rocket finds a home again. Great prediction, Rocket, from the experienced Stellar, double kill. And the man with the main continues to roll forward. Down he goes, 4 seconds required, and Bounds as comfortable as you like as SSG claim game 1.
And the desk was saying how important it is to come out of the blocks hot and just to reset yourself mentally. SSG, after losing that winners final, that's the perfect way to bounce back and get that belief that they are going to be good enough to return into that grand final. As for Quadrant, it was a tough one. They came so close in that opening round, but then when you do come so close and you put so much energy into it, I think they realized they weren't quite able to get the setups that they desired every single time they got hold of that ball, because there was always 1 member of SSG left every single time. And how many times did we see Eco pick up a big double that was just able to reset everything for his team?
Eco, one of the best in the business. Try as they might, Quadrant, they just couldn't piece it together in round 2. As competitive as they were in that opening round and the opening engagement, it was SSG who showed their class. The cream is really rising to the top on Championship Sunday. And you can see SSG want another crack at those FaZe boys.
They really do, and I think that that's very evident. It was the same as the last event in Dallas as well. SSG quickly went about things to ensure they could return to that grand final and have another stab at them. And they'll want to make short work of Quadrant here. You don't want to put too much energy into it. You want to start thinking about just resting going into the grand final. But as we go into match number 2, it is going to be a Slayer, and SSG have been very good at Slayer Aquarius in previous tournaments. We've not seen them play it so far this major. As for Quadrant, we know that Slayer has been a difficult time for them in general, even though they had the incredible Game 5s, of course. They were able to take down OpTic Gaming. They're 3-7 in Slayers in recent majors, so it's a downward trend when it looks at how their Slayer performance has been. But at the same time, they just need to find something. They need to dig deep. They always say, Quadrant, you know, Slayers are 50-50, so they don't care about the stats. They won't care about how many times they've lost it before. It's living in the now, and it's making sure you tee yourself up as best as possible going into this match number 2.
What happened in the past for Quadrant matters not. It's the here and now. Can they seize the moment? This might be the only opportunity Europe has at a grand finals. It's never come before. Can they grasp it with both hands, or will it slip through their fingers? SSG already won to the good. With Slayer Aquarius on the horizon, how important is this game?
It's a massive game. I think if Quadrant go 2-0 down here, it just gives so much comfort to Space Station. I know that they were reverse sweeped against FaZe, but at the same time, without there being a stronghold in this series layout, there isn't that guaranteed game for Quadrant like there has been in some of the previous series. They've always felt confident enough to say, hey, well, at least game 3, we've probably got that in the bag.
If we just survive the game 3, our series can start from there on out.
Exactly. They've had to work hard some of the times, but they don't have that to fall back on now. So for Quadrant, this is a must-win for me in this Slayer. And even though they've come so far and they've worked so hard to get here, it could very easily be one of those situations that you just let fall through your fingers a little bit going up against an SSG roster who can be ruthless when it comes to this map and mode. I've seen Stellar tear apart the best players and the best teams in the world on Aquarius Slayer.
Stellar on our screens, talk to me about what he offers this team. Why is he so good?
He's just incredible at everything. I think one of his main benefits is how well he listens to his team. You can always see from his POV, he's always checking certain angles, he's finishing up kills, he's looking in directions that maybe you wouldn't expect him to because he is just getting all of that information into his ears, and then suddenly he's doing so much damage because of it. But it's his outplay ability. He has such a big brain. He knows exactly how he wants to beat people. He knows where he should be, where other people might be. Stellar has a little bit of everything.
Is he about to help his team go 2 to the good here? Put 1 foot back in grand finals. Get that extra stab, that kick at the boys in red and black, FaZe Clan. They still have Quadrant to deal with here. And Legend on our screens now. European champion at DreamHack Valencia. Reached dizzying heights. He tweeted only a few months ago how he was tired of finishing top 12. He was sick of finishing top 8. And here he is now in the promised land in the final 3.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who may not know the backstory of this team, 2/4 of this roster were part of Ascend. We also had 2/4 of the roster that were part of Quadrant. There was talks for years about the combination of an entire French roster. It was the God Squad that was perceived that could be the team that could break into North America, but contracts were a thing, and it wasn't going to happen until a certain time. It finally did happen, and then suddenly Chick, he loses his passport gets stolen, and they have to play with a sub, and it's a very difficult situation for them, but now they have turned up, they have formed that God Squad, and Quadrant find themselves in the top 3. And as they came into this event, they wanted to prove that the top 6 they had at the last event was not a fluke. And I think that has now been proved. And one of the main benefits of this placement, even if they were to fault here and they finish 3rd, they get a good seed going into the next event. They will have an easier path to this position yet again. As for SSG, they are constantly the bridesmaid and never really the bride anymore, and they just want to get back into that grand final. They want to be lifting a trophy again. Bound wants that trophy. I know it was the All-Star game, I know it was only jokes, but Renegade made a point. He's not won yet, and you know full well that is going to be living rent-free in Bound's mind, and he wants to prove him wrong. But first, they've got to get through Quadrant here. They've got their first foot in the door, but are they going to be able to do it going into game number 2 on Slayer Aquarius? I think the big thing for me is shutting down Stellar for Quadrant. Don't allow him to roam freely through bottom middle, because when he does, he's just going to pick you apart, and he's going to make it so difficult for you to make any sort of rotation.
That's something I actually want to talk about. Legend, this kid, been so good. One of the best in Europe. He's been the pride and joy, the jewel in the crown. And now this Quadrant team have the whole of Europe, a whole continent rooting for them. And it sounded like they made a few fans of the OpTic boys here as well.
Yeah, I think everyone's really just appreciated how wholesome the Quadrant roster is in the interviews that they've had afterwards. They're just happy to be there. They've worked so hard to be there. I mean, I want to give a shout out to SLG in particular. I've seen him grinding for the last 10 years, it seems, and he's never really been able to get there. He's always blaming something. There was some sort of seeding issue, or they didn't get the right maps, or he didn't have the right teammate, but he kept working hard. He finally gets the team, and he's played so well this event, has SLG. Individually, how many times with a sniper rifle have you seen him just blaming all the names, all the biggest of names as well? Very impressed with how he's performed.
And there were question marks over SLG. When the game first came out, he adopted this leadership role, and it didn't seem to suit him. He wasn't getting the slays of SLG of old, where in Halo 5 he would be finding faces, beaming people left and right, and he had to adapt, he had to evolve. And this is the SLG we've been waiting for.
And then on the flip side, you've got Chick, who is maybe the newer addition to the squad, the big blainer, the guy who is going to get all the slays and has helped SLG kind of adapt that role and become more of an IGL and allow him to sit back a little bit, because he takes some of that pressure off of SLG, because he can slay everything. But can he slay SSG? As we're just about ready to jump into map number 2. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for bearing with us here in Arlington at the OpTic Major. It's the Elimination Finals. It's SSG versus Quadrant, and we're underway in map number 2.
Rocking and rolling as the venue finds its voice. Fans of both teams here. Quadrant maybe converted some green wall fans to their side. The last team wearing green left the tournament. 4-1 though off the rip. And SSG have had the perfect start.
Again, starting strategies, everything in Slayer, it allows you to get the ball rolling, and so many times that ball rolls far too far down the hill and becomes a snowball that gets out of control. And this is when Stellar gets dangerous, when he starts to roam freely. But he is going to be walking into 4 members of Quadrant here, and he's got a lot to do. Has the heat wave, which definitely helps. It's almost like a teammate in your hands, as Sika is the first one to go down, and now Stellar will do what he usually does. It's avoid, it's dip, it's dodge, and it's get out of the way, and then re-engage once he's got his shields. He's such a slippery snake.
And he's slithering towards top car here. SLG and Sika will face him up, plant their feet. It's a 1-for-1 trade. 2 go down for SSG, 2 go down for Quadrant. 5 kills the difference. Sika's got the heat wave in his hand, trying to cook a penguin. I don't know whether they're tasting better fried, cooked, microwaved, no matter what it is, get him in the grave.
One of the things that Quadrant has recently struggled with in Slayers, we saw it against Sentinels, we saw it against FaZe, is if they do go about 10 kills behind, they seem to drop off a little bit, and maybe a lack of belief of getting back into the game. As long as they can keep it within 5 or 6, there's always going to be that chance to be able to break back in and cause an upset if you are down, and they're within 3 at the moment, so it's not like it's out of the realms of possibility. Just SSG had a really hot start, as Bound tried as he might with the thrust, but Sika, he held strong.
Sika down to no shields for a moment. Stellar keeps him there from top base. Power up in 2 seconds or so. Will it be baited? Who's going to get their hands on that camouflage and slip away? It popped up. 3 members of SSG positioned top middle. They're going to lose one in the process. A Chick goes chasing. Chased himself into an early grave. Legend, top generator, will get 1. SLG will answer back as well. It's a 5-kill game. Bound remains in possession of the camouflage, but he's been spotted out here. As one of the French players has squinted their eyes and seen a shimmering away.
But he's still alive and he still gets away, and I think the Quadrant have to keep tabs on this camo throughout this game. Something that SSG do very well is monitoring the power-ups and the power weapons. You'll always see the heat wave being prioritized, and the camo is going to be fought for tooth and nail. 22 to 15, 7-kill lead. Grenade's doing all the damage. Bound gets caught out, but he still manages to go down with SLG, a big double. And suddenly the kill difference is 8. And as it starts to trickle up, this is when it starts to get more worrying for Quadrant.
Couple of sizzle sticks here for Stellar. Quadrant need to bounce back. They get a trade. It's not going to be good enough. It's not going to eat away at that deficit. Within 6, as Chick has the heat wave. Legend slides forwards. Legend gets another trade, and SSG were 3 dead for a second or 2. SLG will pick up another one. Within 5. This game is scrappy. There's no structure. There's no rhyme or reason as to why these kills are going down. They're just trading blow for blow like two heavyweights in the middle of the ring.
I mean, it's one thing that Quadrant do is off spawn, they are instantly sprinting into the action. They are listening to call-outs. They're wanting to finish the damage. We saw 4 1v1s happen on our screen, one after one after one, and there wasn't really the time for Quadrant to set up and think about it or push together, but neither is there for SSG. SSG are having to react in a way and just take the fights and take the trades, but that's okay because they've been about 5 kills ahead. The worrying sign for SSG is if Quadrant take the lead and then they continue to play at this pace.
Penguin puts distance again. 5 kills. Camo up again. As Stellar scoops it up, pops it into his chest. That's another one secured for the boys in black and gold. Stellar slips away. Getting information for his team. Legend will get tightened up a little bit and gets taken care of as well. Still, the lead remains at 5, and the issue that the Quadrant have now is these kills are getting out of hand and they're running out of time.
Running out of time, and again, it's another camouflage that was just too easy for Space Station. Quadrant weren't set up for it. I know the kills didn't go their way at the right time, but that's on purpose from SSG. They will time their pushes around when the power-up's going to be spawning, and suddenly that 5-kill gap once again increases to 8 here. And as this ticks over to 40, things start to go from bad to worse for Quadrant. They need to be making sure they're always close enough to be helping each other out. It's another 1v1, but look, Penguin's right there to help his teammate, but Quadrant, they're elsewhere. No one there to clean up the kills. There's too many 1v1s, too many individual battles, and the trades are great for Space Station as they now have a 10-kill lead.
Have Quadrant bitten off more than they can chew with this SSG roster. 9 kills difference. Make it 10 as Bound gets yet another kill. 13 for the game with 2 assists and 8 deaths. SLG will also be joining his teammate and Chick to the respawn screen. And now SSG require 4 kills to double their series lead.
And this comeback is looking incredibly unlikely, but you feel for it to happen, Quadrant would have to slow the game down as much as possible, restrict the chances for SSG to get these trades, and constantly back off, bound up together, and then make sure you're working off spawn. And if you do get into a position where you get all 4 dead, then you need to be thinking about pinching, and then you speed things up. It's still 8 kills between them, 46 to 38. Camo is going to be popping. If Quadrant were to get it, then maybe there's still a chance. With only 3 kills, make it 1. SSG have surely got this one in the bag.
What an exchange that was. Stellar slips away, game over. SSG will get that second win in the bag. 1 away from Grand Finals.
And again, it's another one of those Slayers that just trickled away from Quadrant ever so slightly. They were within 4, within 5, and then as soon as it was 8 or 9, there was no real coming back into it. Off spawn, they were engaging time after time, and sure, they were getting the trades, but SSG were lapping that up. And most of the times, if there was a trade that happened, or if we saw Quadrant get a piv that they won, there was just a member of SSG to clean things up, whereas it didn't really happen as efficiently on the side of Quadrant. And that's just what SSG do. SSG are one of the best teams at frustrating you in Slayers and forcing you to play at a certain pace, but then trading better. And I think that's going to be concerning for Quadrant because now they find themselves 2-0 down, having to reverse sweep one of the best teams in the world.
SSG's pacing in that game number 2 was flawless. Absolutely perfect. Every single time Quadrant threatened to get back in the game within 4, within 5. You spoke about how they will time their engagements around a power-up, around a power weapon. And that's exactly what we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, rather than just trying to set up for the camo, 15 seconds before, 10 seconds before, they would say, all right, now this is where we up the pace a little bit. Let's start to engage. Let's take the fights to them. Because if we win them, we're going to be in the best chance possible to pick up this camo for free, not having to just fight for it or bait it out. And they were able to get the camos almost hit times without any sort of damage coming towards them. And because of it, they find themselves 2-0 up here against Quadrant, who have had a mighty run in this bracket. But is that run going to finally come to an end here in the Elimination Final? Or is there just one little bit of effort left in this new green wall, or the lime green wall, whatever they want to call themselves at this point? But honestly, it's been an incredible series so far for SSG.
And we can talk about the run that Quadrant got on. Started the tournament, thrust into the pool of death, along with Sentinels and FaZe. 3 of the teams in Pool A managed to get to the top 4. They pushed all the way through to 3-1 Rebellion, 3-0 Complexity, 3-2 against OpTic, and then 3-1 against Sentinels. They have fought tooth and nail for every inch, for every yard to get here. But SSG are a different beast entirely.
And we go into CTF Empyrean for map number 3, and when you talk about games that it's about pace being slowed down and pace being changed by the team who's in the lead, this could play into the hands of Spacestation, especially when Quadrant have been underperforming in Capture the Flag this tournament. I know they had that incredible comeback on Argyle against Sentinels. That was against the statistics. That wasn't an anomaly in those stats. So maybe that's a good sign for Quadrant. Maybe they are picking up CTF now as we get to the business end of this tournament. But for SSG, they know full well if they dictate the pace of play here, if they can control the overshield and the rockets like they did the camouflage on Aquarius, then Quadrant are going to have a very rough time at trying to get those flags back. In fact, when Quadrant do pull a flag, they've only been getting it back to their base 30% of the time. Like, that is not a great amount of getting the flag back. They've been pulling as they might, but they just haven't really been able to get it down long haul enough. And I think they're going to have to work very hard here against SSG.
I remember talking to some of the boys on FaZe, and they spoke about how when they're practicing on Empyrean, that they actually look to what SSG are doing. They're one of the best teams at this game type, and when you're heading into a Game 3, tournament life on the line for Quadrant, that is not the kind of thing you want to hear. It's not the kind of thing you want to know.
No, and, you know, mental attitude is always going to be a part of esports and gaming, and you need to make sure you are at your very best, but sometimes you will just run out of steam when you've been on a run like this. And for both SSG and Quadrant, it's going to be two very different mindsets. SSG of, let's just get this one done, 3-0, we can start to think about FaZe, our main competition. For Quadrant now, you have to dig so deep to try and convince yourselves you are good enough to get a reverse sweep against this SSG roster. And I really hope that Quadrant believe they can, because if they do believe that, then we are going to see them actually put up a hell of a fight here in map number 3.
And actually, I want to talk about that guy on the big screen there, Sika, the last airbender. What a buff he's had since he shaved the head. Nobody cared who he was until the hair went. And all of a sudden, he showed up here in Dallas. And what a tournament he's had. He's been incredible.
And again, he's made fans as well with just how humble he's been after their victories. And even the teams that they have beat along the way, they've had nothing but nice things to say about them. But it might be Quadrant saying the nice things about SSG on this occasion, because SSG find themselves 2-0 up and in very emphatic form. And it looks like they are out meaning business. They really want to just be able to walk into that grand finals as confident as ever. So it has to be CTF Empyrean for map number 3, where either we are going to find our second grand finalist or we're going to start to maybe see a fight back here for Quadrant.
Can Quadrant push this series one game deeper? Can they make this a more difficult task for SSG? Or are the former world champions going to cruise to glory and stroll right back into the grand finals? The face-off against the old enemy in FaZe Clan. That's what's up for grabs. That's what is here and now. As we load in, is the pressure on the shoulders of Quadrant? Have they gone too far? We're about to find out. On board with Penguin as he slips and slides over towards training.
And Quadrant really need to be making sure they're getting hold of these overshields, these rockets. They can't allow SSG to dictate the pace too much. Be aggressive, get in the face. If you're going to go down, you want to put up one heck of a fight, and Chick already trying to get aggressive with these rockets. And we know full well that sniper rifles are going to make a big difference here on Empyrean. You need someone who's more than happy to be confidently pushing, but also hitting those shots when you need them to.
Chick with rockets, clearing out sword. Not the natural habitat of a penguin is in a sword, but it's traded out in the end. Space Station don't give Chick a moment to breathe. They smother him and clear him right out of sword, and they can get moving and grooving from here on out. As Sika stepped out of green for a moment, seen Stellar, put the brakes on, slammed it in reverse, and said no thank you.
And Felix and the SLG as the sniper on the other side. Stellar, of course, you can see it on your screen, playing a very passive angle at the moment, just trying to support the rest of the team who are slowly moving their way up the map. But just as he takes his eye off Banana for 1 second, SLG is right there to rip his face off. Now SLG and Quadrant need to take advantage of this. 3 are dead on the side of SSG. This is where you push up, this is where you start to control those spawns, manipulate them in a way where you can start to bank those nades off the floor, do the damage and get the flag moving.
Quadrant have them spawning exactly where they want them. Overboard snipe, but what a grenade from Penguin. as it spins, flips, and Bound finds the back of the skull of the flag carrier in Legend. And all the pressure amounts to 0.
And that's why there's so much responsibility on the sniper players. Had Bound missed that shot, that flag could have been down long haul. Quadrant could have maybe off spawn, just been banking those nades off the side. And they might have had a chance to go 1-0 up. Huge play from Bound. And now he has the sniper to work with still. Just going down long haul. 2 big kills though from Quadrant. Just to slow down SSG as they start to collapse, they start to push. And Bound, the last remaining player here.
Oh, a whip. Takes the shields completely off Seeker. Legend will survive. Chick will pick up the snipe now. We need to hit a highlight clip here. Fires one towards Stellar. That's across the bow, doesn't connect. Seeker now in assistance. Over towards Sword. Rockets in 4. Chick's trying to survive, trying to be an influence. As Rockets come out the oven, 1 goes down. 2 kills go in favor, make it 3. Bound last man standing as they shuffle weapons back and forth. They've got all the resources they need for a flag cap here.
Yeah, again, they're going to have control. They're going to make those spawns over towards Sniper, but is there going to be anyone to stop? It's going to be Bound. He's found an overshield. Will collapse onto Legend first, but he's done so much damage. But now the rest of SSG can work with him. Chick, though, and Seeker get 2. Eco is the last remaining player, but he gets the killjoy and will be in an angle here to potentially stop this flag. But SLG just nips around the corner and Quadrant get away.
SLG slips away. Back home at flag. They're giving this one up. Quadrant will take the lead here.
And maybe, just maybe, there's still life in this game yet, life in this series for Quadrant. Still plenty of time on the clock for SSG though. Sniper rifle now for SLG, excuse me. But he gets taken down, he gets shut down immediately. So important for SSG to be taking that sniper rifle off of the mitts of the likes of SLG.
It was once upon a time in Europe. SLG had his name sung around the arena. But at the moment, they're down by 3. Some members in the crowd start to boo the Spacestation Gaming players here as they seem to bounce back here. It's one, well, I say some people in the, I think it's one guy.
There's one guy. He just really hates SSG, and that's okay. You can have your favorites. 2 down on SSG, a great hold from Quadrant. It was looking like they were going to be confidently pushing up, but Quadrant just backed themselves into corners, waited patiently, and sometimes you do just have to lay those traps. Heatwave now in the hand of SLG. Sword in his control, but just needs to be careful of these grenades, and he's trying to assist Legend, but you've got to be careful.
Chick's moving in. What a game Chick's having in the early engagements. 15 kills, 3 assists, and 4 deaths. Exactly what you need on Championship Sunday if you're going to cause the upset against SSG. Bound will receive some damage. SLG continues to put down some cover fire. It's a tongue twister.
It gets you, doesn't it? SSG, SLG, too many S's, too many G's. Only 1 L. Which team is going to take the L here in the moment? Quadrant still on top. 7 minutes left. It's still plenty of time for the Space Station roster, but keep an eye on that overshield. It's going to be up in 8, and SLG, that's why he's holding Sword right now. He wants to be the one to command this area so he can drop down freely and grab the overshield.
Overshield's up. Reverse repulsor play doesn't connect. Stellar tries to get away. He will fall. He goes there. And SLG picks up 2 along with the overshield.
He had no right to get those kills, no right to get that overshield, but it's exactly what he wanted. It's what he was biding his time for up in Sword. But now it's about what you do with it here as they get 2 kills to Quadrant. SSG down to 2 themselves. Eco and Penguin working in tandem just to try and stay alive. SLG now finds Rockets. He just needs to make sure he gets his shields back before he pushes, but actually he says, you know what, screw it, let's just get a flagpole.
Shields down, weapons remain hot, it would seem. SLG will fall, 2 dead. For SSG though, Chick's gonna pull this flag long haul. Does he have the support he needs? The answer's no. Eco's in the needles, putting down damage as he always does. Eco wins the fight.
It's all well and good though for Quadrant, as long as they can keep Space Station in their half. I mean, it's the best form of defense is offense sometimes. Sniper up in 3. They see a wild Bound who's trying to get behind enemy lines. And Legend quite rightly just pings him and calls him out. Stellar's going to go down as well. And I tell you what, Quadrant are doing so well at the moment at just outslaying SSG. They're so confident in the battles and they are winning more 1v1s going into this map number 3.
You mentioned a wild Bound. I have a question, real quickly, before this gets out of hand. What sort of Pokeball would you need? Like a Master Ball? What sort of...
For Bound?
Yeah.
Definitely some sort of Ultra Ball.
Yep.
I don't know if I use my Master Ball on him, not until he's won a championship. But we'll have to see whether that could be here today in Arlington. SSG definitely have the capabilities of doing so. FaZe wait at the moment in the grand final. But they have, of course, that one series advantage for whoever will join them.
FaZe watching on, hoping this series goes the distance just to tire out whoever might arrive in grand finals. Right now it's looking like SSG, but it's Quadrant still in the lead of this game. Stellar gets one.
Uh-oh.
Legend! Where's your head at? Zika! You're going with him, pal. As this flag continues to move. And SSG threatening to tie this game up. And it's terrible news for the Europeans, as it's been escorted all the way home. And Eco slams it in.
Such a clean flag pull and flag capture for SSG. And Penguin, as soon as he connected with that sniper shot, Quadrant were never really going to get back into it. Seeker gets aggressive to shut down the rockets, and Overshield is also going to be popping, but it looks like SSG got hold of that one. So Quadrant are going to be on the back foot a little bit here. They need to be avoiding the Overshield, but Bound says, you can't avoid me, I'm inevitable, I'm in your base.
In there with Heatwave. He's going to need more than an eviction notice. He's claiming squatters' rights here. Quadrant have got to take care of him. Hold on. Chick's trying to give him the wiggles. He did so for a second or two. Legend needs to win this fight, but the Heatwave comes out the back pocket, and it gets traded. 3 dead for Quadrant. Flags pulled, flags on the move.
Well, it was a massive trade, but again, I think there's snipers trained on the spawns of Quadrant here, but Stella gets absolutely obliterated by grenades. It's an amazing stick from Eco onto SLG, but I think Quadrant have done enough just to slow this flag down, but Penguin has been able to grab it. There's going to be plenty of players trying to damage him, but he gets the toss into the base. 3 are dead, but it doesn't matter because Stella's there. SSG take a 2-1 lead.
How pivotal will that be? As Penguin seem to find a little bit of ice to slide on his belly and bring that flag home. Quadrant looking to answer back immediately here through the shape of Seeker and Legend. Penguin will get one. SLG will answer back. 2 dead. Chick's got hands on flag. Can they get the counter cap? 3 dead for a moment.
Where is Bound? Is he in a position to once more shut that down? Actually, it's Stella who's going to be on the first BR. SLG is going to chase him, but unfortunately, the trade comes through from Eco, and no one there to run that flag because several members of Quadrant went down. And it's going to have to be one that they most likely give up here and start to rethink and reassess their next plan, their next form of attack. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock for Quadrant to try and stay alive in this tournament. As for SSG, of course, if it stays like this, they will be in the grand finals against FaZe.
Our SSG happy to run the clock down here. As Bound's going down with the sickness at the moment. Chick will line him up, take his shields down. 20 seconds until rockets. 20 seconds until overshield. And Quadrant need all the goodies here.
Yeah, Quadrant just need to slow this one down and get into a position where they can pick up at least one of the 2 to try and work with as they move forward to try and get a flag run. But with Bound holding this position in sword with the sniper rifle, he's making it so hard for Quadrant to slow it down. He's pushing the narrative. He says, you know what? I want to get into this grand final here and now, and an overshield is his reward, and the flag's on the move for SSG.
Trouble afoot here for the boys in green as Bound continues to put down damage. Stellar's on hand. Eco's got the flag all the way through long haul. With 3 dead for a moment for Quadrant. SSG slam home their 3rd and final cap. They're going to grand finals, baby.
And they will have their chance to seek revenge against FaZe Clan in that grand final. They'll have to win 2 series, 2 best-of-7s if they want to call themselves champions. But they finally stopped the NA killers that are Quadrant. It's been an incredible run from the European side. And of course, everyone from that region is nothing but proud of their run. But eventually, it had to stop when one of these 2 giants came a-knocking. And the one that fell was SSG. They had the first chance to try and take on Quadrant, and they did it in a 3-0 emphatic fashion.
The Elimination bracket Reapers fall on their sword. SSG have another opportunity, another crack at their rivals, FaZe Clan. We've seen this play out time and time again. You speak about it, and rightfully so. What a run it's been for Quadrant, but SSG have other things on their mind now.
Yeah, a huge congratulations to Quadrant yet again. I think everyone knows what an impressive run it was. And a historic tournament for the European roster. And even though right now they'll be disappointed, I'm sure they will be more than happy to celebrate as they travel back home. As for SSG, it's chance number 2 now for FaZe. Will FaZe look to go back-to-back in tournaments here in Dallas? Or is it going to be SSG showing us what they're made of and maybe even giving a bracket reset? I'm sure that's what the fans will want. We want to see as much Halo as possible, but for Spacestation, so efficient. Some of those flag runs were beautiful. They knew exactly where to be looking, exactly where to be running, when to be timing those runs, when to be pushing through rockets. Everything was near perfect, but they have to go one step further if they're to beat FaZe in the grand finals.
It's commiserations to the European powerhouse. They can head home with their heads held high. But SSG have grand finals on the horizon. They're playing against one of the most informed teams in the league. It's a tough and tall order now.
It is, and I think that FaZe are going to be more than ready for them, more than prepared, but it wasn't exactly the easiest winners final. They had to do a reverse sweep themselves, but they of course have that series advantage, which is going to be massive. I mean, when was the last time we saw a bracket reset and a team then go on to win? It's been quite a while. So FaZe, they have the advantage, they have the stats on their side, but of course they still have to get the job done.
Still a lot of work to do, Dan, and we can talk about how good FaZe have been, how good SSG has been, but I cannot wait to see this grand finals.
Cannot wait for it, and I'm sure the guys on the desk can't either, so let's see what they thought about that series.
You are damn right about that, Gaskin and Shurs. Yes, we cannot wait for this grand final. Spacestation Gaming, they didn't stutter at all against Quadrant. They were looking absolutely incredible. They had an answer for everything that Quadrant threw at them. Very impressive stuff across the board. And I've got to say, Quadrant, you know, making history pretty much, you know, the entirety of this tournament twice, they rewrote their own history. Top 3. I've got to say, so proud of these Quadrant boys. If we talk about them first before we talk about SSG in this win, you know, what has been impressing you the most about this Quadrant roster as we say goodbye to them, Clutch?
Yeah, I think it's the elimination bracket run that they went on. I think last time around, 3-0ing OpTic was very impressive. But it's even more impressive to me to just knock out North America, throwing each individual tier team at you and you just handling them, figuring out a way to get past the series. And I mean, honestly, like the OpTic series was impressive, but it's almost even more impressive to come out and beat Sentinels the next day, to prove it wasn't a fluke, to prove that, hey, not only can we beat a team in the top 6 of North America, but we can beat just about every team in the top 6 of North America. I think you exclude, obviously, the FaZes and the SSGs of the world, because those are 2 of the teams that seem to be in a league of their own right now. But as for Quadrant falling themselves into the top 3 right now, that's an unbelievable achievement that these guys need to hold their head up high. And I think with some more experience under their belt as a team, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think Quadrant have been incredible all tournament long. You know, actually exceptional, to be quite frank with you. And Tony, you know, keeping it toe-to-toe at certain points, you know, with Space Station here, getting the first flag cap in this final game here, not quite having the answers back for what Space Station were able to do and adapt on. It was impressive at the beginning. What do you think they now need to work on? Looking back at this incredible run, now looking back at how to take down potentially the top 3 and get this even further, because you already know that's where their sights are at.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you just got to go back to the lab and really hammer down that film review. Because, like you said, there was times where they were totally in it within this series going up against SSG. There was even mistakes being made before we got to this point. You know, when it came to Sentinels, when it even came to OpTic. So I say get back to the lab, do heavy film review, find out what those weaknesses are, and ultimately turn into strengths. We know how good of a Strongholds team that you are, but how do you get over the hump when it comes to Slayer? How do you finish out capture the flag matches on Empyrean like you saw against SSG? What's the next step for Quadrant? And honestly, I'm excited for that.
I'm very excited about it too. On the other side, Spacestation Gaming looking great. The stage is lit up gold for a reason. And the bounce back is happening. I think with that 3-0 sweep from Space Station, the confidence has to be there. They're going to be facing FaZe once again. In that series in particular, who is really stepping up for you there, Clutch?
In that series, I think it was Bound. I think Bound was fairly quiet in this series against FaZe. And I mean, I say quiet like you could have told me he went positive in that series and I wouldn't be shocked. But like from what I expect of Bound and what Space Station need from Bound in order to win a grand finals, it's going to have to be a special performance. They need everybody playing well, but Bound specifically, when he's playing well, what he provides to the rest of the team as far as space and like release of pressure and just opportunity to the other three, I think that is the key to victory when you're trying to take down a team like FaZe. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he can keep up the pace with the 1.29 of that last series. If he does that, I think they'll give a chance to reset the bracket.
Yeah, I've got to say I agree with that one. I think this is going to come down to the wire. I think there is every chance of a bracket reset happening tonight, folks. And just to make sure you are aware, the grand final coming up next, it is going to be a best of 7. It is not going to be a best of 5 like we have seen previously. Grand finals are best of 7. And then Space Station, coming from the elimination bracket, do have to reset that bracket if they want a chance at lifting that trophy. But the odds are forever in both of these guys' favors, because my goodness me, these two teams couldn't be closer if they tried. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we do have our grand finals getting ready for you guys, and it will be a rematch of our winners finals. FaZe versus Space Station Gaming. Who is going to do it? Will we see FaZe back-to-back LAN champions? Will we see Space Station finally picking up a trophy after endless second places? We'll find out right after the break.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Bounce in the game, and Bounce pick it up and overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
Even trippy right now. They call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets 2! He gets 3! Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all! It's an overkill non-stop. Bigwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets the snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Arlington, it is grand finals time of your OpTic Major. It is it. It all comes down to this series right here between these two teams who have been battling it out all weekend long to get to this point. One of the teams has been battling through the winner's bracket and kept it clean so far without being taken down, and Spacestation Gaming on the other side have to go through the elimination bracket. They met Quadrant, they managed to get back up into the grand finals position and find themselves in a rematch for the ages. And if history is anything to go by, then this matchup should also be absolutely insane. I think it's going to knock our socks off. What do you think, Clutch?
Yeah, I think if the first series today taught us anything, is that these two teams are separated by such narrow margins, and it really does come down to one player stepping up, making a play, or like one play that a team makes together that makes the difference in the entire series alone. So can't wait to get this one underway. It's a best of 7. SSG maybe need a couple of games under their belt as far as getting back into the swing of things. I think that series against Quadrant was perfect to have that happen, to reestablish like confirmation that they belong in the grand finals and that they can beat a team like FaZe. 3-0 in Quadrant was a big step for them, I think, as far as getting this back on track. That series needed to be quick. It was, and now hopefully we're going late into the night tonight with a bracket reset potential.
Yeah, potentially we are. I think if there are two teams that you can count on to go down to the wire, potentially have a bracket reset, it's got to be FaZe and Spacestation. They are so unbelievably close. In terms of the margins, Tony, both of them have seen it to the wire. It has been so back and forth. If you even look at the bracket as well, they have had such similar journeys. They're almost mirroring one another. That winners finals was so special with how tight it really was and coming down to the wire. Do you feel like we're going to replicate that in this grand finals?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say 100%. Like every single time FaZe and Spacestation Gaming go at each other, they end up going to an elimination match, whether it's Game 5, whether it's Game 7. Like you said, similar journeys. You had FaZe only dropped 2 games leading up to that winners finals. Spacestation only dropped 1 game all tournament long. They're both so well polished. It just so happens when they meet against each other, it's, you know, an unstoppable, what do they call it? Unstoppable force going up against an unmovable object. That's really what it feels like when these two go at it.
It really does indeed. It feels like two cars honestly colliding into one another is what it feels like. It is so powerful. 2 powerhouses in their own rights. I mean, look at this incredible series. It almost doesn't look real in terms of how controlled it is from each team at certain points in the series. You know, FaZe kicking things off, and then, you know, it's just absolutely crazy. The grand finals from the last time we saw this happen. Again, another similar story to the winners finals. What is it with FaZe having to reverse sweep Spacestation Gaming in order to get this done?
Yeah, Spacestation need to figure out a way to step on the throats of FaZe when they have them where they want them, right? I think having a 2-0 lead, having a 3-1 lead, those are series you cannot lose, but somehow this is the problem with what FaZe is to some of these teams. It's that the fact that if they stay in the series, if they keep finding ways to win games, by the time they get to that elimination game, you've already lost the series because FaZe are so good in those moments.
Yeah, they certainly are very, very good. They're very, very icy. I do feel like, though, this grand finals, I would like to see a different type of FaZe come out. I want to see it close. I want to see a good grand finals, but I think the reverse sweep is too difficult at this point in time. Spacestation knows what's coming. They'll know that if they do get up in the series, that this will be so, so difficult to come back from. Spacestation will not want to let this one slip between their fingers. Tony, how do you think Spacestation are going to approach it?
I mean, they're going to do what they normally do. I mean, they're going to go in, be objective, efficient. They're going to count on that teamwork. But like we say time and time again, it's those Slayers that have been the kind of Achilles heel when it comes to SSG. And even though they've stepped it up this tournament in the Slayers, even against FaZe, that Game 5 still went the way of FaZe. That's the reason why SSG found himself in the elimination bracket. So at the end of the day, when it comes to a Slayer, SSG need to step up, whether it's Game 2, whether it's Game 7, no matter what it is, they have to find a way to get over the hump.
Clutch, let's talk about what this honestly came down to in that winners finals, because I do feel like it was a clash of 2 different play styles. Now, I don't think it was more so that FaZe have a particular play style. I think it was the way they were actually just playing Spacestation Gaming. It was very difficult to watch at times, very scrappy, very interesting to say the least. The decisions that were there, I don't think Spacestation were expecting. Talk to me about how those two collided for you and why FaZe were able to get it across the line.
Yeah, I think breaking this down into 2 pieces, right? I think Spacestation's play style in games 1 and 2 were really problematic to how FaZe thought Spacestation were going to come out and play, especially that Street Slayer, where Spacestation got rockets at the start and immediately turned a Street Slayer into a stalemate at the 50-yard line where they have rockets and get to play from an advantage at all times. By the time that first set of rockets were used, the second set of rockets were already on respawn like 10 seconds later. The fact that SSG slowed the game down to that degree, something that is almost the complete opposite of the epitome of their entire playstyle, had to be a shocking, thing for FaZe to kind of witness and not know that SSG was going to try and put that out in their bag of tricks, right? And I think from FaZe's standpoint, you found some kind of rhythm in Game 3. Game 3 was an absolute bloodbath. I remember after casting it with Tony, I felt exhausted after that game 3, and I'm like, I'm not even playing in this. Like, these guys are actually going to war. I'm just sitting here yelling at the top of my lungs every time somebody hits a cool shot. But I think during that game 3, you really felt momentum. The battle for momentum was so consistent. It was back and forth, no real edge to either team. And then all of a sudden, it really felt like towards the end of it, FaZe, even though SSG, I think, capped their last flag to get into overtime, the map control was predominantly FaZe's to lose a majority of the second half of that game 3. And then from there on out, I really did feel like, although it was a battle for map control at all times in the oddball and even throughout that Slayer, FaZe had the upper hand a lot of those times.
Yeah, they did indeed. Honestly, the biggest battle I have seen in a very long time. But the journey has been pretty good leading up to that point for both of these teams. Let's take a look at the bracket right now to see exactly how they got to this position. As you can see, FaZe Clan going through the winners side of things, having a pretty easy ride getting up to Space Station. This was where it was so difficult for them to get it across the line. Space Station going up 2 games in this series before FaZe finally got their number and were able to turn it around, reverse sweep across the board, into the grand final position, where Space Station had to then rebound. They got pushed down to the elimination bracket against Quadrant, the European hopes and dreams for this team. They didn't manage to do it this time around for Space Station, but my goodness me, they managed to rewrite history twice. Top 3, the best finish we have ever seen in Halo Infinite and in Halo for a European roster. Incredible stuff. Space Station find themselves in the grand finals, and this is where we're at, folks, the final game of the night. I'm going to head on over to the main stage right now because Blaze is going to introduce you to your 2 teams.
All right, Dallas and Halo fans all around the world, it's time to get this grand final started, and it's going to be a rematch of our last one. 2 amazing teams coming to the stage to hoist this trophy and show once again that they're the best Halo teams in the world. Coming out first, looking to take their gameplay to new heights once again. Give it up for Space Station Gaming! Show some love to Bound, Penguin, Eco, Stellar, and their coach Elimite. One more time, everybody, Space Station Gaming! All right, that's our first squad on the stage. But now it's time to bring out their competitors, looking to do it again and go back to back. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you FaZe Clan! We got Frosty, Snakebite, Renegade, Royal 1, and Royal 2 on the stage. Space, one more time, give it up for FaZe Clan, looking to go back to back. Oh, I can feel the chills on this stage from me because it's blazing hot. Are y'all ready to go? This grand finals is about to be absolutely epic, and I can't think of 2 better people to cast this one. On set, Brav, let's get it.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Thank you to the desk. And of course, thank you to everyone who is here to witness this grand final. It's been an amazing tournament, a historic tournament up until this point. But now in our grand finals, we have the 2 big dogs. We have SSG and we have FaZe Clan.
I think we always knew this tournament was going to get here, right? We saw it in the winners finals. We had a feeling this would be our grand finals as well. And they meet again earlier today. Of course, the questions were coming into the event, is this the start of the FaZe era? And on the other side for SSG, it's how many times can you watch a team on the other side of the stage lift a trophy?
Of course, being in the grand finals is a wonderful thing to be for SSG, and we'll focus on them first. But as we've said, as you quite rightly mentioned, how many times can they come second place and watch another team lift that trophy above their heads? They have a lot of work to do, of course. Not the first time we're going to see these two teams match up in this tournament. They played a little bit earlier in our winners bracket finals, and it was FaZe with the reverse sweep with a Game 5 win by just a couple of kills that gives them the advantage here.
That's right. Now to get ready for our grand finals here, let's lock in and prepare for what will be a historic minimum 7 games.
Welcome to the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic.
A solid 2 points held, and Renegade continues to dominate. Bring it out, headshots better than body shots, though. Instead, flies through the sky, flies through as well.
We were all expecting to see him, and oh my word, heaven, what was that shot?
He's here as well, he's like another bit in. Oh my word, Stella with a triple!
It's a bit of bait, he'll fly over top middle, try and take down this sniper.
One of the best individual performances in a big series I have seen in quite some time! Stella is unreal! Woo! I don't know if it's just me in here, but that's got the juices flowing a little bit. You can see how much it means and what has gone in for both FaZe Clan and Spacestation to get to this point. Huge moments, huge plays, and you've got to look at a couple of members on either side to kind of highlight who we want to talk about before we get this grand final underway, because there's 8 players and any of them at any point can pop off.
Absolutely, and we saw it in that first winners bracket final, of course, with FaZe reverse sweeping Spacestation in the end, and you and I are watching that game number 5 in the series, and only 4 kills separated them, 42-38 in the end. However, let's talk about what those 4 kills meant. May have potentially cost them 7 games, as SSG will now need to beat FaZe twice. We always talk about how important that winners final was for Spacestation. They were not able to close it out. FaZe Clan remains on top in the winners bracket. Here is your best of 7.
Well, here is the road that Spacestation need to travel if they want to reset that bracket. Of course, they'll have to win this series and another one, like you say, if they want to call themselves champions. FaZe Clan, on the other side, only have to win this series in front of us. King of the Hill live fire is where we're going to start. FaZe Clan and Spacestation, they've been back and forth all day. They've been back and forth all season. It's a great way to kick things off.
It really is. Interestingly, SSG has not yet played King of the Hill live fire at the Major, so no record for them. FaZe on the other side, though, is already 1-0. They were also 2-0 at DreamHack, so a very good game type for FaZe fans to start things off with.
Certainly is indeed. And that Game 7, the Slayer that we've been talking about so much, that FaZe have always historically seemed to win. Well, Spacestation won that game type against FaZe a little bit earlier on, but they're going to have a long road to go until they get to that point. Off the break here, we're jumping on board with FaZe Clan. It's a beautiful evening here in Arlington. It's time for a grand finals, everybody. Lock yourselves in.
Kicking things off now between these two. As we said, titans of the league, the undoubted, not just your 1-2, but also your first and second seeds here. The road always led to these two. Facing off against one another, Stellar somehow sneaks back green.
Stellar had to, because otherwise, that was going to be 4 dead. He picks up 1 kill, but look at the control that FaZe Clan have already. They have the sniper rifle, they have the heat wave, and now Royal 2 has the overshield as well. The only thing they don't have at the moment, because of how they try to spread themselves to get those weapons and the power-ups, is map control. So Spacestation are in and around green, in and around that hill, but there should be a pretty comfortable break here for FaZe.
Like you say, taking his time, 1 kill does come in. And always such a systematic team, the way they pick apart their opponents. Still now a 2-man advantage, they will continue scoring.
Renegade with a double kill as well is going to leave Eco as the last player alive. And FaZe Clan, it's been a perfect start for them. There's nothing short of perfect from them. You can see Renegade in the kill feed with a sniper rifle. How good is it? Royal 2 hasn't fired a bullet in the last 30 seconds. And meanwhile, 75% of that first hill, it's all gone to FaZe Clan.
Yeah, you might feel like it's eerily quiet, and it is. This is amazing map control, amazing timing and presence of the map coming in from FaZe, and they're just a few moments away from closing out this first hill.
Spacestation making a push though, and Spacestation do pick up a couple of kills. Renegade now versus Eco. Former teammates trying to take each other on. The sidekick's good, but Bound comes in to help just at the right time. But Frosty and Renegade are going to be there. They get the final kills, the final moments, and FaZe will be up by 1.
And that was 3 dead as well for SSG. And Snakebite's got the repulse as well. I was just about to say he can pop right up to top tower and rotate right away. Overshield popping in 10 seconds.
Complete control of this tower as well goes to FaZe. So not only do they get those first points on the board, the first point I should say on the board, they now rotate perfectly, not only for the hill, but to have the great line of sight onto this overshield. FaZe, I mean, this has been a beautiful start from them. Bound trying to get that overshield. Snakebite can't deny him doing so.
Bound does very well just to pop up right away. Just tucks his head in order to get this overshield. And now going to try to even things up on the map. Royal 2 is only one of 2 players alive.
Just trying to bulldoze his way through at the moment. Bound, he's still got overshield to work with as well. And he's created enough space with this overshield now for the rest of SSG to come and join him. Kill's not being picked up quite as yet though. Finds one, can't find the second unless that grenade will take down Royal 2. But no, he puts the moon boots on, repulses up into the sky and manages to stay alive for just a second longer.
Wow, unbelievable stuff there from Royal 2. You thought he was going to be taken down for sure.
Last alive for a second there was Penguin. And even though FaZe kind of looked like they were on the back foot, Royal 2 just surviving for a few seconds has kept those spawns nice and close. So FaZe still able to control this hill and 50% of the way to put their second point on the board here.
2 dead for FaZe. Frosty needs to win one of these. Wisely backs down. Knew it was a little bit too high risk. Gets the stick, almost pulls off a crazy instead of the plat as well, but as he's taken down, that means FaZe will need to wait for one another on this push.
They will indeed, and Penguin, you just saw scarpering away there because he's got a sniper rifle in his hands, doubles back, maybe just to try and duke out where that sniper is going to be located, and FaZe have now got to be wary of that. Space Station, they've managed to get 50% on this hill themselves. Can't quite connect with those 2 shots, Penguin, but Stella and Eco are going to slow down this push coming in from FaZe. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Well, Snakebite finds himself as last alive. He's got to try and break on his own, but Stella's going to be there, taking the damage, getting the info, and SSG now go into a lead on this second hill.
I like this from Snakebite here. Knew there's no way he was going to get out with the kill, so instead just stays alive in a pretty obnoxious position here at Cuts. Baiting out some green balls as well. And now going to try to fly in. He has the help.
Look at this from Snakebite. He bought his time beautifully, and now, unfortunately for him, everyone else on his team has fallen, but still is being the slipperiest of pickles here. He stays alive, but not in a position to really deny Space Station. They get that point on the board. We're tied up at 1-1 as now we move towards the garage.
Yeah, tough situation there from Snakebite. I think he plays it as best as he could. Takes down Stellar as well off the back of that, so Overshield will still be in play. Snakebite, though, as the solo actor, tried to open up some space, buy some time. In the end, SSG actually manages the game really well. They still don't know he's here.
I was going to say, I thought they'd forgotten about him, but just at the last second, one player at least, Bound, keeps it in the memory banks and manages to take him down, but the overshield is still available. Bound is being a problem. However, Royal 2 now, seeing his teammate push up and engage with Bound, should have a free overshield pickup. Now he has to go forward. Now he has to do some damage. Stellar in a 1v1. Beatdown does come in, so it's neutralized for a second, but Royal 2's done his job.
He goes last player alive, and Royal 2 knew it as well. He gets the double kill to make sure that the last kill is flushed out. Bound and Penguin are your first spawners, but this will be time on the board and a hold for FaZe Clan. Let's see if SSG can break.
Frosty gets the first kill as well, so now you're going to see them have to push with 3 or wait. That's the question to be answered here. Will Space Station try and make something happen, or is it a case of just slowing things down and waiting for another opportunity?
Great stuff from Royal 2 on the awareness. Right away, he has his eyes on dummies. No surprise. That's exactly where his opponents spawn. A little bit of extra time here for them as well.
Almost 50% of this hill has been gobbled up by FaZe Clan, but there's a little cheeky flank coming in from Penguin. He will take down Royal 2, and Bound has fallen, so it means that Penguin will now be left on his own alongside Stella. The spawns do come in, but FaZe Clan find themselves 3 dead as well. Snakebite all of a sudden swapping roles with Penguin as last player alive, and SSG have broken.
So he does here, Snakebite once again, as you say, last player alive, but he manages to stay alive in a good position here on sandbags. Going to wait for help. Here comes Renegade on concrete.
Looks like a double push over the top here. Stella's going to fly out. It's a 1v1, and Stella hasn't been losing too many of those here in Arlington. He wins yet another one, but oh, Renegade with a green gun and a beatdown evens up the numbers.
As you say, 2v2 here. Penguin knows that there might be presence bottom middle. Already spots out the rat tunnel. Frosty gets sneaky with a scoreboard jump as well, and now these next few kills will determine where this third hill goes.
Yeah, this is really going down to the wire here, and a real advantage should be picked up. Overshield coming up in 1 second's time as well. Renegade is there, and Renegade avoids those shots from the battle rifle to get the overshield in the hands of FaZe. Problem is, he's only one of 2 players alive. He gets sent back into the trenches. He's getting beaten up. It's a street fight out here.
Gosh, he almost got Super Smash Bros. Melee'd into a ninja from his opponent. In the end, though, they will get the kills. Bound your last player alive on the sandbags, and it won't be enough.
Look how close SSG were. They were so close.
That's what Bound was going for. That's what Bound tried to fly in for to get the stop instead. This should be a point going the way of FaZe as long as they hold for these next 5 seconds.
Renegade's got a lot of responsibility. One shot! And all of a sudden an SSG hill might turn into a FaZe one. They are so damn icy. FaZe steal the point away, and now they're up by 1.
Not the first time we've seen them with a hill stop like that. They perfectly time the kills. They leave bound on sandbags and isolate that into a 2v1.
Brilliant stuff from FaZe again. How many times have we seen that from FaZe, by the way, on this Garage Hill? Like, timing the overshield, making sure at the last second they always get that momentary push at the right time to capitalize and turn a hill which looks like it's going to fall out of their possession into a point on the board. 2 minutes left on our game clock here as well. Overshield going to be popping pretty soon as well, but control once again of the OS side of the map is all FaZe clans for now.
Probably wondering just how frosty this game is. I'll tell you what, it's so frosty. The man is 16-12 right now in a game where they only lead by a narrow hill, and Royal 2 also helping out on the scoreboard as well, looking to clean up these kills. 3 dead. Stellar's your last player alive here on Cuts.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit desperate here for SSG. They know they have to push. They can't let another point slip through their fingers, but Royal 2 is holding strong at the moment. 20 seconds till the overshield comes up, and constantly SSG spawning over at green, spawning over at mud. They can't get anywhere near FaZe at the moment.
Look at Snakebite on the scoreboard just popping up. He gets all the help as well on the sandbags. It'll be 3 dead yet again, and Royal 2 just holding it down. Uncontested 3rd hill for FaZe Clan. They lead 3-1.
Incredible stuff from FaZe Clan. The fans start to jump up as well, and why wouldn't you? 10 in a row for Royal 2, a frenzy in the grand final, and he's got an overshield.
What a statement as well. He's not afraid to back down. Oh, a little shake of the head, and the crowd in Arlington likes it.
I mean, Bound gets a little look at the bunda from Royal 2. Beautiful little shake from him, but we have seen that bite people in the backside a little bit, especially doing a bit early in the series. But Royal 2, when you're on a frenzy, when you got 11 kills, you got an overshield, yeah, no better time.
Absolutely popping off. He's 17-8 now with that frenzy, and big numbers coming in from the entire FaZe Clan side. 3-1 with 1:30 left.
One thing we've learned between these two teams, though, whenever we see them match up, Andy, is that you're never out of the game. It's never over. And Spacestation will know that better than anyone. Bound gets taken down by Renegade here. Renegade, who was a little bit quiet, I would say, in that winners bracket final, but certainly not quite in this game. Sat at 17-13, 10 assists as well, joint with Frosty for his team. He's got a 1v1 with Eco as well, and the former captain that he had to play under gets taught a lesson himself.
Gotta love the confidence there from Renegade. Nestbridge, not always the easiest battle to fight from. You're a little bit exposed, but he just wins that. And a clean shot. Also goes bags to bags, cleans up another kill.
And I tell you what, FaZe are looking like they might be a few moments away from winning this game. 2 of the death screen here for Spacestation. FaZe looking strong, but SSG making this a little bit dicey.
Forces him down here. 1 player dead for both sides. Renegade gets right back into the action with a fadeaway killing spree on Bound.
Penguin in a 1v1 as well, dancing around the pillar is going to be Renegade. Penguin trying to make a desperate play, but it's not going to be enough. FaZe look ominous in that game number 1. Led by Royal 2, the man on your screen with that killing frenzy.
I think ominous is the only way to say it. Like you said, scary, this team right now. And after losing that first hill, they answer back in a huge way and start to put together some very, very impressive gameplay to send a statement across the stage in your game number 1. FaZe will take the lead.
I mean, that's scary. Yeah, I don't care who you are, whatever team you are, how much experience you have, the way that FaZe dominated that game was certainly a statement, and it's something that's going to have to be shaken off extremely quickly by SSG if they want to have a chance and a little thought of sending this one to a second best of 7. And I think you can feel the confidence, right, from FaZe. They've been waiting for this series. They know that being on top is great, getting back up on top is great, but they know how hard it is to stay there. They've done it before, and they do not want to let that crown slip to SSG.
They certainly do not. SSG, of course, that's the one thing on their mind, is even if it will take 2 series, they are locked in for a long evening. They want to be back on top. Let's not forget how long these players were on top of the world of Halo. It's been a long time, though, since a LAN win, and that's what they're looking to do here if they can. But talk about Royal 2, what we saw in that game, a frenzy in your game number 1, quite a statement.
Certainly was indeed, and we'll have to see how game number 2 is going to go, because this is going to be Slayer, of course. And this is going to be an interesting moment to watch. This is our one of the standout plays that we did see from that last game, and no surprise, it's going to be Royal 2, who's on our screens at home. He finds 2 with that double kill, and then the uncontested hill from FaZe. It's such a tough one to break. We always talk about this hill being the money hill, so to speak. If you get the kills initially and you can put your opposition 3 or 4 dead, you can pretty much guarantee it.
Look at Frosty and Snakebite there in that double kill as well, and this is right before the frenzy happened. We'll take a look at Royal 2's series of events on this hill as part of your AMD power plays. It felt like he just strung all of them together perfectly, and like you said, all the support on the map that he needed.
Yeah, and then Stella just tries to push through here. It's an easy cleanup for Royal 2. That's the frenzy. And then, I mean, there's no better present. You get a frenzy and the game just goes, hey, congratulations, buddy. Here's an overshield as well. Bound does a little dance inside of the bubble. Royal 2.
There it is.
He joins in for a little tango, we'll say that.
A little bit of a shake of the head there. Once again, your AMD power play, Royal 2 from that game number 1. And you can tell the man is locked in. And one thing that we love about FaZe Clan is you heard Snakebite's interview right after the tournament, right after the DreamHack Dallas win. What do they say? More work to be done. And that is the sign and the sound of a team that is looking to create not just 1 or 2 LAN wins, but a championship run and also have their eyes set on a world championship this year. They take game number 1, 4-1.
Now, this is the biggest test for SSG. We talked about how they've gone away, they looked at their Slayer game types, they recognized it as a weakness. Well, this is the biggest test because they were 0-2 back at our previous event at the Global Invitational on this game type. FaZe, a little bit of a different story. Pretty damn good at Aquarius Slayer. So for SSG, this is the litmus test. How much work has gone in? Can you level this series up on a game type that historically you kind of struggled on?
So that's the question. Of course, 12 minutes on the clock, 50 kills to win. And all eyes on SSG in this game. Can they even up the series? Because if they start to fall, we already know what happened last time. You cannot give FaZe any extra games in a series. They want to end this as quick as they can. SSG, though, looking to tie the series 1-1. Here we are into game number 2.
Game 2 is live. FaZe Clan with the first map advantage. Are up by 1. And certainly with the advantage historically when it comes to Aquarius Slayer. Renegade going to get the first kill of the game. Maybe even the second one as well. Penguin gets exterminated, and now Eco. Oh, it's a perfect start from Renegade.
Bound is trying to fish him out, but however, Renegade just playing the angle so well, might even go back. Bound eventually wins that battle to keep things close, but all of that chaos has led to a Snakebite camo. And if you're on the side of SSG, this is dangerous territory.
It certainly is. Look at the damage already coming out of Snakebite. However, he's got to be a little bit careful here. He's got to play his life. Nade's being thrown at him. He's being targeted here by SSG. Eco's going to challenge, and a massive kill coming in from Kevin Smith. Make it 2 means that this game will be tight, and the camo won't be too effective.
2 dead apiece. It's great baiting and switching there. Royal 2 will come in for the finish on the straight stairs. Brings the game to 7-5 in favor of FaZe.
Always looking at power-ups to be the different, power weapons to be the difference between these 2 teams. And you saw Frosty there with the heat wave. So that's a camo and a heat wave already being the advantage. Pick-us-uppers for the likes of FaZe Clan is showing in the scoreline right now. 11-7 the score, 4 kills the difference.
Right now, FaZe is going to look to continue to play this exact same game throughout. They'll be happy to trade with something like a 4-kill advantage. Time and time again. Trade when they need to, and then isolate the kills that will create the advantage. You've heard it in their team comps time and time again.
Interesting to see how SSG approach this as well, because we have seen them be more willing to change the pace of the game when they do find themselves at a disadvantage. Goodness me, Renegade. He is here for this grand final.
Renegade 7-2. Renegade has as many kills as SSG has kills on the board. They lead 15-7.
I mean, this is 15-7, but Renegade is playing some pretty good Halo right now. Eco has felt the brunt of that battle rifle twice now in these first few minutes of the game. More than doubling what Spacestation have managed to put on the board. As we cross the 10-minute mark, you can see that Penguin yet to get on that scoreboard, and more worryingly, I think, for SSG, not only is he not got... Whoa, what's going on here? Well, it ends up okay. Renegade gets that kill. But Penguin not only without a kill, but also without an assist as well. It's 4 dead for SSG.
Look at this again from Snakebite. Like we said, that's back-to-back camos from him as they lead 19-7. 20 now, what a statement.
SSG got to start to worry a bit here. It's 20-9. And even with a couple of kills, they still have Snakebite patrolling with this camo. He's going to find one as well. Bound, he's down to no shields. Snakebite, oh, Bound, that's massive. And that could be one of those moments we talk about that sparks a comeback here for SSG.
We'll see if SSG has the gas in the tank. They're down by 10. Get 11 now as 4 kills come on the board. Bound doing whatever he can to keep the team in the game. He's 5-3 right now, and great movement. And a double kill will at least keep the game within 10, but we'll get back over to the FaZe side. It's a killing spree for Bound. He'll finally be taken down, but we'll get back over to the FaZe side and get into a listen-in with FaZe Clan up 24-15.
I got a couple.
Blue jump up weak. I'm trying to help Brad. I have one.
Johnny's still there.
John, you're still low. I'm losing with Brad.
Nice, John. And yo, John coming.
Go to car. Engine. Watch on engine.
Watch on going, Kyle. Push him, man. He dropped. Dead. Nice. One's bottom mid, guys.
Shooting me.
Yo, and on shock speed.
On shock. Man, you want to get shield and kill this guy?
Yeah. Yo, collapse on car.
On shock speed. There's probably two on shock.
There is. PJ, I'm gonna dive behind you. The shock's got one in.
Inside bottom.
Yo, weak engine.
PJ, chow. I'm one.
Alright, he's absolutely an engine. Yeah, there's a heat wave down there. Couple shots.
Nice, Sean. Live. One hit my blue heater. In blue 2 weak. Has a...
Can you involve blue car? Ammo 50.
I'm getting to yellow, guys. That's fine.
Okay.
Can I go John Carlin?
Cam on 10. Yo, man, weak, kill this guy. Guys, two. Yo, can you chow?
Shoot, one shot, PJ. Freeze, go your life.
What's top blue? Camel's up now, guys.
Yeah, another one here, John. I'm here. I'm challenging him. One in trim.
Nice! If you want to guys, on B.
I'm looking P.
Top car. Camo, guys, can we play for Camo?
He's going for it now.
On it.
He's weak, John. Weak to you.
Both one hit.
Oh, I'm just fucking
all good.
He's car 3. He waves anyone with me? He could be car 3.
No.
Back up. They're car side.
Did you say what's up?
They're blue.
Yo, we should bully blue. Let's bully blue.
Front yellow, flanking pink. P1. John, my shrooms.
One in.
Hammer top mid, hanging peak.
Top.
Careful, guys. One in yellow 2. John, live up. Keep living up.
Yellow, Peter, John, 2 of them.
We keep managing.
Yeah, fight together. Make sure we're fighting new.
We're going pink right away.
Huge 2, John.
You guys tell me when you spawn and we're going. Let's go. How long for you, Chris?
Yo, John, play your flank.
One P1.
Yo, blue top is
Top P.
Yeah, top B shooting.
Top B, I hit him twice.
Top yellow. He's
I'm on him.
Blue thrust is up. Yo, top B. They're just holding pivot.
Yeah,
guys, blue gen.
Play
for this guy, blue gen. Right, you said. Yo, car 1. Yeah, I hear you. There's 2.
Do you guys want to fight, Jen? Yeah, I'm with you.
We can pivot against B.
You're 2 here, PJ. I got a melee. It's one hit on pistol. Alright. Calm down. I'll good.
Yeah. Just triple.
It's a 4-kill game. We gotta play tight.
Peter,
now.
One more, Peter.
I hear you.
Yes, thrust. We can leave these guys and pivot to car. I like that. I like trap ourselves speed. Don't trap ourselves speed. Cut yellow. I'm cutting from base. Blue 2. I already spawned here.
Yo,
front base. 1%, John. 1%. Nice.
Top B.
You guys.
Top B, kill me, guys. Top B, kill me.
I'm pushing through engine.
Top B, kill me. Another one blue street weak.
Yo, guys, heat wave down on PJ's X.
One shot top B. One hit top B.
Blue 2. One hit. One hit. 2 blue street, guys. 2 blue street.
John, come kill ping with me. Come
Cam on 20, guys.
Two blue to Pewter. I'm here, PJ. They're both weak. Both gonna be half.
One.
They're all weak, Pewter. I got one. Got both.
Nice. Two dead. Yo, John, Matt, there was a guy car 1. Let's get map now, guys. Cam on 10.
Yeah. I want us on top of the maps.
Look around.
I spawn blue. Yo, watch out for yellow, Brad. Top B, John. Top B, right corner.
I hear.
Top B thrust. He's weak, guys. And they spawn blue. Let's go top B. One front yellow. He went front yellow.
They have blue thrust. Yo, weak P1. 2 blue peak. 1 P1, PJ. 1 P1.
I got camo. Yeah, get out. Yeah, go yellow car. He's P jump.
He's one hit. He's chasing 1 hit, Brad. 1 hit. He wave on spawn now. Nice kill, John.
John, go close.
Yo, fight yellow B.
I'm gonna walk with you. I'm just gonna walk with you.
Can you get shots at
B? There's 100% pink. 100% pink somewhere.
Yeah. I spawned yellow.
I'm gonna be able to. You can cut front too if you want. Okay, I'm gonna go front blue then.
Yeah.
Listen to me. They're gonna be routing. They're 100%. Yo, one's pink. Yo, peek behind me. He's one shot. Top peek. One shot top peek underneath.
The other one weak, PJ. One.
P1.
Another one.
Closet.
Yeah, flank Matt.
Fire.
He's one up.
I'm making P1. Nice. Blue 2.
Yo, kill this guy blue. Kill blue. Absolute blue. Red bar to blue. Literally red.
No, he's
dead. Go engine. I got your shots.
I already went pink.
That's good, PJ.
Yeah, top yellow.
Yo, guys, we go front yellow right here. We cut front yellow.
Give us a second.
As we enter the final straight of this game, the last few moments is 6 kills now for FaZe, kind of close it out. But SSG have kept this close.
They have. They've managed to keep this game within reach. However, what a listening from FaZe. The coordination, the control. Oh, Renegade almost flies in with the sidekick and gets the damage. However, 45-41, not over yet, as you say.
Certainly isn't, but look at the timing. Royal One doing a great job timing that heat wave when it's coming back up onto the map, and Frosty is going to escape with that close-range weapon. Now, Spacestation, how do you play this situation? Can you do what FaZe do so consistently and find a way to win these tight slayers that mean so much?
Bound with a perfect kill there in the feed. You saw to bring the game 42-45. So what was just a 6-kill lead is now just a 3-kill lead for FaZe Clan. 46 though, Royal 2 picks up another one.
Yeah, Royal 2 just gets that pick, and that might be the difference, right? Because Spacestation know they can't push Frosty here. He's got that heat wave. He's always going to get a trade, and you can't afford to trade in this situation. Eco's trying to bait him out. Royal 2 gets another one though, and now it's just 3 kills to go here for FaZe to close out game 2.
Big key trades coming in to bring us to 48-44. FaZe now being the aggressor, so you're going to look for a team shot to close this out.
Yeah, they're just roaming around bottom middle. 2 kills are here. Frosty just has to collapse. It will be a FaZe Clan win. 50-45. Once again, showing in those close slayers that they are just so damn good in those final moments.
What a great listen in there from FaZe. It's just such a privilege to hear once again all the calls that are being made. Several times during that listening, you heard Snakebite saying, okay, careful here, let's slow it down. We can't trade in this scenario. And just making sure that they maintained a 4+ kill advantage throughout the entirety of the game, really until we saw 45-42. Otherwise, they were leading between 4 and 6 kills for the entire game, even all the way back to 11-7. And you and I, during the listening, were saying, man, this might be all FaZe needed. They get out to the 11-7 lead, then they control the pace of the game throughout its entirety.
And one thing from the listening as well that I took away was you always heard like, hey, let's kill this guy. Let's go kill this guy. There's no like, I'm getting some shots in here. It's like, this is our play. Let's commit to it, right? And it's always, hey, John, come with me. Let's kill this guy. Yeah. Communication between players, not just on the location of where your opposition is, but what your approach is going to be. And I have to give a huge amount of credit to Renegade as well. Not only statistically was he fantastic in that game, but so many early battles that he won that could have changed the tide and that gave them that initial lead.
I couldn't agree more. So execution focus, right? Those comms. When you hear exactly what they're saying, like, hey, let's not push in the base. Let's rotate out car. Do not get trap pink. It's very specific execution-focused comms that make the difference.
Another thing to really point out as well is how they're saying, hey, let's pivot. Let's pivot. We've shown our cards here. They know that we're at pink side. Let's pivot to car. Let's try and take the space on the map where our opponents are. That gives new angles, new information, and it's something that FaZe kind of certainly added to their armory when it comes to communication and how they want to approach these game types. Now, 2-0 up in the series. You can see the stats on your screen right now. I mentioned Renegade, 18 kills for him. But I also want to get a shout out to Frosty in that game. 5 and 7 might not sound great. When you add the 11 assists alongside it, it looks a lot better.
It certainly does. Taking a look there once again, even though the score was 50-45, felt like firmly in control from the FaZe side, both during the listening and simply on the scoreboard, the way that they were able to clean up those kills. They now lead 2-0 and find themselves only 2 games away from their second title in a row.
Now, Spacestation, this is more of your kind of game type. Stronghold Streets is something that we've seen them win time and time again historically. Earlier on, it was SSG who won this 250-40.
I think it was about 250 to about 140 or so, yeah.
140 or so, excuse me. And it was a pretty conclusive one as well. So we've got to see if SSG can use this game type as a way to, quote FaZe, pivot this series a little bit and turn it back in their favor.
Certainly, they're going to be very happy to see a game type in the series layout that they know not only are they confident on, but they've also taken down FaZe earlier this weekend, of course, in that winner's bracket final. And we'll see if they'll be able to do it here. But with the way that FaZe is playing, as we talked about in game number 1, it is a scary-looking FaZe. And when we talked about all the time that they've had over these past 3 weeks to get even better, it feels like they've done just that.
Exactly, and that's what everybody who got to Arlington and came into Texas is playing for, right? That trophy that's on the stage. And SSG have been about that close to it, as you can see right now, for quite some time, but it's always just out of reach. And at the moment, you can see why it's such a struggle to get there, right? Whether it was OpTic Gaming, whether it was FaZe, they were always just coming up short in a game which has become such a matter of inches.
It absolutely has. And one thing you've heard them talk about in the desk, and we've kind of seen it in person as well, whenever we're around the FaZe guys, whether it's backstage, whether it's around the hotel in the evening, they are constantly watching VOD, literally on their phone. They're talking with everyone about the gameplay. You'll see Snakebite sitting with Clutch talking about gameplay as well, and it just shows in their gameplay, doesn't it? When you watch what they're doing, when you hear their listen-ins, it's showing that they're ready. You know, we asked, is this the start of the FaZe era? And I think they're doing everything they can to make sure that that's the case.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, actually. Like, you know, Snakebite, we went out for dinner and Snakebite was doing it yesterday. He sat there with his phone on the table, the dinner table, talking through Halo, just talking Halo, about what they could have done better, about what they did well, how they're going to approach today. It is a constant throughout the weekend thought process of how do we go forward and get better to win this tournament. Well, one thing they've got to do a bit better is get a bit better at strongholds. 1 and 2 at the moment, you can see here in Arlington. Not the best of records for a team that usually wins the majority of their game. On the other side, though, like I mentioned, Spacestation, they've been perfect.
They've been perfect 3-0, and one of those wins is on this exact map and game type, as we said, against FaZe, giving them maybe the confidence and the boost that they need to get back into the series. Let's not forget, at DreamHack Dallas, Spacestation took the series the distance. They made it a very long and interesting evening. They're going to look to do that again, and you can never count them out.
Certainly need to see something a little bit special from the man on your screen as well. Stella, who I mentioned, has been lights out so far this tournament, but everybody really only remembers what happens in the grand final, right? And it's great to play brilliantly up until you're on the biggest stage with the brightest lights on you. That's when you have to perform. That's when you have to step up and really put in the plays that carry your team through tough moments. Now, SSG are in those tough moments. someone needs to perform. And I'm looking at Bound right now on your screen as well. He's been in a couple of grand finals now. He knows the experience. He knows what it feels like. We need to see the best of Bound.
Yeah, I think he's also on that track, right? I think we talked a lot early on about can Bound get his first event win? How is Bound going to mesh with his team? All those conversations are now in the past. Everyone knows what he's capable of. We've seen just how confident he can be, both in terms of 1v1 battles and just how he moves himself around the map. And I think this entire side knows what they're capable of. Don't forget, Stellar was going 42 and 19 earlier this weekend. We saw unbelievable numbers from him. At any moment, they can pop off. The question is, can they do it against FaZe?
And how do you do it against FaZe at the moment? Because it seems like every single facet of FaZe is firing, right? You're looking at Renegade, you're looking at Frosty, Snakebite, massive moments all through the weekend. And of course, Royal 2, Game 1 drops a killing frenzy. When you see that in the kill feed, if you're SSG, you know you're in for a tough test. But for Royal 2, a player who breathes confidence, right? A Game 1 like that for him just sets him up perfectly for this finals.
It really does. I couldn't agree more. When you see a player like Royal 2 just so comfortable on the main stage, you ask yourself, how do we play against a player like this? And so far, SSG has had truly no answer for them. But however, as we said, Stronghold's live fire potentially an opportunity for them to get right back into this game.
Yeah, so way to just change the tide a little bit. We'll have a quick look at head-to-head between two of the players we were mentioning as well. Two of the players who are usually at the top of the kills leaderboard for their respective squads. And you can see both of them had pretty good series so far. 1.22 for Bound, 1.39 on the side of Royal 2. So slight advantage maybe over to Royal 2. Not too surprising when you're winning the games, but both of them doing what is expected from them. But the King of the Hill KD is the one thing that stands out for me.
Yeah, it certainly does. Look at Royal 2, 2.0 King of the Hill KD. That is an unheard of stat line to be going double positive in this series. King of the Hill, an unreal set of numbers that he put up in that first game. We'll see if he can continue it here in game number 3.
Have to see how those stats add up when we add to the data pool when we get a little bit further through this series. But Bound, I think, dropped 17 in that previous game that we just saw in a losing effort for Space Station. So if he can reproduce here and everyone else can start to join him when those slays come, then SSG might be on the right track. And the streets might be the best place to start things for them. This is a game type that they have already beaten FaZe on. Not only did they beat them handedly, and this could be the start of a little bit of belief being breathed back through the lungs here of SSG.
You hear a few SSG chants in the crowd as well, but first Rockets are going to right away go to Snakebite. He just brings him right back to his friend. It's an early trade. Frosty would pick up the extra rocket.
Penguin left on his own as well. Penguin going to be exterminated once again. It's 4 dead for SSG, and even though the players took a little bit of a break to reset maybe mentally here on the main stage, it's FaZe who continue the momentum from what we saw in the first 2 games.
All 8 players up now. After that opening scuffle, FaZe Clan, as you say, will be the first to score. They also got a free rocket grab, which, if I'm honest, a bit surprising that SSG would let that happen.
But that's the preparation, right? That's exactly what they do. That's what they try and do. And it's very difficult to stop sometimes, especially when you've got Renegade doing what he's doing right now with this Stalker rifle. 2 kills picked up, damage done onto Eco as well. Even though he's doing this, though, Space Station managed to wrestle B away, so they will be scoring for just the next few moments.
They take a slight lead here. As you say, first 15 points on the board will go their way, and even though Renegade has good map presence here on the Balk and the killing spree, they'll need to wrestle back a little bit of control for themselves.
Yeah, that one shot from the Stalker rifle just makes the push onto B so much easier as well, but no! The Bulldog does not connect with that third shot, and Stella, he was perfect.
Wow, you can tell Renegade looked away a bit. I think a lot of us would have looked away as well, as you would expect that land dog to bark straight, but instead that last burst does not take him out. And in the end, the kills will be traded here. Still 2 dead for SSG.
PC hold, and look at A as well. It looks like maybe FaZe Clan are thinking about trying to put the boot in right now. Reset just comes in, though, from Eco, which is going to stop that triple cap attempt in its tracks. That would have been a really worrying moment for SSG. Early in this game, with only 30 or 20 points on the board, either side respectively, to find yourself in a triple cap with FaZe playing so well.
FaZe now firmly back in the lead here on a 30-point run consecutive with this BC hold.
Bound making the play, though, over towards B. It looks like another push onto B is going to be successful as far as turning it back over and scoring, but FaZe aren't bothered about that. They've got their attention firmly on bottom middle. Why the Rockets come up? It's going to be a double kill again here, thanks to the weaponry. And every time we're on a POV at the moment of FaZe Clan, they have something else to play with. Bulldog, Stalker, Rockets, they are locked and loaded.
Penguin was your last player alive. I think he's still on caution. Yes, he's still right on caution, trying to push B. And guess what? Through all of that, still a BC hold as it gets flipped again. and FaZe will be your first team to reach 50 points.
I mean, FaZe has done a great job of holding down Tram at the moment as well, controlling that Stalker Rifle spawn, as well as stopping the pushes that are coming in. There's a Shroud screen though, and Bound gets a really interesting opening pick and comes straight back out for the second as well. Renegade is going to forward. Look at Bound in the kill feed. He's just blown this map open. Penguin gets another, and finally SSG will have a little bit of map control. As we jump on board with Penguin, he's trying his best to just stop that conversion of A, but C will be turned over by SSG. They will continue scoring.
Yeah, as you say, a beautiful Shroud screen from Bound there to hit that on rail, and just as you could tell, it caused a little bit of chaos. Snakebite wasn't sure exactly where he should go, and Bound just doubles back right down B stairs to help them continue scoring. Now they will take a lead yet again.
It's a slender lead, but it is a lead. A slender lead is good enough in this kind of series. Royal 2 looking for 2, but no, Stella will win that fight. Eco trying to force his way in and wins a big, big individual fight. But it's going to be cleaned up here by Frosty! Gets the broom out and finds himself 3 Space Station members.
Wow, perfect timing from Frosty to hit the B rail. Had the perfect comms undoubtedly from the team. He gets the triple, and this will pave the way for them to easily clear out Tram.
All of a sudden, Frosty's finding that flow. And luckily, if you're a Space Station fan, he gets cut down for just a few seconds, but this triple cap has given FaZe the lead once again. 82 points to 53. They have control of both ends of the map.
Love this from FaZe as well. No need to apply the pressure. Wait for each other here for just a moment, and they get the first pick from Snakebite. This is tactical Halo we're seeing from them constantly. You saw Renegade slow the game down on Needles. Guess what? Here's why. 3 dead. Rockets are popping. 4 dead. Perfect timing from FaZe Clan. They look flawless.
You could spend so long breaking that down. As the action continues, it's just a great play call, right? They have control. They wait for the move from SSG. They then get those rockets, like you say, and now they have a triple cap. Eco did get away with the rockets somehow, though. Maybe picked one off of the body, or maybe managed to get that trade. And it looks like SSG will be able to at least get C back in their control, just to slow things down. But that rocket's not very good. The second one doesn't even get fired.
Frosty says yoink, grabs that rocket. The last one remaining, and just like that, what looked like it was going to be momentary SSG control was 3 dead. Bounds your last player alive, tries to go to the police for help. Luckily, one of the officers is named Kevin Smith, and he comes to the rescue.
Bulldog here, doesn't have to be used. Stella gets taken down. Bound, you might be on the end of a third pump, but no! Renegade's really good with the first 2, not so good the third.
Somebody check that Bulldog. That is a faulty Bulldog. 164 to 53 now. 3 dead. Frosty on your screen. Last player alive for FaZe on the push.
Trying to spike out, and Frosty now has control of Ty as B gets flipped as well. And Space Station now down 164 to 53. They need to find a little bit of cohesion at the moment, but it just seems like FaZe are doing a great job of not getting traded in their kills. SSG are just getting picked off a bit.
Ooh, speaking of no trade, Stellar somehow gets away with that for a second, but World 2 says not so fast. He will now start the A flip. It will be an ends hold at AC, but at the same time, C starts to flip as well.
Snakebite's there, though, causing problems. He gets eliminated by Penguin, though. Really important kill. Frosty tries to back him up, and now you're going to see the scrap start to take place in and around C. FaZe wanted to defend, but at the same time, Space Station trying to break through. Looks like FaZe win that battle, though. And you can see Frosty with the kill onto Bound now means that they can move up and think about B. It might even be a triple cap attempt as Snakebite gets another one. Eco now trapped inside of A, and the damage being done by Royal 2.
I mean, this is unbelievable. How many times are we seeing FaZe get that first pick? 4 dead yet again. They're getting the first pick every single time, and now that triple cap extends them to a 201 to 66 lead.
We're in a triple cap. We're 4 dead, and rockets are coming up, boys. This is not looking good. FaZe have got control. Eco inside of B as well. Royal 2 is just going to let him cap that, you would imagine, before going for the kill. Gets 2 from that situation, and by doing so, leaves Space Station watching on from the death screen. All of them dead. Once again, FaZe Clan in control. It's a triple cap, and they're running away with it.
Triple cap again. A gets reset again. Snakebite and Renegade combine again for another 2 dead. This is going to be it.
This is going to be it because everyone on SSG is dead. 248, make it 250. Make the series 3-0 for FaZe Clan.
Wow, and just when we thought maybe SSG was going to get a little bit of breathing room in the series, FaZe says anything but. They win the game 250 to 66, and they end it with back-to-back-to-back 4 deads and a triple cap.
Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. That's all you can say, right? It's surgical. It's almost ugly at times to watch with how dominant they are being right now. 250 to 66. Renegade dropping 18 and 7. Frosty, 18 and 8. Royal 2, 13 and 10. And Snakebite just trying to pick the pieces up. 7 and 9 himself. But wow, outslayed, outplayed, and now staring at that trophy 1 game away.
Could not be more impressed with what we're seeing from FaZe Clan and what they brought to our grand finals. Let's not forget their winners bracket final win, a less convincing win, went all the way to game 5 over SSG. And in the hours that have transpired, they look like a completely different team.
You'd love to be inside of the headsets of SSG right now, wondering what is being said. You certainly know what's being said by Snakebite. He's going 1 more game. 1 more game. And we can call ourselves champions. Back-to-back champions. As our next game type is on your screen. Oddball Live Fire is where we are headed. What can you tell me about this one?
Interestingly, FaZe have not played Oddball Live Fire at the Major just yet. We have SSG undefeated right here with 1 game win. And also it's a little bit flipped at DreamHack. FaZe 1-0 and SSG 0-1. So really a little bit of a toss-up here, but we have SSG looking good so far with the winning record on the game type. And yet to see what FaZe might have in store, but one thing we know is SSG is going to need to bring a whole lot to this game and the rest of the series if they want to stay alive.
Now, Oddball is a kind of scrappier game type that SSG in general seem to enjoy. Now, the only way I see FaZe kind of slipping up a little bit here and let the momentum slide is overconfidence, to be honest with you. Are they going to fall into some bad old habits? Are they going to get a little bit too kill hungry, looking for perfect setups instead of just scrapping up a 5-10 second run with that Oddball? Because SSG don't have to be asked twice when those opportunities arise in game. For FaZe, it's about keeping your eye on the prize. It's about being efficient. If they do that, it looks like a tough road for SSG.
It really does. And you have to think with the way that FaZe has been playing, they are showing no breaks in the armor, no breaks in the setup, nor the strategy. And you have to think they'll be on top of their play balls as well. Going to be tough here. What I think we also need to see from SSG is just not afraid to play this game as fast as possible, right? The bounds and the ecos need to be flying at speeds they've never flown before, getting into the faces of the FaZe players, catching them off guard. Being 1 second, 1 step ahead might just give them the advantage.
One thing that certainly has been the advantage, though, for FaZe is weaponry. You look at that last game, right? Every time we're on a POV, it helps when you get a couple of dead, you get a 3 or 4 dead situation, because you're going to have the ability to scavenge. But the usage of the Stalker, Bulldog, Rockets, it was beautiful from them. And it just gave them that slaying power that they needed to control the map. But for now, Sniper Rifle might be something that Space Station need to put to work. It's live fire. It's going to be Oddball. First of 2 rounds is going to win this. And if FaZe win this game, they will be champions here in Arlington.
Only 2 rounds away, and you have to think FaZe is laser focused. They came here with a purpose, and they have their eyes set on one thing this season, that is flawless Halo Infinite. Right now in the grand finals so far, that's exactly what they've been doing.
It's crazy, isn't it? We were talking about the comparisons between team changes on this roster before everything got underway, and we were kind of looking back to, all the way back to X Games when the change came in, right? And we were like, wow, okay, this is interesting, because they lost that first event to EG, right? We're talking about Royal 2 and Snakebite at this point. And then the same thing happens. They pick up Renegade, a very tough team change, obviously very similar in a lot of ways to what we saw back at X Games, in Halo 5. And then they lost the first event, but it was close. Same can be said about both comparisons. And then after that, they win the next event. Then after that, they win the next event. And it feels like a lot of events after that in a row. So comparisons certainly will be made if they can take this one home. Space Station want to stop them in their tracks. They need to find something different, though, because at the moment, they're looking a little bit flat on that main stage.
They are. And let's also not forget at DreamHack Dallas, right? SSG pulled out an unbelievable run to almost reset the bracket. That is still possible here.
One game, change everything, right?
Absolutely. 1 game, run break. All it takes is 1 triple, 1 overkill to set this team back on fire and get back into the series. We have already seen them do that just at the most recent event. But as you see at the end, the banner here, the Dallas Global Invitational, it went to FaZe Clan, and they're looking to repeat here. Only 1 game away.
Well, it looks like the game is just moments away from getting underway. SSG need to find a little bit of magic here. They need to find a bit of belief. They need to listen to someone who's going to give some good vibes in those headsets and get them refocused for this series, because it's not done. it is not over at this point. There is a long way to go and a lot of Halo to be played for them if they want to play it. The question is, can they find the belief? Can they find that bit of energy they need to push FaZe Clan a little bit deeper and make them work a little bit harder?
That is the question, and both teams came here with one objective, and they are ready to play as much Halo as required. They are locked in for the evening. For FaZe Clan, it could just be one game. For SSG, it would be a much longer evening, and here we are now into Game 4 of your Grand Finals.
What could be the last game of the Grand Finals here in Arlington. Oddball is going to be what we're playing, live fire the map. And what we find ourselves, Royal 2 gets his first kill of the game to add to a huge collection. Maybe something like that from Bound is what SSG are desperate for.
Maybe that's how you started off. Like we said, they need a spark. All it will take is one spark to set this team on fire. Maybe go on a run here in your Grand Finals. Still some of the best in the world. But right now, backs against the wall. Bound hits another one.
Needs to hit 2 though. Oh my goodness, Bound! He finds 2. And the oddball in the hands now of SSG. What happened to that overshield though? Penguin's got it as well. That's the spark Bound provides.
Penguin right here with the overshield does not get bodied either. That's huge. Bound with an unbelievable set of kills there on the A-plat to give them the opportunity for ball time and overshield control.
Royal 2 should be finished off here by Penguin, and is. This is a great start from SSG. It's a 23-point run without response. Renegade now last alive. He'll be taken down as well, and SSG maybe heard what we were saying up here. They needed the spark, they needed the belief, and all of a sudden, the great start, that could give it to them.
As we said, this game type has been good to them. 1-0 in the game type here, and we haven't even seen FaZe play it at the Major. Early, strong points on the board. Half the round is done for SSG.
And Bound keeps getting that first kill in these holds. He keeps picking up one of the FaZe members. Eco going to get a bit of support here from Penguin as well. Snakebite is trapped over at the nest, but Renegade, while this distraction is going down, does get that kill, and there's Penguin. There's the 1v1 you need to win.
Ball should have been played, but interestingly, the ball was rotated a little bit to dummies. It wasn't played. I was expecting to see a play ball off screen. That's going to mean points on the board for FaZe, and most importantly, these next few kills will determine the overshield draft.
Yeah, overshield going to be vital as always, especially here in Oddball. Eco having a back up here with the heat wave. Renegade getting that pick is going to slow the push down for just a few seconds. Now, difficulty here for Spacestation. Once again, they are playing uphill. They're having to fight against the player up on the tower, but the flank is cut down here. Frosty comes away with it, though, for FaZe, and this is their opportunity to get some ball time.
Frosty comes away with the overshield. He's the last player alive. Look at this. He has 3 dead, and somehow there's a gap in the SSG armor and setup to allow Frosty to get this overshield and now be picking up damage and kills.
And look at this. He rotates it. He's just waiting for commute. Where are you spawning? Where are you spawning? Tell me where you're spawning. Throws the odd ball over to where FaZe members get back on the map, and now he's still alive and causing problems. FaZe have somewhat of a transitional setup with that odd ball, back of green, but it's points on the board, and it's a frustrating moment for SSG.
It's frustrating indeed. Look at that. They had 3 dead, and Frosty gets away with the overshield. Also, I think they should have hit that play ball as they were starting to rotate from back tower. There was only 1 player on Nest, and all the other pressure was from top mid and dummies, and they don't get the play ball there. Really, back-to-back errors have brought this game within 30.
3v3 with that odd ball down. It should reset in a few moments' time. Sniper rifle's going to be coming up as well. Bound gets another kill in that feed to at least give Spacestation some room to play with, but I tell you what, it doesn't reset. Eco says, hey, this fight's really cool. I don't want to be a part of it. I'm going to grab some more odd ball time, and they might be crossing that 60-point mark in just a few seconds.
Could be a play ball coming in here. Renegade was already on the boxes. You might expect that ball to be tossed off.
Eco does just about throw it off. He'll take a death alongside it, but Frosty did get that snipe in his hands. Now, he can hold this bottom mid angle. Stella's trying to poke him. Oh my goodness! Through the bars. That is some shot from Frosty.
2 dead, 3 side off that damage. Bodies, shots a rat tunnel player as well. Frosty needs to duck and cover because that dummy's pressure is coming in strong from Eco.
20 seconds till the overshield comes as well. Frosty going to lock down all these angles. Had the last overshield as well. The oddball has been played off the map though. So now all the attention of every player is on the overshield, apart from Frosty, who's just thinking about taking bodies.
I like that from Snakebite. He actually went for the preemptive play ball, just a safety play. And in the end, they maintained the man advantage. 3 dead off of those plays. A little bit of a ball bait there.
Royal 2 picked up 2. Penguin did trade it out though. Frosty's trying to hunt down Penguin, still weak at the back of this tower, and does so as well. 3 dead for SSG, and now Renegade, dressed in gold, is flying forward to the last 2 members.
Trying to make this pressure happen. However, he does get tagged up quite a bit as the ball was rotated out. Overshield will be melted, but more time on the board in the end for FaZe.
Yeah, not really too effective, the overshield there, to be honest with you. Now Frosty He's going to have to watch over as he falls as well. So Snipe's gone, Overshield's gone as well. No oddball time really off of that from SSG. Excuse me, for FaZe, and SSG break and have the ball back in their hands. You have to say this is a blunder from FaZe.
I think so. That was 3 dead for FaZe, and now Sniper have control from Bound. Gonna just try to get a little bit cheeky with the peeks. Goes back to top tower. Eventually, we've taken down with a nice collapse. Still 70-38 in favor of SSG.
SSG though, they're out here. Eco should be finished. Oh my goodness! Oh, he won't. He hits a perfect 4. Stellar now last alive, trying to fend off the push from Royal 2.
If Stellar can stay alive here, that'll be big. He's going to have a little bit of help from Bound on this angle, who's going to provide the nade cover, and Penguin, he will be able to stay alive. And now with all 8 players alive on the map with Royal 2 spawning, a good opportunity for a listen-in with SSG leading 73-46.
I'm just getting out.
Two top 8, two on the ball. 1 key door, 1 on ball. 1 back 8.
I'm just aimbotting. Rat, T-Wave's up.
On my nest. That's on me, John. That's on me, Josh.
Two there, Zane. Two there.
Let's go.
Okay, I'm gonna walk it.
You guys should go. Nice beat. One shot
nest.
They're all green.
Big door.
Nice. Good shot.
John was nest.
Blended. They're not played.
They're not even holding ball.
Don't let him play it. Don't let him play it. One good nest.
Ball weak. One training weak.
One shot, nice dead.
One. Dead.
Showing. He's showing. Two dead. Okay.
Yo, I can shot
Top tower,
Roll 2, yeah. I'm going dice.
Top tower and...
Yo, guys, two dummy door on me.
Still tower.
Both weak, dummy door, both weak. Watch out bottom mid.
Is that roll 2 there as well?
Yeah, one shot on ball.
One's on OV.
Watch out balls in.
One shot on OV. One shot dummy ramp as well. Got OV. There's a guy top mid. He's literally top mid to dice.
One good push
One is going to OV screens.
One is tower.
OV screens though?
Yeah.
Like one bottom mid is over.
One guy dice weak.
Top mid.
Big door.
3 pulls.
Late game phase is coming to the fore once more here. SSG sounding calm, but maybe they need a bit more energy. Maybe this needs to start sounding a bit more panicked because FaZe have taken the lead here. They win the battle for the overshield. Bound has the snipe and needs to make it count.
Renegade also doesn't get the play on the snipe. He thought he was going to toss it off, and Penguin's going to just scoot away with the ball. Not over yet.
Bound cuts Royal 2 down. Space Station scamper away with that ball in their hands, and they should go into a lead. Snakebite knows how important these moments are for FaZe. He is not showing whatsoever as SSG do take the lead.
Oh boy, look at this body shot.
No!
Renegade wins the battle from the low ground. He had no business winning now. 93 points on the board.
The rotate is massive. The rotate is so important. The kills are even more important. Eco finds one. The flank from Snakebite though. The odd ball is still down, and FaZe might have a chance to steal this away.
Snakebite, what's he going to do here? Maybe bottom middle one. Oh my God, leave it to the objective master to get the melee kill.
Bound still there though. Bound still putting pressure on, and it's a little battle bottom middle at the moment. It's 93 points to Space Station. But look at the ball, it's in the hands of FaZe. They go into a lead. They only have to hold for a few more seconds, and they've steal this one away.
Here comes, look, push the 99. 3 dead here.
2v2 on the map. Snakebite. Captain Clutch, can you do it once again for your team?
Stellar and Bounder on the cuts. That was 2 dead for FaZe. They need to get rid of Snakebite, but Snakebite needs to buy time for his team. Overshield in 7 seconds.
They spawned with him though. FaZe have spawned and Renegade evens up the numbers. The ball is in no man's land and Renegade! You're crazy, man! Wins the round for FaZe.
Unbelievable. Renegade with the drop slide out of cuts. You saw him teeing it up. You saw him going for it, and he hits it. He gets the last second. SSG thought they had time for the overshield pickup. They thought the ball in dummies was going to buy them the time. What a play call from FaZe Clan.
Late game FaZe, unbeatable, it looks like at this point. SSG, I mean, that's a difficult one to take. You thought it was their round. You hoped it was their round if you wanted to see some more Halo. But at the moment, one team looks like they're on top here. FaZe, Royal 2 with the kill, but he's going to get swarmed here by SSG. They need to find something, and Overshield's a good start.
Penguin grabs it, narrowly takes it away as well. A triple tap with the wave will get them 2 dead. And now he's going to scoot this ball back, maybe drop for a teammate to take advantage of this overshield here in these next battles.
I mean, we always say, like, game of inches, right? Well, it's a perfect example there. Snakebite with the double beatdown. He just has the melee speed, holding that oddball to not trade in that situation. Then the battle bottom middle, then the scrappiness and the decision from Renegade. Hey, I can get here before I die. I only need 1 second. I can survive. And that's exactly what happened. Eco now does get taken down by Royal 2. Bound, I tell you what, you might be joining him Renegade will be there to help out Royal 2, keep him alive, keep the snipe in their hands as well.
I'll tell you what, I'm still out of breath from what we just saw in that first round. 30-0 in favor of SSG off the open. However, Royal 2 will start the ball rotating.
Yeah, the green spawn's called out here by FaZe as well, so Royal 2 is out of there towards Snakebite, who's spawning furthest away towards the tower. Good start here from SSG again, but deja vu almost from the first round.
I was going to say the same exact thing. It's about the same exact scoreline that we saw in that last game. Royal 2 eventually getting some pressure. Will be taken down, and the first 2 kills will go the way of FaZe Clan. In that first minute of play, things slowed down just a bit. However, it really has been FaZe still in control. But points on the board for SSG as they now take the lead, 38-16.
Heatwave coming up pretty soon as well. I think you can see that's why Snakebite is patrolling bottom middle, but Spacestation hunts him down. Renegade gets the overshield though. Another power-up goes over to FaZe. Penguin's got the oddball, but he might be finding himself under pressure in just a few moments' time.
First pick goes to FaZe once again. How many times have we seen that in these past few games? Does not
get it.
Stop on the ball. However, Renegade very happy to just get the melee kill and keep half of his overshield because it's going to allow him to push into green.
Stella last alive as well. Stella just trying to milk. Not going to be able to do so. Royal 2 takes him down. Oddball in the hands of Frosty. Space Station all on respawn, all just fresh on the map. And Renegade already been a nuisance back green, just cutting him down on the pass.
It's going to anchor here at bottom green as well. Keep an eye on sandbags. A little bit of back and forth jousting here from the former teammates.
FaZe Clan just closing in on that lead again from Space Station. Royal 2 with that AR in the feed as well. Sniper in 10 seconds means that Renegade's not going to be moving here until he has an opportunity maybe to go and grab that weapon himself. But there's Penguin, and there's Bound in the kill feed. Snakebite with that oddball still in his hands at back green. They're going to have to force it out of his hands. Eco gets the trade. Snakebite now left on his own.
Maybe the gap, maybe the opening they needed. However, the ball resets at an inopportune time, so SSG is actually going to have to slay a bit extra despite having 2 dead.
Snakebite trying to do what he can. Always get a little bit windy out here. Bound, ooh, and Snakebite makes him count with some much crisper shots. Maybe the pressure's starting to show here for SSG.
How many times have we seen that this weekend? Snakebite in pivotal situations really doesn't lose those 1v1s, especially when there's the most on the line, like you see here in a grand final. Meanwhile, Royal 2 walk in the park here on a Sunday, going to toss the ball to green.
Yeah, Royal 2's like, what's this thing? Get out of my hands.
The timer's going up.
21 seconds until the overshield is going to come up here. Space Station, they do get a couple of kills, but they're not on the side of the map that you really want to see them. And look at this from FaZe, pushing past where the overshield is going to be spawning, hoping they can catch someone out. Bound, he gets taken down by Royal 2, even though he got repulsed backwards. The shot's just so crispy from Royal 2, and he's going to add another one here. Penguin, you might be next. My God, Royal 2.
As you see on your screen, the shots are perfect. And he's got more to say as well. It's another shake of the head from Royal 2.
63 and rising. FaZe Clan into the lead. Closing in on another championship here. Eco gets bodied. Royal 2 stops this push. Bound trying to do what he can to force his way forward. Stella's going to be there as well. Snakebite trades out some kills, and it's 2 dead for SSG. Points keep being put on the board here by FaZe.
Look at Renegade all the way their entire time around cuts, as well as key door, dummy door. Yeah, the overshield still hasn't even taken any damage in quite some time.
No way. Ooh. Tries to tee up the alley-oop here with 10 points, all that's needed for FaZe Clan. Frosty's got the ball in his hands. It's a last roll of the dice here for SSG. If they don't win this fight, they will not win this tournament, and there will only be one name on that trophy, and that name will read FaZe Clan. They are your champions here at the HCS Arlington Major. It's back-to-back for FaZe.
And what a way to do it. A 4-0 Grand Finals win. In the most dominant of fashion. And a 2-0 oddball win for the icing on the cake.
The kind of performance, the kind of championship run that makes every other team look in the mirror and think, what do we have to do to stop this lineup? FaZe winning again. They are your champions here.
Back-to-back tournament wins for FaZe Clan. And that was the question we asked coming out of DreamHack Dallas. Is this the start of the FaZe era? And I tell you what, that Grand Finals is an indication that we might be headed there.
Certainly a statement made by the 4 gents you can see on stage. Ably supported, of course, by Royal One as well, on top of every single weapon and power-up that was on that map. But this is why the team was put together, right? This is what we were talking about when this team came together. This isn't a team that can just win tournaments. This is a team that can dominate periods of time with championships. And that kind of performance there, like I say, that sends fear and shock through everyone.
And I think this time you might even hear the FaZe Clan members saying that they're pretty proud of what they put together. We'll have to see. I'm sure they'll tell us that there's more work to be done in some areas, but could not be more impressed with what we saw on the main stage from FaZe.
Yeah, genuinely incredible performance. One of the most conclusive performances I think we've seen in a grand finals for quite some time. And I tell you what, we've seen the gameplay. It's time to hear how they're feeling right now on the main stage. We're going to throw it down to Blaze with your champions, FaZe.
One more time, Texas. Give it up for the back-to-back champions, FaZe Clan! Man, Coach, Royal One, how does it feel to see these boys accomplish what they wanted and do it back-to-back again? You get to do it with your brother once again, another championship.
Man, it makes me so happy. Like, these guys work harder than anybody in this game. Like, our work ethic is unmatched, and the way we practiced is exactly how we want to play this grand finals. Like, we don't play to win, we play to dominate, and we showed that.
You absolutely showed that here in this event. When it comes down to Renegade, you showed once again that you could become a champion. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels great. I mean, we put in the work, hardest working team in the game. I don't even think it's close, and it shows.
Hey, it definitely showed. Did it show, Dallas? Definitely did. Royal 2, Snipe God, what is it like to get another trophy here for the podium?
I mean, it feels great. It's been a long time since we actually got back-to-back wins, so I'm just so happy to do it with this team, and all the practice that we've done just paid off, so I'm super happy.
Yo, did it once again, okay? Making it happen. Now, Frosty, how does it feel to win with this squad? You guys been world champions, been dominant, but to be back-to-back and have a performance like you had, what is it like?
I mean, feels great. Our team change is validated at the end of the day, and that's what we're trying to do, right? So we put in the work, got the job done, so we're gonna keep it going.
Keep it going, okay? Y'all think they can keep it going? I think they can. Now, Cap, you had a fantastic performance out here, and I think we can all say this is our tournament MVP, yeah? What is it like getting yet another back-to-back victory here?
Yeah, it just feels great. You know, obviously we hadn't won in a while. It was that last tournament, so to come out and win back-to-back feels good, feels right. Just got to get back to work. We don't have a lot of time, so a lot of mistakes. Great games to SSG and everyone who played. They're a hell of a team, so just got to get back to work.
Just got to get back to work, and it just shows the work ethic of this team on the stage and how dominant y'all could be when y'all reach our final form. Snakebite, what do you want to say to all these fans out here who's been supporting you guys through thick and thin, no matter what?
Yeah, big thank you to everyone who came out, whether it's for us or anyone else. We love the Halo community and appreciate you guys being here. Thank you very much.
There you go. You have it. You're back-to-back champions one more time all around the world. Give it up for FaZe Clan!
Congratulations one more time to FaZe Clan, your OpTic Major champions. Absolutely incredible stuff. And I gotta say, I couldn't have been more wrong. I really thought that this grand final was gonna be close, but I feel like FaZe just found a whole other level that they had almost been keeping secret and hiding from us. A little bit like that Quadrant secret strat that we saw happening on streets. What an exceptional performance from those 4 young men. Talk to me about it, Clutch. That just was a clinic on the main stage.
That was the best Halo Infinite we've seen to date. They talk about the work that they put in. I hope everybody can understand exactly the amount of hours and like VOD review and actually like strategy that these guys go over every single day. But I mean, it pays off. Hard work always pays off at the end of the day. This is the most talented roster we have on the scene. They have proved that. Now it's up to the rest of the competition to see if they can match the level of not only hard work, but talent paired with it to try and compete for championships, because right now, FaZe look dominant.
They certainly did indeed, and I think, Tony, this is the first time we've seen the team be this dominant, I think, against some of the top dogs that we do have here in the HCS. And for the first time, I think now there is a precedent that's been set, especially for this team. If they can find that type of form in the grand finals, they need that form for the rest of the season. If they want to continue this run, they talk about the FaZe era. Do you believe if they continue with that form of Halo Infinite we just witnessed, that this will indeed be the era for them?
Absolutely. I mean, you're back-to-back LAN champions, and there's one word that came out of the mouths of the five on stage and even West, and that was work. And I promise you, the only place where success comes before work is in the dictionary. You put in the work, you prep, you always come in ready, and I promise you it'll pay dividends. That's exactly what happened. FaZe are the best team in the league. They proved it today and this weekend.
That line was fire, Tony. Absolute
He's
fire.
got a whole book of them.
I love it. Well, he has a dictionary apparently, and he knows exactly where the words are going in the order. Absolutely amazing stuff. Yeah, I've got to say, when you look back at that series, it was one to remember. FaZe, just from the get-go, were on fire. What really stood out to you in particular in terms of the Halo Infinite that they actually were playing? What was it about FaZe that brought them to that next level?
Yeah, I think this past series was the perfect storm that we were looking for. I think I've been waiting since this FaZe roster really came together to say, when are all four of these players going to be on fire, and what does that gameplay look like? Unfortunately, Spacestation Gaming, they found out, because I don't think that they all four were on fire in that winners bracket finals, but something clicked and between those series and this grand finals right here. Every player on this FaZe roster played absolutely lights out, whether it was Frosty stepping up at moments, whether it was Snakebite making a big play, winning a massive fight. And I think that all of that, I mean, paired with how well Royal 2 and Renegade consistently play, I mean, that's an unbeatable roster in my opinion. When they're playing that well, it's going to take literally another team that's all on fire, and I do not think SSG brought their A game to that grand finals either.
No, I do not think so either. I've got to say, though, it was something that just couldn't be matched by the likes of Space Station at this moment in time. They did not have an answer to it. And we also saw a tournament MVP being Snakebite. And Tony, what did Snakebite bring to the table this weekend that really did excel himself above others in this tournament?
Well, it's crazy because we all know what Snakebite does outside of the stat sheet and what he brings in as far as leadership, as far as unselfishness, and even that objective efficiency that he came in time and time again. But this weekend, he was looking different. He was not only setting up his teammates for success, but he was getting his too. Because I promise you, there's a reason why he was top fragging and highest KD across the board, across all game types leading into Championship Sunday. When you have an unselfish player who can pop off like that and get his just as much as he can set up his teammates, you have a recipe for success. You have an MVP.
And I think this is back-to-back tournaments for Snakebite making an MVP case. And I know that I don't want to take anything away from any of those FaZe players, but there's something to the level that Snakebite is not only playing at, but like the IGLing that he does, like everything that goes into him being a teammate as well as his play style, pairing with the stats so perfectly. Like, he's been doing things like this since he was 15 years old. And the fact that now we're like 15 years off that, and he's still capable of any given weekend being the best player, not only on his team, but in the entire game, that is an incredible feat. You can't say enough about this kid and what he brings to the Halo scene. The level of gameplay is second to none besides his teammates.
Yeah, I've got to say they all excel each other, but a huge GG's to FaZe Clan. Let's take a look at their journey. How did they get to this point? Well, I'll tell you what, it was a very clean run from this squad. They went all the way through the winners bracket after surviving the pool of death in Pool A, and they just continued a really dominant run. They met Space Station in the winners finals. There definitely were some hurdles to overcome there for FaZe Clan, but they iced up, they clutched up, and they got it done, finding themselves in the grand final. And that bounce back, That was insane. 4-0 across the board on that main stage in front of their fans to go back-to-back on LAN. You couldn't ask for a better story, Tony, for this FaZe Clan roster. They had such a controversial roster change. The roster mania, it was really unkind to them in terms of the reception from that. Lots of question marks coming into Charlotte. Obviously getting so close at that first LAN event post that roster change. And finally, they've got it done twice in a row. That speaks so much about this FaZe Clan roster.
I'm glad you brought up the roster change. And I feel like since the roster change happened, we've seen success come with FaZe. We didn't see that consistent success. It almost seemed like 4 individuals coming together and playing lights out, and it was really nice. But this grand finals was the first time I said, whoa. Everything clicked at the same time. You know, it wasn't just one game type. It wasn't just one player. Everybody was playing with selfless Halo. Everybody was playing winning Halo. And like I kind of said with Snakebite alone, but kind of goes across the board with everybody. They were getting their own, making sure they got their kills, but also playing for their teammates. And it really came out here in this grand finals. Everything seemingly clicked with this FaZe clan, and that means trouble for the rest of the HCS.
It certainly does indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, there was a lot on the line here, not just pride, folks, not just trying to get over hurdles and old nemesis, but we do have a lot of money on the line as well. It was $250,000. First place took home $100,000. FaZe Clan will take home that prize pool. It is the lion's share. And as you can see, I've got to say, just a lot of pride in my heart seeing that third place going to Quadrant. That is a lot of work and time and effort and honestly emotion gone into the work that they put in to get to this point in time. History has been made twice for this team, and taking home 30K with that as well, Clutch, with the rest of Europe and the globe behind you, that's got to be an incredible feeling for these guys.
Yeah, the money's nice, but I think that third place is the accolade that they were coming out here for, and I think they should leave this tournament very happy with their performance, but hungry for more, because I think once you get third, once you get into that elimination bracket finals, you start to really understand how close you are to winning these series, how close you are to winning an actual tournament. It becomes a real variable that you're able to like chase after, and I expect Quadrant to get back to work quick, and I expect to see Quadrant even better coming the next tournament.
Well, I have good news for you guys. Talking about some tournaments that will be coming up, we do have tickets on sale right now. You can go and head on over to grab our Fort Worth tickets and World Championship tickets, as well as, of course, our next LAN, which is going to be our Global Invitational at Salt Lake City, and it's going to be in August, so make sure you guys are tuning in. It's going to be absolutely incredible, and like I said, we do have those tickets on sale now as well. Fort Worth is going to be happening. It is a major. If you want to see some more crazy Halo Infinite action, then make sure you go and grab those tickets right now, because it all leads up to that World Championship right at the end of our roadmap. It's in Seattle, the home of Halo, in October, and I promise you guys, you won't want to miss it. Well, Clutch, Tony, it has been absolutely incredible. I've got to say, I've had the best weekend with you guys. It's been awesome hanging out.
I'm exhausted.
You know, doing our job and watching some epic Halo Infinite matches, and the series honestly couldn't be crazy. Have you got a favorite moment, Wes?
Favorite moment? I think it's got to be Quadrant taking down OpTic,
Yeah.
and not that like I want OpTic out of the tournament by any means, but what that moment meant to, I think, the entire world outside of North America that is focused on competitive Halo. I think that that is something that they will remember for the rest of their lives. And it was a pleasure to be able to like commentate over it, man. We got a damn good series. What the hell just happened?
Oh. Oh, God.
That's how you get yourself in trouble, Tony. That's how you get yourself in trouble.
Tony, it has been a wild weekend. It's been rocking the socks off everyone in here. Anything that you particularly loved and you're going to be carrying away with you as you go on the plane home, thinking about it, mulling it over?
I mean, like my older brother Wes just said. I mean, honestly, the fact
we're
that
not related.
The fact that Quadrant literally made history this event, and we did get the chance to commentate it, was incredible. Being a small part of what a big feat, like, you know, we're talking about HCS history being made. But on top of that, like, I'm looking at this FaZe roster, and I'm looking at this grand finals, and it's not just one win. It's not just back to back. I feel something different about that grand finals. It feels like a message being sent to the rest of the league. Apparently, it's FaZe's time, and it may not just be back-to-back. Maybe it's 3-time like OpTic, and maybe it's 4-time or the rest of the year. Watch out for FaZe.
Gotta say, Tony, I do feel what you're saying, and I see where you're going with it, but my favorite takeaway from this whole weekend is the competition level, and we saw that coming straight out the open bracket, hot from the Passion Pit, and I feel like a lot of teams who've been put together in Roster Mania found themselves kind of floating in the wings, waiting for a pickup. They've been picked up, and my goodness me, have they been making some noise. The likes of Complexity, Cloud9, I was so impressed with the raw talent, with teams being pushed together and seeing what they could do, the upsets that they managed to cause. It had me really excited. So honestly, for the rest of the season, you guys need to keep your eyes on it, because this competition is only getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and I can't wait for more of it. And I hope you guys have enjoyed yourself this weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in to this fantastic major here at Esports Stadium, Arlington. It has been my absolute pleasure to bring this one to you. Thank you so much to our producers. Thank you so much to Halo. And thank you so much to the fans. We'll catch you next time.